Hello, hello. Hi there. So, shit, all right. So, weird thing, I got to preface really quick. Just weird thing, I really got to preface really fast. So, chapter 389, my girlfriend and the fateful day. I was talking to someone on Reddit, or not Reddit, on Discord, and I'm going to show you literally what they sent me. They did not read the spoilers, but they went on the internet and they looked something up in German and they got this. This was like 2 days ago. They were on Twitter and it literally reads this. They found this online. And like literally this is literally 2 days ago. Somehow the link was already on K manga and they showed me this and I'm just like, no shot. And it just came out and it's real. What the hell? That's crazy. That's crazy. The Fateful Day Part 1. Minnie's drunk still. Wow, that's kind of cool. It's almost like it's fate. All right, let's get into this. Let's talk about some crazy fucking coincidences. Also, hello, welcome back. I mean, it's just this isn't right. I know that this is the fucking worst. Kazi and Minnie are the fucking worst. Kazi and Minnie are the fucking worst. Not, I know that I'm making you wait, and yet here I am bothering your shoulders. Not even able to understand how I feel. If I were you, I'd hate someone like me. Fuck them. Fuck them. She walked into a box. What the fuck is this? I see. No place like Tokyo. That's what the shirt reads. I understand the details now. You've definitely won. What the F? What the F? This is so stupid. This is unbelievable. This okay, so my point stands. My initial point stands. Minnie's gonna ruin this. Not in the sense that they won't get together, but Kazi and Chizuru are gonna have a fight because of how he interacts with Minnie and because of what Minnie says and because of all this crap. The fact that Kazuya would reenact this with Minnie is actually quite telling. Also, she's literally wearing the fucking thing on her head, just like Chizuru. She's carrying her shoe in her hand, just like Chizuru. Stop. She's literally faking being Chizuru. Stop. This is actually kind of good God. Do we really need to act it out? After that, the sorry and no incident happened, right? Wanna do the moment in Daiba too? Maybe she wasn't crying that much. Don't call it an incident. It's embarrassing. The no incident happened. Also, I could feel your boobs a little. That'll cost you 570 yen, not 57 USD. Basically, Chizuru-san rejected you in Odaiba. No matter her reason, she could have ended everything right then and there, but she still kissed you at the very last moment. Until then, she was so careful not to string you along. That means everything. Judging by her face and tone, she clearly feels guilty about making you wait. Going going by what you say. She's made up her mind. Chizuru-san isn't the type of person to sit back and rest easy while feeling that kind of guilt. The fact that she said it from me, the fact that she hid it from me is proof that she feels bad about it. This is almost like a recap for the viewers, I would argue. In some ways it's like a recap, but it's also intentionally showing you, hey, why hasn't Kazuya left yet? Why the fuck is he still here? He really wants to enunciate that to you because the last chapter, how does the last chapter end? It ends with them going to get more drinks. They keep hanging out even though Minnie told him to go. He's still here even though Minnie told him to go. A lot of typos this chapter. Is there? She's totally right. That kiss really meant a lot. But would she really change her mind in just one night? Why don't you go fucking ask her? Just go fucking ask her, dipshit. Kazuya, why are you still here? Why are you still here? That that kind of thought process. What kind of thought process is that? They say a woman's heart changes like the seasons, but it really just means she's an unaware attention seeker. How funny from you, Money. How funny from you, Minnie. How funny from you, Minnie. Says the attention seeker. Sometimes girls are just like that. Maybe they realize how important you are after leaving, or maybe they wait here to say that you still or maybe they wait to hear you say that you still love them. God, she's such an audience. She's such an audience character. Notice how her eyes are closed and she's drinking when she says this crap as she sits in a stupid fucking box. Please stop listening to Minnie. Guys, viewers, this is Reiji looking at you and saying, I know exactly what you're thinking, you dipshits. My friend gets in an argument twice a week just to make up with him again at this point. Her boyfriend. Is that really true? Minnie, you're still doing your bullshit. Minnie is still doing her bullshit. Okay, wow, Reiji's really tripling down on this. Hey, Minnie's the fucking problem. Minnie's the fucking problem. She's thinking inside the box. She's thinking inside the box. Well said. Anyway, try sending her a line message right now while you've got the courage. Right now? Smack the iron while it's spicy. At least say the right phrase. At least say the right phrase. But what do I say? It doesn't matter what you say. Can you talk right now? Or even, what was that kiss for? Is fine. Really? It'll be the first contact since the kiss. The longer I wait, the harder it'll be. Isn't it interesting how Kazuya is the one texting Chizuru now? Again. She's the one waiting for him. He's the one who has to text her, and he's the one struggling to text. Isn't this applying a little too much pressure? If it bothers you, doesn't it come off kind of scary? You can just add an emoji or something. Besides, Chizuru-san was cooking while waiting for me. Cooking, huh? She's prepared to answer for the kiss without running or hiding. That's what it looked like to me. Her eyes are open here. She is still in the box, but her eyes are open. I just don't know about this time. I just don't know about this at the time. This is seriously your chance. This is seriously your chance. Just think of it as giving her a little nudge. Sorry for the sudden message. I want to ask about what happened before the taxi. Do you have time to talk? It's already 10 o'clock. Mizuhara sets alarm to go to bed at 10:30. I don't want to be a bother. He chickened out. Kazuya, you stupid idiot. Well, you're right. It'll be a serious conversation. You have a girl in your room. If you decide to meet up or talk to on the phone, you also need to be able to articulate your words. For sure. Actually, why doesn't she send me anything herself? Huh? Asking the right questions. If she's made up her mind, couldn't she at least send me a message? Oh, there's misspellings. Just makes me think maybe she's changed her mind again. I mean, why is a kiss her answer? Could she make it any harder to understand? She should just say that she loves me too. I know the taxi was about to leave, but she could have at least told me that, right? It's probably a decision she arrived at after agonizing over it. Either way, it's very much like Chizuru's-san. If you look at it another way, she could be trying to buy more time precisely because it's so important to her. I can understand that. Also, I'm super, super happy about this. Huh? Chizuru-san has always had her guard held high. Chizuru-san has always held her guard high up. And yet, she still kissed you for no reason. That means you broke through her walls, master. It's reenacting the chapter. In a way, it's like they're reenacting the chapter, but the correct way. What the hell? What the heck? The panel structure is identical. This panel structure is identical. This is weird. In a way, it's exactly as Chizuru-san said. There were many reasons for the kiss at Hawaiian's, her rental girlfriend job, her grandma, and you. Not that I was there, though. But her excuse as a pro won't work at all anymore. Chizuru-san knows that too. Even so, she decided to take a chance. She was unsure and confused, but she threw all that to the side and dived in. What was I saying? That wasn't Chizuru Mizuhara, that was Chizuru Ichinose naked and nothing to hide. Don't say naked. That's just when I'm that's just how I'm wired. It's a plus that you were rejected too. No burn, no earn. Please use the right phrase. She's trying. She's trying. She's trying. Ugh. This is getting my hopes up. It's just a matter of time. It really is, Master. You sound like a wolf. Can we talk? Oh, she's trying. She really wants to. Omata-san. Oh, yes. Hello. Thank you. Yes, right now. Yes, that's fine. Omata-san. Who's that? Oh, I love how Peter's sitting next to her. Manager? The spoilers say that Omata-san was the manager. Umi's coming back. That makes sense. No, it's not a block. You gotta take action yourself. Of Diamond? Whoa. How do we know? And the spoilers said it said her manager. Which one is the question? Could be Diamond. Jeez. Yeah, it sounds like shit's hitting the fan, and Kazuya really has to step the fuck up. This is to me what this is showing. Shit's really starting to hit the fan, and Kazuya has to step the fuck up. He keeps messing around. The chapter is intentionally showing you Kazuya messing the fuck around. And that's what the chapter is doing. Literally everything is telling Kazuya to fucking move. Instead, he's wasting his time drinking and hanging out with Minnie and fucking around. And shit's really starting to hit the fan. And Chizuru's literally sitting alone wanting to text him. And he's like, why doesn't she text me? Maybe she's trying to. Have you considered that for 2 fucking seconds? And it literally shows you her trying to. And she's literally, look at her. She's agonizing over it. She really wants to fucking talk to him. And he's sitting there wasting his fucking time. Nobody's blocking anybody. Nobody's blocking anybody. Kazuya's not moving. Literally, this story is literally saying you keep fucking around. You need to start moving. Stop fucking around. And this chapter doubles down on that. I knew the last chapter's ending was a bad omen. I fucking knew it. I knew the last chapter's ending was a bad omen. No, he's not just doing a typical guy thing. No. Right here, remember this. I'm gonna go get some more beer. Why didn't you send him off, you idiot? Minnie tells him, why are you still here? Proceeds to reenact the chapter and give him more beer to get him more drunk so he can't go talk to her. Are you shitting me? Are you fucking shitting me? Manga pocket. Pocket manga? Okay, there it is. I knew it. I knew it. I knew this chapter would deal with pain. I literally said chapter 389 is about facing pain. No, Kazuya is messing around a lot more. She's not just sulking. She's trying to, and she doesn't know. She's afraid. She's trying to, like, they're both, okay. One thing I will give you is they're both afraid. Both Kazuya and Chizuru really want to talk, and they're both a little afraid right now. And the thing is, Kazuya is fucking around a lot more than she is. Chizuru actually made a move. Kazuya didn't. and he needs to start like actually fucking confronting this. He's fucking around drinking with Minnie still. After he figured out what was going on. Chizuru is over here like, why isn't he texting? Literally everything Kazuya said, she's thinking too. And she tries to text him, even though she's waiting for him. It's been 2 days. Why hasn't he said anything? No, seriously, it's been 2 days. Why the fuck hasn't he said anything? Kazuya, what the actual fuck are you doing? Okay. I gotta send these to my friend. Yeah, notice the paneling structure. It's intentionally the same as chapter 383. Except with Chizuru, there were no words. With Minnie, she's just pretending. She's just acting it out. Whereas here, you see the moon. Here, you see alcohol and a closed light. Literally, the light is off. You see, unlike Chizuru, you see Minnie. Yep. Stupid. I would have slapped the shit out of Kazuya if I was there. I would have slapped the shit out of Kazuya if I was there. I'm gonna be real. Are you shitting me? Girl of your dreams just kicks you and you're fucking around with another girl who's literally sitting in a box and doesn't know what the hell she's talking about? Are you shitting me, dude? Kazuya's literally horsing around. Yeah. Actually a little pissed at my dude. He's being such a jackass. Understand Kazuya is my favorite character, but he is being an absolute jackass right now. The moment I started reading this chapter, I was getting pissed. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? What the actual fuck are you doing? They both want to message each other. It's not just him. Like literally he's like, "Oh, why doesn't she message me?" Never considering she might want to. And she's just hesitating and struggling too. Kazuya never even like thinks about that for a fucking second. So people are dooming super hard about the chapter, surprisingly. Shocking. What else is new? Basically that she will get a new acting job and end up distancing herself and not addressing the kiss. That makes no sense. It sounds like right now she's going to talk to the dude. Kazuya seemingly wants to avoid talking to her right now. So at least for the night, time is getting... Like, this night is going to seemingly end. The thing is, though... The thing is, though, and the thing Reiji's intentionally doing, he's intentionally putting obstacles. Not to pad things out. Not to pad things out, but to challenge them. The chapter's literally called My Girlfriend and the Fated Day, or The Fateful Day. It's something is going to happen that's going to change everything. He's already telling you that. It's not just going to be an obstacle, or it's not going to be just, oh, she's just going to get a job and nothing's going to happen. That's stupid. That's just plain fucking stupid. Doesn't make any fucking sense. However, what is currently going on is that Reiji's intentionally putting obstacles. And he's like, look, if you want this relationship, you gotta fucking face this shit. You can't stop fucking, you gotta stop fucking around. He's literally doing that on purpose. He's like, you want this relationship? Stop fucking around. Like, seriously, you want this relationship? Stop hanging out with Minnie. Stop getting drunk. Stop overthinking things. Go fucking talk to her. None of that other shit matters. Chizuru, why is she just sitting there, not going to him, not texting him, not saying anything? Right? Even though Chizuru moved, the ball is in Kazuya's park. The ball is in Kazuya's park. Right? She wants to talk to him. She's already made it clear she wants to talk to him. The kiss said a whole lot, and he doesn't ask any of these questions to her. The ball is mostly in his court. He doesn't see that. Kazuya refuses to see how much power he has in this situation. Reishi also puts the roses here very intentionally. Like literally, she's wearing her rose pants. Like, come on, couldn't be any more. Okazi will find out she got a role and distance himself. I don't know. She seems unlikely to me, but maybe. No, I think the whole idea is that this is literally presenting you with a conflict. Deal with it. These conflicts are not going to go the fuck away. Deal with it. This is literally what he's doing. Hey, Chizuru gets a new role. Chizuru hasn't talked to you in a while. She hasn't explained anything in a while. Deal with it. Go talk to her. Stop being a wuss. This is what this is saying. Kazi's being a wuss. He totally is. Minnie even said it right here. You chickened out. He chickened out again. He keeps chickening out. Stop being afraid. Dude, this shit's not going to go away. You're going to keep being afraid. Your trauma's going to stay there. It's not going to just poof out of existence. Face it. Stop being afraid. This is what this is saying. Stop being fucking afraid. Stop being scared. Right? And literally Minnie has to reenact this entire sequence and point out the Chizuru Ichinose to Chizuru Mizuhara thing again to Kazuya. Literally, this entire sequence is the same play-by-play from a different angle. It's by design. It's the same thing from a different angle. Doesn't this look identical? I don't know if you can see it. Let me see. Make sure you can see it. Yeah. Doesn't this literally look identical? It's just the same thing from a different angle. Literally, change your perspective. Change your perspective. You got to change your perspective. You got to stop looking at this from such a narrow point of view. Minnie literally jumps out of her box. Minnie in the entire chapter is sitting in a box. And she literally jumps out of the box and talks to him. Literally, you need to step out of your box. Get out of your comfort zone. That's the whole point. Get out of your comfort zone. Stop sitting in this comfortable box that is your house. Literally, Minnie sitting in a box represents how Kazuya is literally in a box right now, in his own house, getting drunk, wasting time. He's sitting in his own little comfort space. He's a mirror to Chizuru in the 3-month time skip. It's going to end up being 3 days. It's a total of 3 days. Yeah. 3 months, 3 days. Yeah, whoever said that at some point pretty much called it. 3 months, 3 days. He wasted time. He kept wasting fucking time. No, the major hurdle... Okay, I need you to get that shit out of major hurdles out of your head. Umi, Ruka, manager, whatever, none of that matters. The idea is that none of that matters. Stop thinking with hurdles and start thinking with, face this shit I want to deal with this person. No more hurdle bullshit. Also, Kazuya is basically ghosting her shorter than the one after the paradise so far. Yes, he is pretty much ghosting her. And he doesn't realize it. He's so busy overthinking this stupid crap, he's ghosting her after she fucking kissed him. Almost like that's one of Chizuru's biggest insecurities is that she's afraid he won't like her if she's so physically interested in him. Literally right after, like, she looks like she's about to tear up. Look at her. She looks like she's about to fucking tear up. Her nose is literally red. She looks like she's about to fucking tear up. And he's not talking to her. It's almost like Chizuru did something very, very uncomfortable for herself, and Kazuya is just fucking around, not talking to her. And she's like, hey, why aren't you responding? Why aren't you saying anything? She's the one who kissed him this time. See what I mean? What the fuck is Kazuya doing? If you're upset and frustrated this chapter, that's the point. If you're upset and frustrated the chapter, that is 100% the point. You're supposed to be. Reishi's getting you frustrated. I'm not in the mood for Chupto today. Imagine if he actually tries to call and it's a busy line. That would be scary. Deal with it. He calls her, she doesn't answer. Deal with it. If Kazuya doesn't move, he's going to learn the harsh lesson. You don't know what you got till it's gone. Chizuru isn't going to leave, but he's going to see how much he hurt her. I think this is the thing Kazuya is really going to notice in the upcoming chapters. He's going to really see how much he fucking hurt her. And I think that's by design. I think Reiji really wants to show the audience how they've been hurting Chizuru. and how blind they've been. I really need Kazuya to fucking see how much he's hurt her. And he's starting to realize that. You guys are so busy, like so many of the readers are so focused on how Chizuru hurt Kazuya, not realizing Kazuya's been hurting Chizuru this entire fucking time. And she's been taking it like a goddamn champ. To their defense, they are drunk, but still, Minnie should be one shooting him out to go Chizuru about the kiss. Yeah. Minnie is not a good influence. Minnie is not being a good influence. She wasted this entire time. For Kazuya had his foot on the gas this whole day. Chizuru puts her foot on the gas and he starts braking, right? This would have been wild if they was Chizuru on Kazuya's bed before his bed. I don't know what that means. The title of the chapter indicates at least one more chapter this arc. I think this arc might be a little longer than we think. I think the next few chapters might be kind of important. Did my friend translate these things yet? Damn it, he hasn't even looked at them. Umata-san. I don't think we've ever seen this person. Maybe we saw them in the Sumi spinoff? He needs to step out of his comfort zone. Want something, go get it. Yes, exactly. Kazuya has gotten too comfortable. Minnie just creates too much comfort for him. That's the issue. Why Kazuya must take a risk by making a move again and again? Because he hasn't actually been taking risks. That's the illusion. You're under the impression that Kazuya has been taking a lot of risks. He hasn't. Kazuya has not been taking risks. All he's gotten is comfort. Comfort, 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 comfort. To the point that he's too comfortable not being afraid anymore. Relationships deal with that. Sorry, that's real life. Shit's gonna get scary. You're gonna have to fucking move. And there's nothing scary here. That's the thing. That's the thing. People are talking about Kazuya taking some sort of risk. What's your risk here? You want to talk to her? Like a normal person? Why is that scary? This is the question that this arc is posing to you. Why is that scary? Why is this a risk at all? What's the risk? What are you losing? All you've been presented is something you can gain. What are you losing? Do you see the issue? Do you see the issue? You're framing this thing that's not even scary as a risk. There's no risk here. There's nothing to be afraid of here. You're literally just not moving. Yeah, so if you fall from running, you stop running altogether. Chizuru made a move by kissing him and he ghosted her for 2 days. That's literally what happened, objectively speaking. No matter how you look at it, objectively speaking, all he's done is just not talk to her. For 2 fucking days after she kissed him. He just up and disappeared. Like, when they talk, I could see her being pissed. What the fuck? Like, Kazuya, what the shit? Ball is in his court. She'll probably get offered a bigger role or start having to go on dates again. Take that shot, Kazuya, and call her by her name. I'm not saying she'll give up on her dreams or acting, but if she makes Chizuru understand why her grandma chose family over and she takes the same path which leads to her happiness. I don't know. I do think what Reiji's intentionally presenting here is the conflict between the job and love. Intentionally so. So, this is going to be Chizuru being put in that position of choosing between her job and between Kazuya, and Kazuya is going to have to see that full front and center and make a choice. Like, are you just going to let other people decide for you what's going to happen here, or are you going to make that decision for yourself? This is what this is coming back to, ultimately speaking. The reintroduction of Chizuru's job is very important for that exact reason. What are you going to do when other people are going to get involved and offer you things or tell you to do things or blah, 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 blah? What's your choice? What are you going to do? That's as simple as it is. Are you, again, going to let people decide for you what your relationship is going to be, or are you going to decide that for yourself? This is the reoccurring question, and is yet again presented in this final moment in the reintroduction of some sort of job in relation to Chizuru. Some superior, some person who literally Chizuru refers to as son, who people are apparently saying is her manager, is calling her. And it's going to be irrelevant to some, right? And it seems like he's going to talk to her about something. Yes, right now, yes, that's fine. Literally, Kazuya was supposed to call or text her to talk right now, and then a business person instead calls to text and meet her right now. Kazuya missed an opportunity, and someone else took that opportunity. That someone else most likely is some sort of business person. And then Chizuru will probably be involved in some sort of business deal or something like, hey, maybe you're getting a raise. Maybe here's a new role in your play. We don't know the details. And regardless, because of that, Kazuya missed an opportunity. It's literally showing you how Kazuya is wasting time and missing opportunities with her. However, this raises the powerful question to both Chizuru and Kazuya. What are you going to decide despite these things? What are you going to do despite these things? Right? So this is most likely, I could see this being most likely related to Chizuru's rental job. I could totally see that being the case. It's related to Chizuru's rental job. And if that's the case, then it could not be related to her job, right? But it being possibly related to her rental job makes a lot of sense. For a very simple reason. This is going to be that challenge to the characters. What are you going to do? Did Chizuru realize how hurt he was because of her? Dude, Chizuru has done plenty to atone. If you're really coming back to that, then I'm sorry. You're stuck in the past. Chizuru has done plenty to atone the entire month. And she has shown him she's not dangerous, and she has made him comfortable. So, honestly, that's just a stupid fucking argument, because let's add another layer to that. Has Kazuya shown her how hurt he is? Has he ever expressed that at all? Gee, it's almost like that question Kazuya asked actually reflects himself. It just makes me think maybe she changed her mind again. If she's made up her mind, could she at least send me a message? Gee, Kazuya, what about you? How come Kazuya never tells her what he's thinking? Never seems to happen. The premise of your question is flawed for the simple reason that Kazuya does it too, if not worse. Kazuya doesn't tell her how he feels, how he's hurt. I think Kazuya got a hint that he's hurting Chizuru when Minnie said Chizuru was cooking when she was waiting. Yeah, I think so too. This is seriously your chance. Just think of it as giving her a little nudge. And he closes his eyes and runs away. Fucking coward. Almost everyone on Discord is expecting the acting job, Mami and Ruka, to be addressed before the kiss. I don't like that. I think that is dumb too. Yeah, I think that's dumb. I don't like that. What's next week's teaser? I heard it's something like Dreams Come True, so it may indicate Chizuru finally got casted for a movie. I don't think it's a call from Diamond, but from Frisia. Ooh. Here, I'll show it to you. Dreams do come true. Ooh, yeah. She finally got to star in a role. There it is. How ironic. Kazuya was supposed to be her dream, and here she is getting her dream come true. The reason for the regression isn't the ghosting. The reason for Kazuya's regression as a character is not the ghosting. It started before that. It starts from his own insecurities and traumas. It all stems from that. And those insecurities and traumas stem from Mami. No. I've already pointed out how the ghosting could have easily been resolved by Kazuya's own actions. He could have gone and knocked. He could have texted her something other than that stupid coupon text. He could have done anything other than rely on rental. People don't seem to want to address that. Again. You're conveniently changing certain beats of the plot to suit your own narrative and not looking at it with the complete picture. Kazuya could have done a lot during the ghosting incident. He chose not to. And the story's literally challenging you to look at that. He tells Minnie he texted Chizuru. He texted her once. He tells he supposedly knocked on her door, but from Kazuya's POV, she wasn't there. He didn't say anything else about his feelings or anything. Chizuru's the one who had to move, because Kazuya wasn't willing to move. He pretended like he was, but he wasn't really fully ready to go the distance. There's a lot of subtleties and all that happen. The character's reasoning about to expose all the nuance and the nature of people want to ease in fast resolution. Yeah. If that's the case, I think it will be Kazuya rather than Chizuru who will push her to pursue her dream and not Chizuru herself. I meant Kazuya. Next time, the day one's wishes are fulfilled. Really? It could be a double. It could be a double. It could be a double. It could be Chizuru's dreams coming true and Kazuya calls her. Maybe Chizuru wants to share that with him. It could be something just completely positive. It could be just something that's completely positive instead of negative. We'll see. It could be a misdirect. This could be a complete misdirect. It's important to not jump the gun. This could be a complete misdirect. Yeah, it sounds like this person's going to be related to her stage job. Yeah, and if you think about it, in chapter 380, in 289, Umi does mention Frisia, her manager from Frisia. So it's most likely from Frisia too here. That just kind of seems to align. So it sounds like she finally caught a break, and she could quit rental maybe. Okay, so this first page reads, "The sense of deja vu. Isn't that from the walk back home from that night? But aren't we in Kazuya's house now?" Yeah, it's pointing it out. It's literally calling it the fuck out. What the hell is happening? This is stupid. And they turned off the lights just to reenact, hey, look, it's nighttime. I just hope the movie is irrelevant to Umi in any way. Maybe he's the one who did it. Maybe Umi's the one who got her this gig. Based on the surprised look on her face, she got a call. Must have been in the works. Could be. Yeah, it might have been something that was going on. Oh, wait. You're right. It is something that has been in the works. Here. What panel are you talking about? I just hope the movie is irrelevant to me. I just saw panels. What the fuck is that? Lol, I'm confused. What are you referring to? Here. So there are some informations that can inform this chapter. So throughout the cohabitation, we've actually seen glimpses of Chizuru getting calls that she had to take. We actually saw glimpses of Chizuru getting calls that she had to take in a few different scenes. Oh, it's starting to line up. Okay, so let's go first. Let's go to the date. There's a scene in the date where Chizuru gets a call, and I don't think people remember this. She either got a call or something was going on. Yep, there it is. This is chapter 376. Notice how Reiji intentionally shows Chizuru with her hand on her phone. Like there was something else going on in the background. Okay. When Kazuya, Minnie, and Chizuru all go out shopping, there was another incident like this. And yet again, it was also that trip was also a reference to Umi, interestingly enough. So this is chapter 277. They go out shopping, and Chizuru gets a call. Right here, Chizuru gets a call, and she's talking to someone on the phone. It's a business call of some sorts. Right here. Sorry, there was a message from work. Isn't that interesting? So we've already been getting signs. Chizuru's been getting calls from work. There's something going on. The translations are ready. Okay, just give me a sec. I'll read them. I think we may confront the situation that Umi meets Kazuya in the future, telling him Kazuya is a hindrance for a career, claiming him to distance himself from her. I'm just feeling it. It makes sense. It makes sense. I could totally see that, and Kazuya has to face that head on and just accept it, and stop being afraid, because Chizuru wants him around, and if Kazuya is genuinely just gonna keep being like this, like he's just going to lose her, and he needs to start facing this. Like, stop being afraid of not being with her, dude, just because you're gonna get in the way or something. Stop that. You need to get that stupid thought out of your head. She kissed you. She wants to be with you. These thoughts have to end. It has to stop. Oh, wow. They're enacting a sketch. Listen to this. The sketch, Return Back from Home, is also the beginning, question mark. They're acting out a play. They're literally acting out a play. Chizuru is getting offered some sort of job in regards to some sort of play. Like she's gonna literally play a role in a film. They're playing roles. They're literally playing roles. At the okay. Oh, so there's more to this thing down here. This reads, at the time, I was unsure whether to contact him. I got a call from the manager. Next time, the day of reward. Next chapter isn't the day dreams come true, it's the day of reward. All your hard efforts are rewarded. The same word for sketch is this. Farce, charade. Damn. Yeah, Kazuya and Minnie are putting on a farce, a charade. And didn't at some point Reiji say he wanted to go to America? This could be the way. Placing my bets, Chizuru will need to travel to somewhere far. Oh, Chizuru has to leave. Literally has to leave. She can't keep waiting forever, and he wasted his time, and she has to leave. The fateful day might have to do with Chizuru's acting. Jesus Christ. Oh, anxiety is building the fuck up. She said in her walk home that unrewarded efforts on the walk home. Yeah. Dude, Kazuya has to make a fucking move. Insert 80s airport love confession trope. Yeah. That makes sense. I mean, she left on a train when they met on the walk. Wouldn't it make sense for Kazuya to go to her now? Yeah. It's intentionally building a whole lot of anxiety, and it's challenging Kazuya to start fucking moving. He's wasting time. I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually really disappointed in Kazuya. I'm actually really disappointed in him. It's not even a writing thing. Reiji did this perfectly. This is completely in Kazuya's character, and I'm genuinely disappointed. They'll never be together. Haha, cool and sad. No, they'll be together. But the question is, what is together for them? This actually makes sense too. If you remember that exact scene that I just pulled up here, literally the entire thing is literally them being separated but being together. The entire arc is fundamentally structured around them being separated but being together. First, Kazuya leaves, and Chizuru trusts him as he leaves. Now, Kazuya needs to show he trusts her when she leaves. He needs to be there for her when she's leaving, just as she was there for him when he was leaving. It's literally reversing the events. It's starting to click. It's starting to click. Chizuru is gonna have to go do something. Probably, maybe. We don't know. And Kazuya is gonna have to be there when she does it, and he has to trust her. He has to have faith in her. This is literally this arc is literally challenging Kazuya's faith. This is what this is doing. This is what this is doing. It's challenging Kazuya's faith in his partner. She has complete faith in him when he leaves. The entire point of when Kazuya leaves, she kisses him. He has complete faith in her, or she has complete faith in him. He needs to start having faith in her. He needs to start being afraid. And I can see Kazuya confronting and dealing with the mommy thing and the Ruka thing and all that stuff in the background as Chizuru is on her trip. Kazuya literally having to take some sort of leader position while Chizuru is away. And that seemingly makes a lot of sense. We'll see, man. I don't know, but it seems like the whole idea is to be separated, but the illusion of separation. To me, this entire arc seems to delve around that idea of the illusion of separation and how they need to choose to be together consistently and actively and to challenge their viewpoint and what they want to do. No, nobody has to give up on anything. The challenge here is to not give up on things, on anything. Together, dating, but separate, not seeing each other could be good. Yeah, literally, it's a challenge to their stances as characters. And what I could see Reiji doing is doing like a dual narrative, whereas most of this arc was them literally living together and literally constantly with each other. Now they have to live separately. And in living separately, they have to start rebuilding themselves while being together. In a sense, you're getting a separation arc, but they're literally dating in the separation arc. Isn't that an interesting idea? They're literally separated, they're dating, and they have to deal with all these conflicts in their own separate worlds. Isn't that a fascinating approach to do? I think that's what Reiji is seemingly setting up here. Is the characters seemingly dealing with these conflicts in their own separate worlds, but they're together. And they can help each other by contacting and being there for the other person. So yeah, it seems like to me, they're gonna get together at the very last minute, and I could totally see that happening. Kazuya pulls a last minute move, um, and then literally they're both dealing with their own separate things. Kazuya has had a lot of conflicts set up for him. It'd be interesting to have Kazuya dealing with mommy and dealing with Ruka and dealing with his family situations on his own, not with Chizuru. Literally on his own, he has to deal with this shit on his own. And then I can see Kazuya going to Chizuru at a later part of this to help her through her acting stuff once he's kind of gotten some of his shit together. Kazuya really does kind of need to get his shit together. That's something I can kind of agree on. I could be wrong. Don't get me wrong. I could be completely wrong. This is just a vision I had. But it seems like Chizuru is going to get offered some sort of position, and that will be the conflict of how they deal with their relationship in relation to that position. Granted, Chizuru also seemingly has a play, but I don't know. I'm just not going to think about too much of this, but I do think a big part of this story is literally having to deal with these conflicts of like work is going to get in the way. It's not going to just disappear. And your dream is not going to just disappear, but the people around you make it worth it. Yeah, Kazuya just needs to get out and talk to her. Everything else will follow suit, pretty much. But literally, this chapter shows you how he missed that opportunity, and someone else instead talked to her. Or maybe she's so in love it's hard to choose, so they need to sort it out. Yeah, that'd be great, actually. There's no. The idea is this. They have infinite time because they make time for each other. However, Kazuya keeps wasting his time. It's not happening because of any time constraints. Rather, Kazuya is wasting his time and the world is not waiting. The world keeps moving. It's not going to keep waiting. You can make time for the other person. Chizuru got told she has infinite time with Kazuya, essentially. The problem is now Kazuya is wasting his time. Like, that's the issue. Kazuya is wasting his time. He's not talking to her, and that time is being taken up by other people. That's the issue. Do you see what I'm talking about? It's not because of time constraints or because of a job offer. Rather, it's the time you make. It's what you do with your time. You need to get your shit together and use your time wisely. And Kazuya isn't. He's instead acting out a farce, a charade with Minnie. Literally, he's just acting out a stupid thing with Minnie, talking to Minnie, not talking to her. He could have done all of this with Chizuru. He could have sorted all this shit out with Chizuru. Instead, he's fucking talking to Minnie. Why are you here? Kazuya just confesses but doesn't say why when asked. Come on, dude. You need more than just trust me, bro. You gotta fight. Yeah. You're not wrong. I kind of agree with that. I've also said this. When Chizuru asks him, why can you say you love me? His answer pretty much devolves to just, I have no doubts about my feelings. It's like, I know, but explain. Ooh, Kazuya would tell her to go for it, but Chizuru wants to refuse, and she pulls the ticket out and tells him, what do you actually say? Oh, that's a good one. This might be when the ticket comes into play. Tell me what you actually want. Yes, I like that. That's a good one. The anything you want ticket. I like that. That's a good one. That's a good way to use the ticket. Tell me what you actually fucking want, jackass. Yeah, now that I think about it, I think now, yeah, yeah, she's not gonna leave. She's not gonna leave. Okay, never mind. Taking it back. She's not gonna leave. Do you want to know why? Do you want to know why I'm so certain she's probably not gonna leave? Kazuya's birthday is in a week or 2 weeks. She's not leaving. I kind of doubt it. She's not gonna leave. Kazuya's birthday is literally in 2 weeks. She's not leaving. Okay, we're good. We're good. We can avoid that arc entirely. Sweet. Whoo! 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 Actually, I mentioned the resemblance with Chizuru and Kaguya. The anything I want ticket could be Chizuru saying, I want you to come with me to America, just like Miyuki said that to Kaguya. I guess. Maybe it's temporarily moving. Regardless, Kazuya's birthday is literally almost here. Coming to the crack shot theories and actually making sense. Yeah, it's I understand. It's very hard to predict. It's very very hard to predict. And I almost I don't know where to go with this. I kind of want to see them together more. Um, and I think any direction Reiji would take would be interesting. I really want them to be together, and it seems like both are ready to be together right now, but they just really got to face this shit head on. And Reiji is showing Kazuya seemingly wasting time. Yeah, this is getting my hopes up, just as his hopes are getting raised. Chizuru gets a call that rewards her efforts. God, I love that she really wants to text him. Can you talk? I love how it's can you talk? Crumpy. Crumpy. Right here. What does Chizuru write? What does Chizuru say here? Is it can you talk or can we talk? Because isn't it interesting that yeah, it's can you talk? Can you talk? She wants him to say something. Bro. Yeah, this is the kind of chapter that leaves you anxious to want to know more. And it's like, bro. 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 Oh, wait. Yeah, can you say something, dude? Please? Right? Why do I feel like the kiss has a secret other meaning? Like she knows about the job and is gonna leave and kiss Kazuya because it would be the last chance, so she has something to hold on to till she returns. Ooh, 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 ooh. That's oof, oof, oof. Let's take it easy now. That one hits. That one hurts a little. That one hurts a little. But again, all the string along thing, the job stuff and the rejection. Fuck. Oh, it's clicking. And that's why she asks about cheating and like oh, it's all clicking. She had all this other stuff going on in the background and he didn't know shit. Oh man, okay. It's starting to somewhat click. Yeah, it's kind of lining up now. It's kind of lining up now. We constantly saw Chizuru on her phone. She always had calls from work. She always had that other stuff. She was worried about how Kazuya would feel in relation to her acting. Oh, what if the thing to the bank is really to borrow so she go abroad? Oh, yeah. Oh, that makes a lot of sense now. Oh, that makes a whole lot of sense now. Oh man. Oh, it's all clicking. Oh, it's all clicking together. The direct translation will be more like, can we talk now? She didn't use we or you in the sentence. I would translate it more to, can you talk now? Yeah, I get it. Okay, 2 years sounds a little too long. I don't think she'd actually be gone for 2 years. It's probably like a month or two, but it's still a while, you know. But that suddenly explains a lot. That suddenly explains a whole lot. Like Chizuru is gonna probably quit rental, but she has an abroad job, or she gotta travel, and then you could see. Oh man, that's gonna be weird, dude. What is Reiji cooking? What is Reiji cooking? Don't put Umi in the same job. Ah, jeez, that would be. Damn, Reiji's really just. The pieces were all there. The broad theory is solid. The pieces are kind of there, but it would be cool if Kazuya comes with. I don't know. It feels like this is like a challenge to Kazuya to make a choice. This all feels like a big challenge to Kazuya to make a choice. I'm not dooming. I'm not dooming. I just genuinely think Reiji is setting up for some serious conflict that's very mature and adult. Very mature and adult. That Chizuru has been living her life this entire time and Kazuya hasn't, and he needs to start to make a choice to live. This is what this is doing to me. This is the conflict Reiji is intentionally setting up. Kazuya needs to start. Yeah, I really don't expect the kiss to not be addressed at all before the separation, but I'm starting to feel a separation. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It'd be cool if Kazuya goes with her. It just feels like, damn, that explains the theme of the ocean. The thing that divides and connects. Damn. Maybe they'll turn into a couple but have this big test up front. Yeah, I could see that. The anything I want ticket theory and Kaze coming is my bed for the sequel, just like Kaguya-sama. Okay, there's too much dooming in chat. You guys kind of need to chill the fuck out. There's too much dooming in chat. I'm not really. Okay, I'm okay with her leaving but causing. Literally, it seems that Reiji's setting up for this to be addressed. More 400 chapters of rag guaranteed. The ocean was there the whole time because that's what'll be separating them from now. She goes to shoot in Hawaii and Kazuya gets an aquarium internship in Hawaii. That would be really funny. Oh, Hawaii, how fitting. It would be fitting if it was Hawaii. Maybe it would be New York or something. Remember what the last conversation they had before she rejected him? Can you elaborate? There's a lot of those. Can you elaborate? What are you referring to? About job planning, about Kazuya was the only thinking about the date. Chizuru's like, you need to think about all things. Yeah, I was mentioning, I literally mentioned this exact thing. I was literally talking about this too. Yeah, it's in chapter 375. What do Japanese actors do in New York? I don't know. They're filming some sort of movie. I just took a guess. I don't even know if it would be New York. Los Angeles makes more sense. And goddamn, L.A. Yikes. Hollywood. Ay, 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 ay. Oh, man. Hollywood. Oh, jeez. That shit fest. Oh, man. Hollywood. Oh, jeez. That nightmare fuel. Yeah, what? I've read it a few times on stream. I like people who properly think things through. It's not like I'm against it or anything. Not everything goes according to plan in life, but that doesn't mean it's okay to not have one, right? That's why if we're together, I'd like to know what you'll be doing in 3 or 5 years. Will you be moving for work? How much time will you have off? What kind of company will you work in? What makes you stressed? How can I support you? How often can we see each other? What kind of life will we have? I would be your girlfriend, right? Oh boy. Yeah. Okay. It's all starting to click. It's all kind of starting to click. Damn. It really is starting to click. The big moment is definitely going to be Kazuya's birthday. Kazuya says that that's life to Chizuru after rejection twice. Listen to the song That's Life by Friction. Okay, we're kind of fishing a little. We have no way of knowing. We're just kind of fishing a little here. There's no necessarily a Reishi reference that particular song. Maybe Chizuru won't leave. I could see Chizuru not leaving right away. I could see. Here's my prediction. Here's my prediction for this. I doubt this will be like something that's gonna happen right away. I doubt this will be something that's gonna happen right away. This is gonna be like something that's gonna happen a little over time. And this is going to be something that's going to be in the background that they're going to have to address. So this isn't going to happen right away. And they have a little time before she leaves. I could totally see that being the thing. So, after they get together, there's going to be like a little time for them to kind of enjoy time with each other. And then there's going to be like Chizuru needing to leave or something. Leaves at chapter 400. Could be. Could be. That makes sense too. Chizuru, yes, we know Chizuru should be open, but a part of being open is Kazuya creating a safe space for her to be open. Chizuru doesn't want to burden him. Kazuya's there's only one play here. Just throw everything away and say, I'm coming with you. You may lose all money, but at least you have love. That's kind of, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I wonder if Kazuya ends up as a producer as his next goal in life. It'd help her in her acting dream. But that's the thing too. Like, actually, wait. Let's backtrack a second. Chizuru still has college, and college isn't done. She needs to finish college. So how would that play out? You know, there's still like a lot of stuff to discuss in terms of Chizuru. Cause cool, she got a big role. She got a big break. What about college? She still needs to go through college. That's something her grandpa literally told her. Like, you still need to go through college. You might catch a break, but that's not like how it works. So Chizuru would still need to finish college before any move happens, before anything like that happens. So we don't know what the deal is with this. Yeah. Oh wow! Right as I said that, Verka says it. Right as I said that, Verka says it. That's so funny. Yeah. No. So I literally just kind of clicked for me right now, like because Reishi talks about graduation and job hunting, right? So even if they ironed out something for her, that doesn't actually make a whole lot of sense. No, something's not adding up. Something is not adding up. There's still going to be an arc for job hunting. There's still going to be an arc for graduation. No, there's still time. Something's not right. No. Let's try not to jump to too many conclusions. Other stuff is not adding up. There are things that are not adding up. She can pause the college study. That's a risky maneuver. She could, but that's a risky maneuver. I mean, to be fair, Chizuru does initiate conversations, but imagine telling Kazuya, I'm gonna leave before they got together. You know, that could scare him off. A big thing Chizuru's worried about, in terms of their relationship is scaring Kazuya off. She really does not want to scare him. Right? She tries to ease tensions constantly. Like literally constantly, Chizuru's actively trying to ease tensions and trying to ease his worries and what he's feeling and what he's thinking. So that's kind of a big thing that I think is going on with Chizuru's character, is that she just really didn't want to scare Kazuya. She's worried she's asking too much. A big thing that she says is that she's worried she's asking too much. Another option is Kazuya gets an internship for a movie studio using his experience as an independent movie producing, and turns out to be it is Chizuru's movie studio, so they can't be separated. Yeah, fate brings them together. That could be cute. Japanese colleges are pretty lenient for artists and athletes, so they just let them graduate even without taking classes. Instead, those colleges can use them to promote the college. I can see that. But I don't know. I don't know. We don't know enough. We don't know enough. If the shoot is only for 3 weeks, it's doable. True. We don't know how long shoots tend to take for films, but then if it's like a movie or something, she would need to like do advertisement and shit like that. Oh yeah, it seems like rental's kind of over. It just kind of genuinely feels like rental's kind of over. Oh, this makes sense too. It's almost summer. It's almost summer. What did they do during summer? They produced a film. It's adding up. Oh, it's adding up. Because summer break, literally the perfect amount. She spends the summer filming. Yeah, last summer, the characters made a film. This summer, Chizuru gets a bigger film role. Akin to that. Summer break, yeah. That's kind of starting to make sense. It's starting to kind of click. So this could be what this is about. Yep. It's all starting to click. Yep, it's the movie arc in reverse. We still have some time. Japanese colleges go into summer vacation around July 20th. Makes sense. The phone call may pertain to the rental job. Maybe she wants to the bank to get a loan to buy herself out of the contract. I don't know. I don't think there's a contract. I think you can just kind of quit. Summer break is still about 2 months away, I think. Makes sense. Dude, we have so little to operate with, but some stuff is starting to kind of click. The phone call was from her manager, so it didn't have anything to do with rental. She wouldn't. So it would be Frisia. Like we already assumed it's Frisia. It's not rental. It's not like summer break starts in June to the end of May, like the U.S. Yeah, this isn't Ruka. This isn't Ruka. I literally just quit with no feedback. Yeah. Ruka, unfortunately, can just quit because she's a high schooler and she gets to get away with that shit. Fate kicks in. Producer drops out. The chooser for recommendation. She suggests Kazuya. That'd be funny. That would be funny. Guess what next chapter day is? Ruka's birthday. Another wrench. Dude. Dude. Overall, I really like this chapter. Minnie and Kazuya thinking about Chizuru's motives and reasons. Yeah, the chapter is giving you a lot of explanations as to what Chizuru is thinking. Yeah. And Minnie kind of said it best. That was Chizuru Ichinose naked with nothing to hide. But there's a lot going on with this chapter. Like them reenacting this farce. Yeah, so it being called the fateful day is really important. Something's massive is going to change. Like you don't call it the fateful day and not have anything change. That's kind of like it's already a sign, you know. You don't just say fateful day and nothing changes. Whoop-de-doo. So, yeah. Scrolling through Twitter, see if there's anything there. I don't like showing Twitter because sometimes there's horny shit just for no reason whatsoever. Yeah, it really feels like, to me, what Reiji's setting up is for the characters to deal with the adult world together. Like, literally, the characters are really gonna the characters are really gonna step into the adult world now, like completely. And it feels like the idea is for them to deal with it together and to not lose who they are together, right? It feels like the idea is to seemingly transcend these elements to truly become like the truest part of themselves. Also, Minnie's shirt says "No place like Tokyo." Interesting. Sorry, I was just I'm getting very nervous, very, very nervous. I think it's best to just take it easy, not to freak out too much. It doesn't feel like we're getting any sort of ending anytime soon. If anything, it seems like a big new arc. It really feels like a big new arc. It doesn't feel like an ending. I don't think we're getting towards an ending. I feel like we're transitioning into a big new arc. The box represents Chizuru's shell. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. It represents Kazuya's. It just looks like Chizuru's shell. Minnie is pretending to be Chizuru, like she understands when she doesn't. She's literally acts out Chizuru's role She pretends to be her. She literally cries like her. And she sits in Chizuru's box to try and understand her better. I think it's just easy to take it easy. Don't freak out, right? That's not this. We should not be freaking out. I think that's what Reiji's setting up. The chapter is comedic by design, but it's also challenging the element of time. I understand the details now. You've definitely won. So this was the teaser. This was the teaser from last chapter. You've definitely won. It was Minnie's words straight up. Again, she's drinking this drink here, 296. Is there something in 296? I mean, again, actually, wait. Let's go back to 296 because there is symbolism there in relation to this. Because how does chapter 296? So let's look at it real quick. Had this. And you go through all this. I wouldn't really call them skills. She says, no, they're skills. I'd like to come again, can I? Of course you can. What do you mean? They're just kids being kids, right? I had a great time. Let me know the next time you go. She even said that she had a great time despite being dragged into all that. So, love you, Chizuru-chan. What am I so nervous about? Whatever it is Mizuhara decides to do, are my feelings for her ever going to change? Whatever she decides to do, are my feelings for her going to change? No, they won't. I said I'd wait 10 or even 20 years. That's how much I love her. My feelings won't change that easily. Oh boy. Like Umi-kun said, her living with me is a risk in of itself, but her going out with me today is proof that she's following through with her research. What good am I if I can't even have faith in the person that I love? Reiji keeps showing us 296, and in 296, it's about having faith in your partner and your feelings not changing, no matter what she decides to do. I trust you. Maybe I only felt calm because I saw her in that apron, because when she wears the apron, it's like she's married to him. But on that day, I took another step into adulthood. Okay, what are you guys talking about with Chizuru's dad? Why is that suddenly coming up? Reiji said that years ago. Years ago. And he wasn't even sure. He literally wasn't even sure. Like, where are people getting this shit from? Like, is there something I'm missing? Like, I'm hearing people say all sorts of crap that Reiji is seemingly saying, but I never see him say that anywhere. So I'm curious where people are getting this information. And then right after people post this kind of stuff, they delete it. I've seen this twice now. I've seen this literally twice now. I've seen people say like Reiji is doing this thing, and then I ask for a source and they delete it. So I need you guys to like verify your sources before you go and say Reiji's saying this, Reiji's saying that. Reiji brought up Chizuru's dad once on a Fanbox stream and then never again because he didn't know he didn't even know if he was going to use him or not. So I'm not even sure that's something that's going to be like relevant to this. Reiji isn't really wrestling with it. Reiji already knows how he wants them to be together. But literally, this chapter highlights my point perfectly. That literally, it's literally them having faith and trust in each other. And trust in their own feelings. And Kazuya's following her path that she's going to seemingly walk right after seemingly interacting with Umi. So it does feel like there's a chance. Yes, I know Ski Dash posted that. However, Reiji never said anything more than he's considered it. But he doesn't know if he's going to even do it, and that was years ago. More and more like it sounds like she's leaving for a while and he decides to propose. He has the ring! He has the ring! Right? I could see her leaving, and he has the ring, and he proposes. I could see them getting some time together before she leaves. I could definitely see them getting some time together before she leaves. Especially considering all their problems are not resolved. So it's not when they get together, but how they get together. That's kind of always been in that. I don't know. It's literally about just choosing to be together regardless of whatever the fuck is happening. Did Reiji show us the ring in this chapter? I don't think he did. No, he never did. Oh yeah, the cost Minnie says here, it's a joke because so Minnie says, so Kazuya says, I could fill your boobs a little. That'll cost you 570 yen or 5,700 yen. That's how much Chizuru's fee is. So that's why she says that. No, we're saying there's a chance Chizuru got a role, and that's why she might be leaving somewhere. But, you know, Kazuya decides to marry her before she leaves, which makes a lot of sense. Yes, we know we saw the wedding ring in chapter 296. Yes, I'm aware. That is a relevant factor. Yes, I'm aware. That's also a relevant factor. Yes. It's not the wedding ring. This is the ring Chizuru got her. And she's literally thinking about marriage herself and Kazuya being the dad. Yes, I'm aware. I know. Yes, that's another factor to this. Yeah, it does sound like Chizuru might go abroad or something. And Kazuya has to make his choice sooner rather than later. Right? But Reiji is slowly starting to reveal what's always been there the entire time, and we just weren't paying attention. And I could see Kazuya, like when he talks to Chizuru and finds out about this, it clicking for him. Oh, this, that, right? And then he chooses to marry her anyway. Okay. Did we really need to act it out? After that, the sorry and the no incident happened, right? What do you mean the when want to do the moment in Odaiba too? Maybe she was crying that much. Don't call it an incident. It's embarrassing. Oh yeah, Minnie was crying here. But Chizuru wasn't. We never actually see Chizuru cry. See, that also reflects how Minnie's understanding of Chizuru is warped, because she's crying in front of Kazuya, but Chizuru was not crying in front of Kazuya. She hid it. So Minnie actually, even now, doesn't understand Chizuru, and it shows. Don't call it an incident. Basically, Chizuru-san rejected you in Odaiba. No matter her reasons, she could have ended everything right then and there, but she still kissed you at the very last moment. Until then, she was so careful not to string you along. That means everything. Right? So you see him getting hopeful. Both of their eyes are open, but Minnie is sitting in a box. So she only has a limited POV from her little tiny box. Yeah, it sounds like Kazuya getting his own place was very kind of important. It sounds like Kazuya getting his own place was kind of important because of that responsibility that, like, if she's going to leave, he can't just stay in her place, right? If she's not going to be there, he can't just stay in her place. So suddenly that makes a lot of sense why she never tells him to stay, even though she wanted him to come back. Damn. Even literally, Chizuru is actively putting responsibility first, and people were not seeing it. All the signs are there, and people were not seeing how responsible Chizuru was actually being. Dude, that's crazy. Literally, Chizuru was being so fucking responsible the whole goddamn time, and people thought she was just like being irresponsible. Jesus. Yeah, suddenly it all makes sense. You kept getting signs. Everything was there. What if Kazuya pulls off the helicopter proposal? Bro. That'd be so funny. That'd be so funny. I don't like the idea of forcing Kazuya to come with her with a ticket. I don't think she would. I think the ticket should be used to tell Kazuya, like, to say what he actually wants. He needs to decide himself, although what he's going to do is career-wise of a foreign country. Yeah, that I don't think Kazuya will go. It doesn't feel like it. And we don't even know. Remember, this is all assumptions. This is all assumptions. The only thing we're operating just based on the fact that Chizuru might get a job. That's the only thing we got. We're operating based on the assumption that Chizuru might get a job. So we have no way of knowing that this is completely like assumption based. Like all of this is just theory crafting, just based on what could happen. But some of the pieces are lining up. We've been getting clues of this. Some of the pieces are lining up. But she still kissed you at the very last moment. Until then, she was so careful not to string you along. Kazuya looks hopeful. Notice how Kazuya's look here is pretty similar to Chizuru's. She's totally... Okay. Judging by her face and tone, she clearly felt guilty about making you wait. Going by what you say. Right? Going by what you say. Chizuru-san isn't the type of person to sit back and rest easy while feeling that kind of guilt. She made up her mind. The fact that she hid it from me is proof that she feels bad about it. Gulp, gulp, gulp. He's sipping the mini juice. Notice how he's literally drinking the mini juice. The same exact thing the same exact thing Minnie's drinking, he's drinking. She's totally right. That kiss really means a lot. But would she really change her mind in just one night? What kind of thought process is that? It's almost like she had to. Maybe the time running out wasn't just Kazuya leaving. They say a woman's heart changes like the seasons, but it really just means that she's an unaware attention seeker, says Minnie. Sometimes girls are just like that. Maybe they realize how important you are after leaving, or maybe they wait to hear you say that you still love them. But notice how she has her eyes closed when she says this. Most of this is Minnie with her eyes open and aware, but whenever Kazuya asks stupid questions like this, Minnie can't give him answers because she doesn't know. My friend gets into an argument twice a week just to make up with him again at this point. Twice a week. Her boyfriend. That's really true. Okay. Anyway, try sending her a line message right now while you've got the courage, huh? Right now? But what do I say? Smack the iron while it's still spicy. At least say the phrase right. Right, so even Minnie is drunk even though she doesn't look it. It doesn't matter what you say. Can you talk right now? Or even what was that kiss for is fine. Really? That'll be the first contact since the kiss. But the longer I wait, the harder it'll be. The longer I wait, the harder it'll be. Right? So before, notice how in the 3-month time skip, even though they were apart for 3 months, nothing between them changed for the most part. Their lives around them moved, but they didn't move. And they got lucky that nothing seemingly changed. Because right after they met up, there was an earthquake and they lost their homes. Right? They avoided a catastrophic ending. Now, time is moving and it's not waiting. And things are changing very, very quickly. And they have to make a choice. They can't just sit around anymore. That, to me, is what Reiji's highlighting. That, like, okay, you got lucky before. You had some luck. You had some help. Now you got to make a fucking choice. Okay. Isn't this applying a little too much pressure? Doesn't it come off kind of scary? You can just add an emoji or something if it bothers you. Right? Shut up about pressure, dude. Get over it. So besides, Chizuru's-san was cooking while I was waiting. She was cooking, bro. She was cooking. I love that. She was cooking, bro. Cooking, huh? She's prepared to answer for the kiss without running or hiding. That's what it looked like to me. I just didn't know about it at the time. This is seriously your chance. Just think of it as giving her a little nudge. Sorry for the sudden message. I want to ask about what happened before the taxi. In the taxi, do you have time to talk? Ugh, but it's already 10 o'clock. Mizuhara sets her alarm to go to bed at 10:30. I don't want to be a bother. He chickened out. Tisk. Well, okay, so now Minnie closes her eyes again. Well, right, you're right that it'll be a serious conversation. and you have a girl in your room. If you decide to meet up or talk on the phone, you also need to be able to articulate your words. For sure. For sure. What the fuck? Wait, is there something supposed to be here? Nope. There's nothing there. Oh boy, chat's popping off again. Kazuya's question is not stupid. It is a valid question, and many could not answer it. His next question, why Chizuru didn't explicitly say "I love you," is also not without merit. Yeah, no, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying he's asking the wrong person. I'm saying this question here is he's asking it to the wrong person, and Minnie can't give him an answer. Hence, why she closes her eyes. That's what I said. The question is stupid because of who's being asked to. It's a stupid question because he asked Minnie instead of who he should have been asking. She's prepared to answer for the kid. Right, so we're already getting context as to why things are playing out like they are. We're already getting context. Like, oh, this is why Chizuru isn't being clear. This is why Chizuru is hesitating. This is why this is happening. You're getting a whole lot of clues, and it's a lot more, like, adult than you realize. And I think that's kind of important. He closes his phone and leans. I love this look on his face. Actually, why doesn't she send me anything herself? Huh? If she's made up her mind, couldn't she at least send me a message? It just makes me think maybe she's changed her mind again. Or have you considered she's trying to send you a message and she couldn't? See, this is why the questions are flawed, because he's not looking at it from her POV. He's just thinking, like, literally he's thinking with a phone that's closed. He's thinking with a phone that's closed. He has a cracked perspective. Literally, Kazuya has a cracked perspective. His viewpoint is cracked. He's looking at a broken screen. He can't see things clearly. So literally, when he says this, what if she changed her mind again? What if she's trying to text you and you're the one not texting? I mean, why is a kiss her answer? Could she make it any harder to understand? She should just say that she loves me too. Maybe there was more to the kiss than just "I love you." Maybe she couldn't articulate it with simply "I love you." I know the taxi was about to leave, but she could have at least told me that, right? It was probably a decision she arrived at after agonizing over it. If you look at it in another way, she could be trying to buy more time precisely because it's important to her. Trying to buy more time because it's important to her. And Minnie's eyes are open here. She's not lying. She's sitting in a box because she doesn't understand everything, but Minnie's correct here. She's trying to buy more time precisely because it's so important to her. But then time is seemingly also running out. Also, I'm super happy about this. Maybe "I love you" is not what she tried to say. True. Maybe "I love you" wasn't what she was saying. Yeah, Kazuya can already see that Minnie's explanations can't be the full picture. There's something else going on. There's definitely something else going on. I think Chizuru wants to be in a relationship with Kazuya, but "I love you" doesn't fully articulate it. So the kiss says everything. Because she has a lot more feelings than simply "I love you." And Chizuru even says that. She has a lot more feelings than simply "I love you." And she never specifically refers to rental when talking about her job. That's why when she says "considering my job" and everything that's going on, yeah, the theory that she might be leaving is actually all adding up. Yeah. Oh, that actually aligns with a whole lot of stuff. Yeah, it's starting to kind of click. There's a very real chance Chizuru's going to go abroad. Especially when you see, like, suddenly, this one makes a lot of sense. Whenever I was with him, it felt like I was inside a story. Which implies she's not with him at the moment. Maybe she's saying this when she's on the trip. Right? Kazuya may be leaving, but maybe she's the one who had to leave. Damn. Okay. So Minnie starts talking again. Notice how Minnie gets out of her box. Chizuru-san has always had her guard held up high, and yet she still kissed you for no reason. That means you broke through all her walls, master. In a way, it's exactly as Chizuru-san said. There were many reasons for the kiss at Hawaiian's, her rental girlfriend job, your grandma and you. And not that I was there though. So what if it wasn't just the rental girlfriend job? But her excuse as a pro won't work at all anymore. Chizuru-san knows that too. Even so, she decides to take a chance. She was unsure and confused, but she threw all of that to the side and dived in. I said this too. Chizuru did not find her answer. She just kind of tossed it all to the wayside and committed. That's I think Minnie's correct here. And I like that this is presented to you from an overhead view because it's supposed to be objective. Literally, you're seeing it from above, from literally above them, because you literally have an eagle point of view. That's the idea. At least that's what I think it is. So you're literally seeing an objective view of the situation and what's going on. That wasn't Chizuru Mizuhara. That was Chizuru Ichinose naked with nothing to hide. And she's right, because Chizuru literally says this. My name is Chizuru Ichinose. She literally says this. Don't say naked. That's how I'm wired. That's just, it's a plus that you were rejected too. No burn, no earn. Please use the right phrase. This is getting my hopes up. It's just a matter of time. It really is, master. It's just a matter of time. A matter of time. Minnie says it right there. It's just a matter of time. Damn. Waiting a week for this is going to be brutal. Also, naked and nothing to hide. In the episode that just aired in the anime, Chizuru literally loses her bra. And then she's literally naked, and Kazuya literally imagines this exact thing. And he saves her while she's vulnerable. So, yeah. Gra. You sound like a wolf. Just. Have you guys seen the meme where just. Damn, dude. She's so sad. What are you doing? Yes, hello, thank you. Have we ever seen this name anywhere, Omata-san? At any point, have we ever seen this name? Like, has this person ever shown up ever? Chapter 99. What? Excuse me? Load. Wow, that worked. No way. We have? Hundreds of chapters ago. Seriously? Is this them? It is. Oh, it is. Audition, the movie wouldn't bring. There's still a ways to get a release time. There's still no way. There's still. Uh. What it. One sec. I'll be right back. Okay. So she gets a message. Love Doki audition. There's no way it'll get released in time, but if I can only tell her that I got the role, if I can just tell her that dreams do come true, you failed to make it good, to make it good luck next time. This is the reverse. Oh, this is chapter 99, just before chapter 100, literally the beginning of Ichinose. Now it's the beginning of Chizuru, chapter 400s. Whoa. Whoa. This is lining up. Oh. And it was also in the birthday chapter that you translated. Let me find that. I do have it. So this is the birthday chapter Reiji drew. Frisia images sent. This is a request to appear in a love documentary. Please reply if you're interested. There he is, Emoto-san. Emota-san. There are the materials for the auditions. Thank you for your time. And she fails this audition. Damn. Okay, so now she's gonna win right? Kazuya won. Now she's gonna win. What's the real win? Oh wow. Oh wow. It's coming full circle, dude. It's coming it's crazy how this has all been there since chapter like 50. It's been there the entire time. So they both win, right? It should be both of them. They're supposed to both win, not just one or the other. I think the manager thing is a narrative timer. What do you mean? Godet and Kyoko were separated numerous times for months and it worked out in the end. I'm not saying it's not going to work out. I'm just saying, like, what is Reiji particular cooking here and how are the characters going to deal with it? They got to use their time. I'll try harder next time. What more could I do? Don't just smile and tell me, Grandpa. That. Oh, damn. Perhaps her getting a role will trigger a conversation. Well, we already said that it would. We already said that it would. It has nothing to do with rental. It's clearly for her job. How did you survive reading weekly chapters? This is killing me. Patience. You get used to it. You get over it in a little bit. You kind of just roll with the punches. Damn, she's 70? This is her at 70? Damn. When you come to the realization this is what's happening, you're meant to be deflated and disparaged. We're meant to feel this way. Oh, so it's you better than Kazuya. I don't know if it's meant to deflate you. It's meant to leave you confused and unsure. And you're meant to be scared, but you have to face that anyway. He's intentionally creating obstacles for the characters to face. The time is not the problem. Avoiding spoilers is. But time is also somewhat of a problem. Let's not get that twisted. Dude, what the fuck? The spoilers are chapter leaks. Wow. Trippy. This is, in fact, quite trippy. Is there anything interesting? Is there anything? Something massive is about to happen. I can't wait. Yeah, something is massive is about to happen. So we said that the teaser for next time is the day of reward. So Chizuru's dreams are gonna come true through the film, right? And that relates to the thing I was just showing you guys, where right here she literally says that dreams do come true. But Chizuru's who I think this raises an interesting question. I do think this raises a fascinating question. Who does Chizuru want to show this film to? She wants to show this film to Grandma Sayuri before. Who does she want to show it to now? She would want to show it to him. She would want him to see this film. So, and I think that's going to be kind of an interesting part, right? I think the way it makes you treasure each chapter, just my personal view. I agree. Spoilers are interesting as the final product always surprises me as spoilers are interesting as the final product always surprises me as spoilers give no context. The actual stuff gives nothing but context. I think you should have rewritten that sentence, but let's not worry about that. Chizuru might take a role in a movie with Umi, and the two could do a kissing scene or something like that, and that would be coincide with the airing of chapter 218 in the anime at this time. Jeez. Jeez. I kind of don't like that. That's a terrible theory. I kind of don't like that. I think it's gonna be different from that, personally speaking. I think when chapter 218 airs, it'll be like a. It's so this episode. Let's go to Crunchyroll real fast. Really, really. Having to do this crap every time. Jeez. Okay, give me I'll pull the camera back up in a second. I just had to check something here. Okay, back up and running. Now, okay. Should be good now. There we go. Huh. Is the new episode not released? What the hell? The new episode is not released. Why is it delayed? Every time. Every time you want to fucking do something, it just ends like that. So from what I saw, based on the anime, because I saw some things about it on Twitter, it seemingly ends. Um, it seemingly ends right here. From what I saw, I could be completely wrong. This is where I saw it end, and this seems like a decent spot to stop, considering everything they showed. So they adapted. Where'd they stop? They adapted 1, 2, 3, 4. So if we assume they adapt 4 chapters or 4 to 5 chapters every time, we can go with 1, 2, 3, 4, 202. Yep, 202 seems like a good place to stop. So that's 1 chapter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3. So this is episode 9, episode 10, episode 11. 1, 2, 3, 4. So episode 12. This would be like episode 12 from what I'm measuring. That or it'd be mommy's backstory. It would be mommy's backstory. So either this is episode 12 or that is. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Um 1, 2. So 218 might air at episode 13. 218 might air at episode 13, which would make some sense. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4. It's at least a month away. So episode 18 or episode 13, because we're in episode 8 right now. So 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So either yeah, I think we're like 5 months away from chapter 218. Not 5 months, 5 weeks. 5 weeks. We're 5 weeks away from chapter 218. So that would be chapter 390, 391, 392, 393, 394. So 394 is when chapter 218 should air. I should mention this Crunchyroll last week was mega fucked. No dubs were coming out, and there was a problem, and the Rascal show JP didn't come out. I think this is related. Oh, yeah, Crunchyroll's been like a total mess. People are like really upset. I might be exaggerating, but surely the chapter that will release alongside the airing of chapter 218 will be either very, very negative or very, very positive. It's possible for it to be in the middle. I think it'll have a contrast to chapter 218 by design. I think it's going to have a contrast because chapter 218 is about Kazuya feeling powerless. So what if they have sex? Just to straight up contrast that chapter, they just have sex. Chapter 394, they just have sex. 5 chapters from now, they could have sex. There you go. So there's that. Season 4 is 2 cores. There's no season 5. It's 2 cores. It would kind of fit the timeline. You have to have sex. I thought you were really nitpicking at the anime, but then I finally watched episode 3 and it pissed me off. Haven't watched it since, and I'm not if I really pick it up again. I just kind of started watching the anime without worrying too much about shit, and it's let me both be a critic and at the same time kind of appreciate it. Because there are some good stuff in the anime, but yeah. 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 Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'm still worried about how they adapt chapter 218 because they're already not adapting things great. And I know they can't just show it as it is. Like, I don't think they can show chapter 218 as it is. Like, they'd get in trouble. So they got to do something different with how they present it. If they play it straight, I'll genuinely be surprised. I could see the what is it? I could see the anime like having a censored version or I don't know. It's hard to predict. Let's not I don't think they'll use the Sumi sticker. No, I don't think they'll use the Sumi sticker. That feels really tactless and it would remove a lot of the meaning. That feels really tactless. So they would have to adapt it differently. I could see them trying to do it like they did Mommy in episode 1. Just because it's supposed to be a callback to episode 1. Chapter 218 is a callback to episode 1. So it makes sense to probably try to present it like that in a similar way. But I don't know. Ozzy's pool erection will be something, that's for sure. Oh, man, I'm not excited for the internet to just never shut up about this. Literally can't appreciate anything. Oh, look, it showed what looked like NTR. I hate it forever. Just cut 218. I don't think they will. If they do, I will be surprised. If they do, I will be surprised. Funny enough, someone was comparing this to Chizuru smiling in the end of the opening. And while I see it, I think it's like the complete opposite meaning. It's like the complete opposite meaning. Cause the no, like this is like the Kazuya's dreams being bastardized, while the opening is Kazuya's dreams coming true. It would be a blessing if they did cut chapter 218. We'll see. Maybe they will. Maybe they will. Kind of don't think they would. I kind of don't think they would. They'll probably censor it. You probably have that. They'll probably censor it. But I don't think they would. If they do cut it, I will be surprised. I'll be like, damn, all right, we're just dodging that. Nope. They animated the NTR scene. Oh, yeah, I'm aware. No way they're skipping it. If they skip it, all right. All right, man. Minnie is the truth. Minnie is not the truth. Minnie is the lie. And she's realizing it and starting to be the truth. But where were we? Where were we? So, okay. Yeah, Chizuru got a call from this person. They hadn't. So notice how before they always texted her. From the things that we saw, they always texted Chizuru. They didn't call. So the call is a big deal. And the day efforts are rewarded is kind of important, right? The fact that it's called the day the efforts are rewarded is kind of important. The internet blasted them. They will lose viewership. They'll adapt it. I don't think they actually didn't lose as much viewership as you think, Glitch. They didn't. They got a lot of shit. Yeah. But like they didn't lose viewership. Like the manga's still doing fine. The sales dropped as they always do because over time anything's sales tend to drop unless you're fucking One Piece, which is like an anomaly. But, you know, overall like it's still pretty successful, so I don't know. So yeah, the anime isn't out. That's weird. I guess we can go to Reddit. See how they're doing. What the hell? Oh, weird. Okay. Let's mosey. So I guess for now, let's download the chapter. Wait, so Chizuru was cooking for Kazuya because she expected him to come back and used Minnie as an excuse? I never thought about it. Not like I was saying it the whole fucking time. And Kazuya is, albeit very mildly criticizing Chizuru. Hope the call from the manager doesn't cause much drama yet. I would love to see more of the acting world from Chizuru's perspective, but her getting more roles while also having officially a boyfriend would be far more interesting. Great chapter. Note, I love seeing conflict with troubled Chizuru for reasonable issues for which she is the cause. It happens so rarely. Yeah, Kazuya is starting to... Well, like, I think there's an issue, though. While Kazuya is stopped putting her on a pedestal, Minnie is the cause of that pedestal in the first place. And at the same time, Chizuru is really kind of fucking struggling, and Kazuya is not there. Great chapter. I thought people were dooming. I thought people were dooming. Great chapter. Minnie acting for the readers tells Kazuya everything he needs to know about Chizuru's feelings, but he still chickens out on texting her. He's right, however, questioning why she doesn't reach out for a change. Why is it always on him to push? Good job, Kazuya, on growth. The thing is, do you want to move or don't you? Chizuru is about to text him, but gets a call from her agent. I assume this is the next wink to the story where, wrinkle to the story where she gets a good big job that will either pull them together or push them apart. Can't wait for the next push. Oh. First impressions. Reijimi Izumi Sensei is completely aware of what the audience is thinking. Minnie tells Kazuya a lot of what people have also been saying. She also mentioned that it looked like Chizuru had been preparing food for him in case he came back. Not like I've been saying that the entire fucking time. Kazuya raises a very good question himself as well. Why didn't Chizuru say anything? If she made up her mind about him, why didn't she just tell him she loves him too? Instead, she left him with no explanation at all. I'm telling you, while the kiss surely expressed Chizuru's desires, it was probably not the certain I love you that many of you expect. Kazuya is also right to wonder if Chizuru really changed her mind overnight. I'm quite sure she didn't. If she did, then Kazuya is also right to wonder if she might have changed her mind again if it was so volatile. Ooh, that's a good way of phrasing it. He has no consistent image of Chizuru, and Minnie isn't helping. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Kazuya chickened out from contacting Chizuru, which annoyed Minnie, but at least she didn't take it upon herself to contact Chizuru for him this time. Yep, that's a good catch. That's something Minnie did not do, and she recognizes Kazuya shouldn't talk to her when he's not in a good place, which is kind of important. I did like that Minnie chose not to do anything here. Notice how these two shots right here, this shot right here and this shot right here parallel each other. Right? You have Minnie who's pissed, and you have Minnie who's surprisingly understanding when she hears what Kazuya is thinking. You have two contrasting images of Minnie. And it shows Minnie's evolution as a character because before she would take it upon herself to make some sort of change, here she knows Kazuya is the one who has to do it. She can't do it for him anymore. I think that's really important that Minnie recognizes she can't do this shit for him anymore. He has to do it. She can't. I think Minnie finally started to realize she's been butting in too much, and she's not helping him. And ultimately, while Kazuya is still here with Minnie, it's still his choice. He's choosing to be here. And while he's asking the right questions, he's still choosing to stay. Okay. But at least she didn't take it upon herself to contact Chizuru for him this time. We at least see Chizuru also wondering if she would contact Kazuya. She wanted to ask him to talk, which would be the best thing that could happen. The call Chizuru gets in this is from Amata-san. This is from her contact person for auditions, see chapter 99 or the birthday chapter. So the call is most likely about an acting job. Teaser for next time. Payoff day. It's not payoff day, it's like the day you're rewarded. Seems to me like the teaser for next time is hinting at Chizuru's big break in acting. She's hitting the same crossroads that Sayuri hit. What choice will she make? Did Sayuri ever hit a crossroads? And because Minnie didn't take action here, she came to see that Kazuya would also like Chizuru to act. So would it? So is so do you think Chizuru's the one who's supposed to take action here, even though she's the one who kissed him? Or shouldn't it just be both of them? Shouldn't they both take action instead of one or the other? Wouldn't it be more reasonable to realize that it should be both of them, not one or the other? Because I think Chizuru did take action in kissing him, and she's just waiting for him to come and explain. But maybe she shouldn't wait, and she should just tell him to come over? I don't know. I think you're, like, right. I don't know. I genuinely think it needs to be both of them, not just Chizuru moving. Kazuya is right in that why doesn't Chizuru ask, but he never considers maybe she's trying to. And maybe you're the one not fucking moving. Also, Verquez right here, he says Sayuri was at this crossroads too. Was she? I don't recall Sayuri ever being at this crossroads. She did a film, took the industry by storm, and then quit. So would this be the same as that? But maybe there's a reason she didn't say I love you. Maybe the kiss said a lot of her feelings that weren't simply I love you. Will she follow Sayori's footsteps and choose family and love, or will she chase the career? Why not both? Why not both? Why can't you have both? Who says you can't have both? At its barest bones, the reason for her dream of acting has already been fulfilled. She made the movie, her grandma saw her act in it. Did she realize that? Her dream now truly revolves around having a family of her own. True. Is she too stubborn and prideful to admit that to herself, or does she have to learn the hard way that acting isn't going to make her happy? Chizuru already knows that though. This is really tone deaf. Chizuru already knows that. She already knows doesn't she doesn't like the acting world. She already said she doesn't like the acting world. Like literally the chapter before this one, she's only thinking about Kazuya watching her. She just wants Kazuya to see her on the big screen now. She just doesn't realize it. That's the difference. The dream just evolved. It's not gone. You shouldn't have to choose between family and love and your career. That's stupid. You should find a balance between the two. Shizuru literally says that in the day. It's about finding a balance, not picking one or the other. Because when you sacrifice one, you lose a part of yourself. They're both a part of you. We've seen her numerous times at the party or on her birthday that she has almost nothing in common with others in the acting world and doesn't really enjoy it. But she enjoys acting. She enjoys being an actress. That all being said, I expect her to make the wrong decision and choose her acting career for now, setting up the separation. It's been speculated. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, as they say. I don't know. This seems really, I don't know. Chizuru doesn't like the actors around her. She just likes acting. She wants to be on the big screen. She wants to be an actress. And of course that can change, but that doesn't mean it's like something she's just going to magically give up right now. Acting is a part of who Chizuru is. She's not going to just magically give that up. I think when Chizuru gives that up, like it'll be because she doesn't want to act anymore. Changing. When did Chizuru mention changing careers? She didn't mention changing careers. She was talking about Kazuya's career. So I don't know about that one. Very nice chapter. We needed Minnie to have dialogue and rhythm. Having said that, I continue to say that Minnie gives everything far too easy. He's right when he says that they have to talk, but Kazuya understands that he's scared because she changes her mind every time and doesn't know what she wants. Of course, Minnie explains to him that the situation in the past are different from today, but she cannot be sure that this is the case. But at this point, what do you have to lose? In the meantime, Chizuru also thinks about talking to him since he hasn't contacted her. It was understood that the dinner was for Kazuya, but he certainly couldn't have a crystal ball with this psychopath. Jesus, chill out. She rejects him and kisses him. Interesting that I said this too. Kazuya rejected by Mizuhara and is kissed by Ichinose. But Kazuya, I add, who does he really love? In the end, it comes to the phone, the call that change everything or nothing. Is Chizuru's career about the lunch or the exact opposite? This feels. eh. I don't agree with this idea that like Kazuya was rejected by Mizuhara. I think, I think, I think he was rejected by Chizuru's responsibility, and all of this is just a big fucking illusion. That Mizuhara is the one who rejected him. You don't understand why she rejected him. There are many reasons as to why. He wasn't rejected by Mizuhara and Ichinose are a singular person. And Minnie is correct in that she's looking at Ichinose, which is supposedly the real her. But Chizuru expresses herself through Mizuhara. Just as Chizuru expresses herself through acting. The hell are you guys doing? She was careful not to string you along. She feels guilty to make you wait. Kazuya got a second opinion for not to keep things the worst. Now with his career kicks in, his own ideals got to be challenged. She's an unaware attention thinker. Thank you, Minnie. The arc of Kazuya gonna be worried about how Chizuru's gonna start feeling distant to him for being far away, while she's gonna feel closer to the actors and maybe Umi because they're gonna spend time together. Meanwhile, she's gonna miss him a lot because she's gonna be busy with the job and not gonna have any time to see him, and that's gonna make her feel closer to Kazuya. So when he imagines the worst, best he could, now begins. Okay. Good chapter after coming off a firm break. I love how Minnie asked Kazuya to reenact the piggyback ride scene. It definitely helps Minnie to understand more of the things that she said in the girl's intuition. She's definitely on point. And I agree on Kazuya on the one who really has matured. Kazuya on this one, he really has matured, by the way. That's why he does have to message her. Why can't she message him? That's the right. Did enough let her chase you now. To my surprise, she was actually going to shoot him a text. This is right after the manager calls. Curious to what the call is about. Maybe it's a role. Who knows? Until we see her next. And by the way, you can see the stage of Chizuru's longing and missing Kazuya here. Well, we'll see what happens next week. I don't know. I hate this idea of chasing and being chased. I think that's stupid. Do you want to connect or not? He's right in that why doesn't she just text him? But the better question is, do you want to connect or not? Does any of that matter? Why does that fucking matter? Why doesn't he ask her this? Yes, we know Umi and Miho are probably going to come back. The question ultimately comes down to, do you want to connect or not? Not whether Kazuya should move or she should chase or who should chase who. Nothing like that fucking matters. In life, do you want to connect or not? It's that simple. That's the point. Chizuru connected to him. She kissed him. Okay, do you want to talk to her? Go talk to her. In real life, chasing and dating, people hate. Yeah, people hate chasing and being chased and all that bullshit. Here, give me a sec. He's reading Reddit stuff here. There's not a lot of doom comments, so we're chill. There's some people who are like, there's still a lot of misinterpretation of what's actually happening. And I think it's built from people's own biases. But look, I do agree. Why the Kazuya asking certain questions, like here, what did Verka say? Verka said like a few things that like we can agree with. Kazuya's question is not stupid. It is a valid question. Minnie could not answer. Right, so Kazuya's first question, then he asks Minnie, right here, but would she really change her mind in just one night? Maybe Chizuru didn't change her mind. Maybe what Chizuru felt didn't actually change. Maybe you did. Have you considered that? Maybe you're the one who actually changed. And in so doing, she felt like she was actually in love. Maybe her feelings never actually changed. Maybe her feelings have always actually been consistent. Maybe I love you is not what she tried to say. Maybe it was. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe there was more to it. What else did we say? Yeah. And Minnie doesn't take action here. Kazuya has to. She could have still said, I love you, even if that might not be everything. True. Which raises the question, why didn't she? But that's the thing. Minnie gives the answer perfectly right here. Maybe Chizuru doesn't feel like in love, but she was unsure and confused, but she threw that all to the side and dived in. Maybe she can't feel like she can say I love you yet, but she does want to date him. So maybe that's what she's doing. Maybe she doesn't feel like she can say I love you yet, but she can express it instead. Doesn't that make more sense? That seems to align with who Chizuru is, that Chizuru is someone who expresses herself through acting. Oh, wait. Fixed it. So it makes sense for Chizuru to say, I love you through the kiss. Maybe because she doesn't know how to. I don't think Chizuru's feelings have changed. I personally also think that she kissed him even though she still wasn't sure she loved him. Yeah, she tossed that to the side and just said, I want to be with him. I don't care if what I'm feeling is love or not. She doesn't know how to articulate it. Minnie literally says it. She's confused and unsure, but she threw all that to the side and dived in. Dived in is a very fitting phrase here. I'm curious if she actually said dived in Japanese. Does Minnie actually say dived in Japanese here? I'm going to send it to my friend. Because dived in is a very intentional phrase to use when talking about the theme of water and oceans and all that stuff. Like, if she said dived in here, that's a very intentional phrase to use, considering that she literally stopped thinking about it and just went swimming. And if you go back to chapters, if you went back to these chapters with Umi, when Chizuru goes on a date with Kazuya, literally their first swimming. When they're at the Hibari Center, again. Again. Are you seeing a pattern? 3 different covers with a swimming themed motif in relation to the current chapters, with chapter 296 being the one that keeps getting referenced with the thing that Chizuru is on. It's not simply that it's Chizuru, it's that Chizuru has a swimming motif in every single one. Right? There's the first one you see, she's a diver. This is chapter 291. Let's close all these. Okay, chapter 291. Right after Chizuru asks Kazuya out, going out with my girlfriend. It's literally them on a date. And then when Kazuya says he has to go to his mom's place, Chizuru says, actually, can I come? I kind of want to go with you. She dived in. What if Kazuya says he wants to go? For a change. What if when Chizuru goes to her thing, Kazuya says, I want to go? For a change. See what I mean? I'm curious if Minnie, she used this verb. To jump in, to leap in, to plunge in, to dive. Okay, so this is, okay. So to jump in, to leap in, to plunge in, to dive. Chizuru literally used this exact phrasing. Or Minnie used this exact phrasing. Okay. This is, again, that element. Chizuru chose to dive into the water. Now, remember the song Umitsuki? Remember the song Umitsuki, the cover for season 1, or this cover for season 4? The opening for season 4? About that, buddy. Here's what the cover art looks like. Here's what this cover art looks like. Kazuya is literally in the water looking up at her, and she's dipping her feet in the water looking at him. Also, goddamn, they look so great. They're so cute. They're so in love. It's so adorable. Kazuya looks so freaking handsome. Dude. Anyways, my point stands. She literally dove into the water that is him. Right? Kazuya represents the ocean. This cover looks so beautiful. Kappa's always cooking. I know. It's so good. It's so good. Do you get what I'm saying? So Chizuru literally dived in to the waters Kazuya is into. Kazuya has to swim now. Wish Kazuya looked like that in the anime. Got done dirty half the time. Tell me about it, bro. Tell me about it. Guts me every time. So again, Minnie is correct here. Chizuru is confused, and she took a chance. She took a risk. She doesn't know her answer. She's not sure. She can't even articulate it super well. So what does she do? She kisses him instead. Right? Chizuru doesn't know how to describe her feelings. She can't articulate them. She needs guidance through love. Literally, Kazuya is supposed to be her guide, and he doesn't see it. That's why. That's why she doesn't say I love you. She literally doesn't know how to articulate it. She doesn't feel like she can say I love you. She can't say it with confidence. So she kisses him to express her feelings, and then he can help her figure these feelings out and articulate them so she can understand she's in love, so she can say she's in love. She can't find her love on her own. She needs him to help her because she's in love with him. That's how it fucking works. She's so literally he's gotta help her find it. He's gotta help her find her answer. She doesn't need guidance in life, she needs guidance in love. And I think that's gonna be Kazuya's struggle. That's gonna be Kazuya's struggle right now, deciding how he's gonna love and how he's gonna help her through love, not through life. And rather, he should just ask her, what do you want to do? What do you want? That wasn't Chizuru Mizuhara. That was Chizuru Ichinose naked with nothing to hide. Yeah. Was there anything else we wanted to talk about? There's no anime right now. It's still not out. I can reload the page, see what happens. Yep, still not out. It's like hours late, Jesus. See more episodes. Yeah, it's super late. Can we stop talking about Chizuru's dad? He's not gonna. It's not gonna happen anytime soon. Like, I think it'll be later. It won't happen until like past the 400s or some shit. It's not gonna happen now. It just seems like a weird time to introduce him. Kazuya should also open up about his insecurities to Chizuru. That's what I'm fucking saying. That's what I'm fucking saying. People need to just ignore that. Oh, why is Chizuru acting weird? Have you considered Kazuya's acting weird? Have you considered that for 2 fucking seconds? Kazuya's also acting weird. It's not just her. And that they should just open up and be honest to each other. Chizuru is in the same pose she was at the end of Paradise. I think it's similar, but it's not exactly the same. I can pull it up. In the end of Paradise, it was similar, but yeah, it does look like her leg is like near her face, just like the end of Paradise. Yeah, it does seem similar. But she sits in this pose quite often when she's thinking about him. And notice how here she's turning away. Notice how here she's turning away. Here she's not. She's looking at her phone. Chizuru, okay. Chizuru's father can appear when she becomes famous or something. That makes sense. That totally makes sense for him to appear at that point after she gets like kind of famous. If Chizuru accepts the role during summer break, we have a daycare date and the birthday party before that, so the movies shouldn't happen very soon either. Yeah. I don't think it's going to happen right away. I think the role will be during summer, which makes some sense. And I think Chizuru is just really anxious about her job. Kazuya is asking himself why Chizuru didn't contact him while sitting there not having the courage to contact her. He doesn't consider what she might feel the same way as him. Exactly. There's no self-reflection. There's only thinking about the person. You're asking the right questions for the wrong reasons. There's no self-reflection. He needs to start looking at himself. He's not seeing what the fuck he's doing. And Minnie's not helping him see himself. Right? Kazuya needs to start to live. And Chizuru can guide him through living. In contrast, Kazuya needs to start helping Chizuru love so she can start learning how to love. That's the whole point. Kazuya is not living because Minnie coddles him constantly. The issue here is that Minnie constantly coddles Kazuya. Minnie constantly literally just kind of makes him feel comfortable, lets him not worry about his fears, lets him get drunk. Minnie is the opposite of Chizuru. She's irresponsible. Minnie embodies irresponsibility. You see this in how she talks about Chizuru and he talks about certain things. For instance, even though Minnie is correct in how she's looking at this from an objective view, there are issues here. For instance, right here. When Kazuya asks Minnie this question, she gives him an answer instead of saying, go ask her. The responsible answer is, go ask her. How the fuck should I know? In so doing, when she gives them this answer, what is Kazuya's conclusion here? What if she changed her mind again? Have you considered maybe she never actually changed her mind? Have you considered her feelings didn't actually change as much as you thought they did? And maybe yours are the ones who appear like they're constantly changing. That's the point. Then you have other instances like this. When Minnie talks about, my friend gets in an argument twice a week just to make up with him again at this point. Her boyfriend. Okay, even if that's true, is that Chizuru? That doesn't seem like Chizuru. And if anything, shouldn't that reflect a deeper meaning that their love is so close that they make up about it afterwards? Or maybe there's something wrong with the relationship. It can have multiple different meanings. So Minnie is talking about this thing that is objective, but she has no context for why they make up afterwards. Right? Sure, she makes up with her boyfriend regularly, but is it making up just because she doesn't want to deal with the problem? Or is it making up because she has she actually cares about him that much, and they get over it. Literally, like Chizuru said, we get into arguments, we fight about stuff, but if we share the same values and connect, we can just laugh about it 2 seconds later. Literally, there's no Minnie talks about things in an objective way, but she never considers context, which makes it subjective. So she tells him to message her, and he doesn't. Right? Notice again how Minnie closes her eyes here. She gives him an excuse to not text. This is an interesting part. Before, Minnie would do it for him. Now Minnie makes excuses for him. So isn't that interesting? Before, Minnie would take action for Kazuya. Here, she's giving him an excuse. Well, you're right that it'll be a serious conversation. If you decide to meet up or talk on the phone, you also need to be able to articulate your words. She gives him an excuse. She closes her eyes. She says, well, you have a girl here too. Why does any of that matter? Why does any of that matter? Are you sensing a pattern? Are you sensing the issues? You're starting to see the issues here. Minnie is giving him excuses because Minnie also wants to run away. Minnie, Minnie, no. Minnie's love for Kazuya is fascinating because she's not in love with him. Minnie is not in love with him in the traditional in love with him sense. That's wrong. What Minnie is doing is experiencing love through Kazuya. What I mean by that is that she thinks she can't get her own love, so she experiences it through him. It's a reverse of Mommy. Mommy dates people and uses love as an addiction because she can't actually get love herself, literally, because she's been conditioned that she has to do what her parents say. Minnie is the reverse of Mommy. Minnie can get love, but she conditioned herself that she can't. So what she does is she gets love by having him pursue his love. She wants him to be in love and have love through Chizuru, right? So she can have that. It's like the audience. Minnie is a mirror to the audience. Minnie is a direct mirror to the audience. What do most readers do when they read a romance manga? Why do you read romance manga? Maybe some people read it because they can't get their own romance. Maybe because they can't get their own love. Maybe they can't get a girlfriend. Maybe they can't get a boyfriend. So they read romance manga to feel better about that. Some people do have relationships, but Minnie in particular is supposed to act. Literally, Reishi said this. Minnie echoes the reader's voices. Minnie echoes the reader's voices. So, Minnie representing insecurity and feeling like she can't get her own love because it's too lonely a battle, it's too scary, and she tries to encourage the protagonist to get love. Do you see what's happening? She's literally a call to the audience to get their own love, to not just be the support of someone else's love, but to get their own love. And in so doing, it also reflects to the audience how the audience doesn't always know what they're talking about, and they make things worse. So even though she's saying things objectively, she's actually giving him excuses. Minnie coddles Kazuya constantly. She gives him comfort when he needs adversity. Whenever, like literally, Chizuru gives Kazuya comfort when he needs it. But she gives him adversity when he needs to too. Minnie only gives him comfort. She never challenges him. This is why Minnie and Kazuya is a terrible match. Minnie never ever challenges Kazuya. She literally coddles him constantly and lets him just remain stagnant. There's no adversity with Minnie, ever. She never calls him out on his bullshit. Minnie never fucking does that. She never calls him out on his bullshit. She does it once here by channeling her inner Chizuru. Right? Minnie only calls Kazuya out on his bullshit when she's channeling what Chizuru is thinking. What's actually happening. If Minnie said Chizuru would be stolen by Umi, Kazuya would have just called Chizuru. See, that one is just inciting fear for the sake of it, but also actually doing... See, that's a terrible one. I'm going to tell you right now, that's a terrible one. I can give you a better example of what Minnie should have said. If Minnie had said that, what does this say about Kazuya's feelings? It just makes me think maybe she's changed her mind again. Well, do you want someone indecisive or not? What Minnie should have said is, do you know that? Do you know Chizuru's feelings have actually been changing? Are you going to waste your time asking these pointless questions to me, or are you going to ask her? Do you see what's happening? If Minnie said Chizuru would be stolen by Umi, that would only make things worse, because it would validate this fear. It would simply validate this fear. In reality, what Minnie should have said, if she was actually responsible, is simply this. It doesn't matter if you're drunk. It doesn't matter if your shit is together. Do you want to talk to her or not? Just go do it. There's nothing stopping you. You're wasting time. Right? That's what Minnie should have said. That's how you challenge him. Does any of this shit matter? Do you want to know? Go ask her. Minnie didn't push him to do anything, actually. You're mistaken. Minnie didn't push him to do anything. She told him to text. She told him what to do. He didn't do it, and she didn't keep pushing. She stopped immediately. She immediately stopped. She didn't do anything. Yeah, don't let the sun set before you talk to her. Well, the sun already set. Don't let the sun rise before you talk to her. That would have been more fitting. So, yeah. That is also true, yes. But Minnie was the one who implied that Chizuru's feelings changed since the rejection. She would have to admit that she had no idea what Chizuru was thinking. True. It's very hard to admit when you're wrong. And Minnie, it doesn't think she's wrong. Because Minnie doesn't understand Chizuru at all. If you look at it from our POV, the outsiders, the audience, Minnie, when she does not have context of who Chizuru is, she would think her feelings changed. Didn't Minnie literally say this? Look, what is the exact phrasing of Minnie's words when Chizuru told her, I might be in love with you? When she said that, when she says she said that to Kazuya, what is Minnie's exact reaction? You have changed. Implying Chizuru was not always like this. That Chizuru didn't always want to do this. She was wrong from the start, right here. She was always wrong. She just didn't realize how wrong she was. Minnie doesn't see how wrong she actually is. Because she was wrong from the start. She said she changed, and she's even saying it now. Right? She doesn't realize Chizuru's always felt this way. This entire time. She just needs to articulate it. But Minnie does recognize Chizuru is confused. Right? This is the difference. This is what makes this chapter kind of special. Minnie, despite being wrong, does have an element of objectivity in realizing Chizuru is confused. In a way, it's exactly like Chizuru-san said. There are many reasons for the kiss at Hawaiian's, her rental girlfriend job, her grandma, and you. But her excuse as a pro won't work at all anymore. Chizuru-san knows that too. Even so, she decided to take a chance. When you look at it from the perspective that Chizuru decided to take a chance, she was unsure and confused, but she threw all that to the side and dived in. Hey, if Chizuru was unsure, confused, and threw that all to the side and dived in, why the hell aren't you? Suddenly, this shot gets a lot more meaning. Why the hell aren't you? Why are you sitting with all this booze and wasting all this fucking time? Why are you not moving? Have you looked at yourself objectively? Have you taken a minute to actually look at yourself objectively? That you aren't moving. She dived in. Why aren't you? And then in contrast, you have Chizuru waiting, almost doing the deed, wanting to talk to him, wanting to text him. It's kind of cool seeing Minnie say all that stuff and blushing at the same time. She's only blushing because she's drunk. She's only blushing because she's fucking drunk. I kind of want to see Chizuru buy Kazuya a sticker pack like he did during the Ghost. Not now or anything, but at some point. Maybe after she gets offered the job, she really wants to talk to him, and eventually she just reaches out. I could see Chizuru texting him first, considering. Yeah, considering Kazuya texted her, I could see Chizuru texting him first. That makes some sense. And Chizuru buys him a sticker pack. That could work. Sometimes people need a nudge, like Minnie snatching his phone and texting Chizuru. Cowards need a push. No. No, 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 no. No. No, 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 no. You need a push sometimes, sure. You said two completely different things there, Glitch. 1 second you're saying people need a nudge. Then you said Minnie should just steal his phone and text Chizuru for him. That's not a nudge. That's not even a push. That's taking choices away. You decided for him. That's two completely different things. I completely disagree with that. Don't make choices for people. Don't make choices for people. Because they can't do it themselves. If you want to give them a nudge, this is what Minnie did here. You should text her. Right here when she says you should text her. She's right. You should. Try sending her a line message right now. You've got the courage. Try doing that. But she can't make the choice for him. No. She can't keep making choices for him. He has to do it himself. And if you make choices for people, they can't do it themselves anymore. You're coddling them too much. It's like a kid. It's literally like a kid. So Harumi literally said this. When you try your hardest to look after them, you have to be very careful about what you say. On the other hand, they still need to learn before they're ready to live on their own. We see ourselves in them and wonder if we're truly doing a good job as adults. Children are our literal reflections. As an adult, you should try to help other adults, but not make choices for them. You have to be careful about what you say and like work around that, right? When you're trying to help your buddy, your homie, you shouldn't just say whatever. You should try to be as like, careful about how you can approach things as possible. Yes, they are an adult, but they reflect that struggle that we need to face. That like we need to be responsible towards the other people around us. And Minnie is not being responsible to her friend Kazuya here. She's being very irresponsible. And that's by design. Wait, we don't know when Umi's birthday is. I don't know when the fuck Umi's birthday is. I don't think the story's ever told us when Umi's birthday is. The fuck? I don't know. October 10th? October 10th is that's like 2 months away, dude. The fuck are you on about? It's literally like 2 months away. Even then, I've never recalled Umi's birthday ever being mentioned. I also think Minnie's the first real friend Kazuya had. Kazuya has had friends, but they haven't been like great friends. I think what makes Minnie special is that she's like a really close friend who like hangs out with him and he can just talk to her about everything. Kazuya's birthday is in a week and a half. Yeah. Kazuya is courageous. That's what you're misunderstanding. Kazuya is courageous. Minnie made him a coward. Minnie constantly coddles Kazuya. But Kazuya, when he's not being coddled, can do things. The problem is, Minnie constantly coddles him. That's the fucking issue. You've made him passive because all you do is just coddle him. All you do is give Kazuya answers and do things for him. And Minnie is the one who keeps like giving him excuses. She doesn't call him out on any of this. Does Minnie call Kazuya out on anything he said in this chapter? No. She gives him an excuse. Literally, this moment right here embodies it. He chickens out. She gives him an excuse. She doesn't call him out on his bullshit and tell him to just go for it. That's what a friend does. That's what a friend does. They question you. Your friends question you. That's what you're supposed to do. But Minnie doesn't question him because he's her master. You see the issue? Are you seeing the problem? Kazuya is her master, so she never questions him. She just lets him do whatever. She just gives him excuses. But you can't take the reins for him either. That's life. You can't take the reins for people, and you shouldn't question. You should call them out. Like you need to find a middle ground. Yeah, Minnie. There's no leash or anything. Literally, just call them out. Bro, stop being a fucking coward. Just fucking do it. Stop chickening out. Stop chickening out. Just fucking do it. That's what she should say. In fact, doesn't Chizuru do this? Doesn't Chizuru do this on the date? Kazuya asks her, right here, do you have any plans tomorrow? She tells him about the bank. And she says, what are the plans after this? I was just wondering, what are we doing after this? He gets scared. But then again, maybe it hasn't stopped raining. You don't have to push yourself if you're busy or anything. He chickens out. Who seems indecisive here? Who's the one who seems indecisive here? No, Minnie uses shisho. Shisho is Japanese for master. She doesn't say master or senpai. She says shisho. Okay, so who's chickening out here? He is. Why am I trying to run away? We can just use an umbrella if it's raining. I could have just said we should go. But I'm scared of this happening that I came up with a way out. Are you sure that you're okay with not going? Who's challenging who here? So, don't we have something we need to talk about? Something we need to talk about. I want to go. Don't chicken out. He needs this. She challenges him. She tells him to fucking go. Minnie sits comfortably in her box and doesn't tell him to do anything. Notice how... Here's another interesting part. Notice how Minnie changed and got comfortable. Did you notice that? Last chapter, Minnie was dressed up. She had her clothes and all this other stuff. Minnie got comfortable. She changed her shirt. She changed her skirt. She was wearing a skirt. Now she's wearing shorts. She put her hair up like Chizuru. Isn't that interesting? Why is Minnie getting all comfortable when you shouldn't be fucking comfortable here? Why is Minnie doing all of this instead of telling him to go? Isn't that interesting? Why is Minnie getting comfy when you shouldn't be comfortable? Minnie isn't a wingman. She isn't a wing woman. What the fuck is Minnie doing? Oh no, Kazuya is courageous. The problem is, as a partner, you need to challenge him. However, here's where I counter your argument very simply. Here's where I counter your argument in a very simple manner. There's two examples that we need to show you first. Kazuya wants to help Chizuru here. He wants to do something. He feels like he can't. So Sumi just talks to him and just tells him, just open up to me. Just tell me what you're thinking. Kazuya tells her what he's feeling. I'm sure it'd be cruel, lonely, frustrating, but having nobody to share that with must be lonely and heartbreaking. That person helped me a ton. They were always there when I was having a tough time. They always helped me when I needed it. Even when they were in trouble, they always put me and my family first. They never gave up on me, even though I'm worthless. They have a dream. They want their grandma to see them being successful. So for that reason, they work hard every day, working while attending school. But their dreams will never come true if their grandma passes. And yet, at a time like this, there's nothing I can do to help them. He wants to move on his own, and he just needed to open up to Sumi to do it, right? He just needed to feel seen and understood. Then, that was the best date ever. Sumi's happy. See ya. Sumi doesn't tell him to do anything. She's cute as heck. Well, then I need to try harder too. He just sees her work hard, and he wants to work hard. And he sees this up here. Relying on other people is important too. I see. Maybe I can do with this. This is what I can do for Mizuhara. He can move on his own. Now, why did Kazuya stop moving? This. Now, you would think this is the only issue. No. The issue was Kazuya kept trying to do things and no one was supporting him. No one was giving him any reassurance or safety or anything. He tries to reach out to Kibe, and what does Kibe do? Kibe tells him, just don't lie to her, shut the fuck up, don't talk about this, don't bring this stuff here. That's what Kibe does. He's not supportive at all. You can do things, but you need help from other people. You need like a little bit of a nudge, a little bit of a push. You're not some perfect human being who can do everything on your own, right? So you just need a sense of safety and feel like you can do it. You just need to feel a little empowered. So the characters rely on alcohol a lot to help them feel empowered, liquid courage, right? It's not that they can't do it. It's just they just need a little help. You're not powerless to do anything. However, in this arc, most of this is Kazuya trying to do things constantly until the point where he feels like he literally has no other choice but this singular action. And when this action gets taken away from him, remember, I got to preface something here. Reiji intentionally shows you mommy. This isn't Chizuru leaving, this is mommy leaving. And it's being done through Chizuru, and Kazuya doesn't realize he's cornering Chizuru when he's doing this. He doesn't realize he's cornering Chizuru when he's doing this. This is when Kazuya starts to become a little bit more passive and powerless, but then it's not that he can't do anything at this point. That's not what's happening. This is when he starts not being able to do anything. When Kibe does this, I never saw you as a liar, was I wrong? I wish I could disappear. This is when Kazuya becomes truly powerless. When his best friend puts him down and doesn't believe him and thinks he's a liar. This is when Kazuya truly feels powerless. And this is why I'm sorry, it was all my fault. If only I hadn't started this charade back then. Back then, if I hadn't said she was my girlfriend, if I hadn't hired her then, if I hadn't let Ruka-chan bully me into a relationship, if I hadn't gotten carried away and gone on a double date with Curry, if I told Dad the truth, if I hadn't lied to Mom, I'm sorry, I really am, for everything. He literally fades. Who he is disappears. Because they made him feel so terrible about simply existing. I want to just disappear. Your own family makes you want to disappear simply because you lied about who you're dating. Seriously? That's why Kazuya feels powerless. That's why Kazuya doesn't do anything. At that moment, a few things went through my head, like, I'm so sorry, Mizuhara, or about Mami-chan and what was on her mind, about Grandma and how I told her another huge lie, or Kibe and how he'd always be my friend no matter what, or Curry and how stuff like this happens too, or Ruka-chan. and how she might and how at that moment she must have been truly furious. But now and forever, from the flowers to the trees, what I've realized is the whole world turns for you. When he's saying the whole world, he's saying my world. Okay. Kazuya felt like disappearing, and she told him to keep dreaming. So, this brings us to the 3-month time skip. The reason Kazuya can't act in the 3-month time skip is because his character has utterly fallen apart. All he has driving him is his love. He needs to rebuild himself. Kazuya can't move because he's broken. Not simply because of Chizuru. People love to blame it solely on Chizuru. No. It was because of the people around him. They tore him down. Everything he'd built up, every self-esteem, everything he created, the people around him fucking tore it to shreds. They literally tore him the fuck apart. He had nothing but dreaming left. All Kazuya could do is dream and believe. That's it. He can not give up, but his who he is has seemingly shattered and crumbled. And that is the same for Chizuru. All Chizuru had was that she knew she felt something and she wanted to protect him. That's all Chizuru had. Everything else, it seemingly fell apart and crumbled. And the cohabitation is them building that back up. Literally picking up the shattered pieces and putting themselves back together. Now, as they're slowly getting to that point where they can feel confident in who they are, you have Minnie, who creates that constant comfort. The comfort of not doing things, in a sense. The comfort of not moving. Which is really ironic because when she's introduced, she wants them to move. Now, she seemingly tells Kazuya to move, but lives it for him. Minnie is a contradiction. She's both a wing woman and she's doing exactly what Kibe used to do, where she's living her love through him because she wants to get that herself. Not necessarily Kazuya, but literally she wants that relation. She wants a love, something she can commit to herself. So Minnie creates that that contradiction in Kazuya, where she constantly coddles him and constantly lets him be comfortable with this pain, rather than facing the pain like he used to. Kazuya, after the Hawaiians arc, developed trauma, the trauma to not move. In particular, this comes back to his original trauma from Mami. Mami essentially, Kazuya had like a scar from Mami. Mami just ripped the scar wide open. So it's much deeper now. That's kind of essentially what happened. The scar is like so much deeper now. It's so much more painful. And it's not only did it happen from Mami, it happened from his entire family and loved ones. They literally ripped him to shreds. And Chizuru is trying to help him rebuild himself as she herself is rebuilding. They help each other rebuild. But now they're being literally challenged with that idea. It's like, okay, you're starting to kind of remember who you are. You're starting to kind of have that back a little bit. How are you going to move forward? You got to start facing this trauma. This trauma's not gone. You haven't resolved it, not yet. You can't resolve your traumas that lasted for so long in the span of like a month. You can't. It's not going to just go away. For us, it was years. For us, it was a few years. For them, it was just a month. And while they started fixing themselves, the traumas are not gone, and they need to start facing them. In the cohabitation, they're not so much facing their traumas as they are putting them to the side to slowly start remembering who they are. They create a comfort space, a proper comfort space, to not face these issues. Literally, everything is put to the side. There's no Mami. There's no Ruka. There is no family stuff. All that stuff is mostly put to the side. Everything is safe and comfortable. Umi shows up. Turns out it's not a big deal. Just kind of put to the side too, right? It's never addressed. You never address it. Did you notice how none of these issues are addressed? They're all put to the side so you can find yourself through a comfort space. What this does is create a coping mechanism. This is how you can start healing. As someone who went through depression, who went through this kind of guilt and trauma myself, this is exactly what I did. It lasted longer for me, in fact. Luckily for me, it started through COVID. But before that, like, I kind of didn't really have a comfort space. And I was trying to move forward, but I wasn't really so much moving forward. And once I created that comfort space for myself, eventually I got things like Rent a Girlfriend, which helped me realize a lot of it was kind of a coping mechanism. And what I really wanted was to feel kind of seen and understood. So Reiji right now, what he's doing is he's deconstructing the story from the ground up, from where it started, which is the characters facing and dealing with these struggles, and Chizuru helping him, right? Now, Kazuya needs to start helping her with her struggles. He helped her make the film. He helped her when she was struggling. But now Kazuya really needs to be there, and she needs to be there as partners, literally working together. Not just sacrificing, but literally being there emotionally present for the other person, to hear and truly see them. Not to have communication issues, not to have misunderstandings, just to talk and understand and stop listening to other people. The reason the conflict around this entire arc centers itself around what other people say is simply because other people are what caused their traumas in the first place. Their conflict in Hawaiians happens in public, right? This whole thing happens in public. They got literally shredded by everyone in public as everybody was watching. Okay? So literally that element of literally being surrounded by people and literally being who you are literally getting destroyed in front of everybody is the point. This is why this is so important, that the conflict centers around other people and you rebuilding yourself and facing other people and not being afraid of other people anymore. Other people tearing you down, shredding you. This is why Minnie is an antagonist and a support, but she's also a comfort space. Minnie is intentionally something comfortable. For Kazuya in particular, she's something comfortable. For Chizuru, she's a constant adversarial figure. Did you notice that? For Chizuru, Minnie is constantly adversarial with her, constantly like challenging Chizuru, pushing her, nudging her. When in reality, what Minnie needs to do is just flip that. If Minnie was supportive to Chizuru and created a comfort space for Chizuru, but was adversarial and challenged Kazuya, it would actually work. And that's Minnie's biggest problem. Minnie's biggest issue is that she's completely creating a comfort space for Kazuya. In reality, she needs to challenge him, whereas with Chizuru, she needs to create a comfort space for her and just talk to her and not be adversarial and combative with her. Minnie is constantly adversarial and combative with her. That's the issue. That's Minnie's big fucking issue. Stop assuming, just talk to her, right? Stop assuming what she's thinking, just fucking talk to her. With Kazuya, stop letting him assume and just call him out when he's being a dum-dum. In so doing, this is how you help them this is how you become a better friend and how you help them heal, right? Because unfortunately, mental health is not a thing that's really discussed all that much in Japanese culture, from what I've noticed. You'll notice that's not really a thing. Like, they don't have like characters just going to fucking therapy. It's not a thing. In fact, it's, from what I understand, it's often downplayed. So Reiji is literally discussing it and helping readers know how to be better friends, better partners, better people who can connect and understand others, how to truly connect and see other people. He does this through that idea, by literally showing you and guiding you how to be better, but also by showing you the mistakes. So the thing that what sets this apart from something like Fragrant Flower Blooms with Dignity is that Fragrant Flower it talks about discrimination, and it talks about characters suffering through depression and struggles and just needing to feel seen and accepted, which is great. However, in my opinion, it seemingly limits itself to just being there and supporting people, and rarely delving into like the struggle and adversity. They do some of that through Subaru's character. I noticed that a few times where Subaru is like lost and confused, and you had Kuroko call her out, and just be like, "Hey, like you gotta make a decision. You gotta know what you're thinking. You gotta figure this shit out." So they do have an elements of adversity, but it's not presented through characters literally being human and just kind of completely fucking up. It's very comfortable. It's a very comforting anime. While this anime, or this manga in particular, actively challenges you. It is actively about challenges, but also creating comfort. It's a balance between comfort and challenges. So yeah, that's kind of my point. My point is that the Kazuya and Minnie Minnie's just creating a comfort space for Kazuya when she needs to challenge him, whereas with Chizuru, she needs to create a comfort space to talk to her. Yeah. Okay. And you'll notice what Minnie's doing here is pretty identical to what she was doing during the date. What Minnie's doing here is really identical to what she was doing during the date, where in the date, what did Minnie do? She pretended to be like Chizuru. What did Minnie do? She literally pretended to be like Chizuru. Like, straight up. That's what she was doing. So what does Minnie do here? She changes her clothes, she carries her boot, and she literally ties her head up in a ponytail, just like Chizuru. She sits in a box, assuming that's what Chizuru herself is doing. She's sitting in her box. But then when Minnie stops being Chizuru, she gets out of the box. And she does the same exact thing she did last chapter, but from a different angle. Isn't that interesting? Why? This raises the simple question. Why did we intentionally recreate the chapter through a different lens? Why did we recreate this chapter from last week in a different lens? What was the point? So the loop broke, right? The reason for this is because last chapter was a loop. Last chapter, they're just doing the same thing as usual, right? They always do the same thing as usual. This chapter, the loop broke. So instead, okay, let's reach an understanding. So this chapter is about reaching an understanding. So Minnie, what does she do? She acts like Chizuru again. And she's like, oh, I understand now. Not realizing she's creating a new loop in reverse. She broke a loop, but there's still a loop there. Minnie's still here. There's literally still an 8 in the chapter. There's still a second loop. So next chapter, that other loop breaks. So we had 1/8 literally break in this chapter. So 388 to 389, a loop broke. Now we have 389. The other 8 needs to break. So we can literally transition to something new. So in this chapter, we have one more loop by design. It literally loops last chapter. One more time. One more loop, really quick. And in that loop, we discuss a different thing that's happening. What's going on with Chizuru? It's showing you Kazuya now, right? So the characters are seemingly looking at things objectively, but they're not actually seeing themselves. You have the imagery of what Kazuya is doing, intentionally contrasting what he's saying. So Kazuya is literally leaning back, saying, if that just makes me think she changed her mind again. Okay, didn't he just change his mind? What did Kazuya just do? It's already 10 o'clock. Mizuhara sets her alarm to go to bed at 10:30. He was just going to text her, and he changed his mind. He was just as indecisive, saying Chizuru was being indecisive. Who's actually indecisive here? What's actually happening here? Okay. Then you have Minnie reenacting, panel for panel, what happened last chapter. Look at this. Look at this panel structure. It's the same. The panel structure is literally the same. Here's Minnie down here. Here's Minnie here. Here's the light. Here's the light. You have the kiss, but you don't have a kiss here. That's the only difference. These two panels are expanded, and then these panels are removed. The angle is different. That's what's different. The angling is different. From here, right? So from here, this angle, objective view from the top. Here, not objective. One is a spread, with Minnie saying, you can date Chizuru-san, master. Master, you've won. Here, it's saying, Minnie's saying, that wasn't Chizuru Mizuhara, that was Chizuru Izunose naked and with nothing to hide. These panels are different. One is about what Kazuya can do. One is about who Chizuru is. It's a deeper exploration. It's like, okay, what was the point of that? Well, this one is not objective. This one is not objective, but it is revealing something that was already in front of Kazuya, right? This is something that was in front of Kazuya the whole time, and he's seeing it. Here, we see Minnie's eyes, but we don't see Kazuya's. Literally, we're looking at an objective view of understanding Chizuru, and Kazuya is placed in Chizuru's position to recognize her more. These two images look similar. But whereas we end with this, in this sequence, and literally have the same exact paneling right here, right? These panelings are really similar. Whereas we end with that, with them getting excited and wanting to do something, here we end with the opposite. Not doing anything, struggling to do anything. It's just a matter of time. You gotta wait. This one ends with them wasting more time. This one says it's just a matter of time. Wait more. Then we cut back to Chizuru. It doesn't simply end with Kazuya. To contrast that element of time. Kinda odd, the graph bubble text. Yeah, it is odd. Oh, it's because it's supposed to be bloody. He's screaming like a wolf. It's supposed to be bloody. He's screaming like a wolf. Like his voice is like getting shredded. Like my voice is getting shredded right now. Ooh, what? Okay. I just realized. Oh, I just realized. Can't believe I didn't notice it. Same angling. Same angling. Now, the only difference is now she's in shadows. The only difference is now she's in shadows. And she's looking down, wanting to look up. Isn't that sad? Here she's looking down because she wants to. Here she's looking down because she wants to look up. It's literally the reverse of Hawaiians. In Hawaiians, she looks down because she doesn't want to look up. She turns away. She doesn't want to face it. She's afraid. Right? Notice how in Hawaiian she turns away because she doesn't want to face it. And then she looks up at the moon laughing at her. Right? She looks up at the moon and it laughs at her. Here she doesn't want to turn away. But Kazi is seemingly telling her to. And then she gets a call. I love how Peter's here. He's helping her not feel so lonely. Okay, how long have I been streaming? 3 hours, 30 minutes. Not bad. I'm gonna assume the anime is still not out. Wow. Still. The fuck? Why is it still not out? Oh, Japanese fan texted me. The anime? Okay. Let's scroll through Reddit real quick, see if there's anything else. Great chapter. Not gonna put on anything, but I think the story's doing exactly what it needs to show. Kazuya wants more mini, confirming he did get more. Okay. Good chapter, but the ending leaves me with a bittersweet feeling. Is Chizuru really going to have an offer for a serious role for a series or a film? Does Umi actually have something to do with this call in order to prove? No, I don't think it has anything to do with Umi. I actually think it has nothing to do with Umi. I'm gonna be real. I actually don't think this call has anything to do with Umi. I'm a little afraid of what happens next, even if the spoiler shadow is rather positive despite everything. It's yeah. Yeah. Nope. Not gonna read the rest. The rest just seemed like the stupid Redditor shit. Fucking Redditors. Fucking Redditors, dude. Is there anything more to this? Yeah, this person mentioned something interesting. It would be nice to hear more inner thoughts from her, but Reishi's pretty good at indicating what she's thinking lately without it. Yeah, I think this is kind of important. That's a good catch. We're intentionally again not hearing what Chizuru's thinking. One again, it happens one more time. You have Kazuya and Minnie constantly talking, constantly saying stuff, and again, you have no idea what Chizuru's thinking. You keep not getting told what she's thinking. It's very intentional. He's intentionally keeping her literally in the dark. Not just in the dark on what Kazuya is thinking, right? It's a double meaning. She's in the dark because we don't know what she's thinking, and she's in the dark because she doesn't know what we're thinking. She's literally completely isolated and alone. She has no idea what the fuck is going on. And she can't explain or be there or anything. No, you're not supposed to. If that's your biggest issue, you're not supposed to. Why would you just get answers? Go get them. You're not just going to get that answer handed out to you. You're not going to just magically know. The point is to start revealing these things and to have Kazuya ask these things. You want to know? Go ask. That's why you're not getting answers. You're literally like Minnie. You're not going to get the comfort of Minnie. That's the point. You're not going to get the comfort of Minnie. You want answers? Go fucking ask. How will Kazuya's birthday gonna? We don't know. Like, look. So for Chizuru's acting role, Chizuru's potential role, Chizuru's potential acting role, there's a very real chance it's not gonna happen like right away. And there's a real chance it's not gonna happen just right away. Because they're not at summer break yet. She still has school. I would have preferred hearing it from her than getting them now. Oh, like you wanted her to talk in this chapter? I mean, I get that. Please don't talk to ChatGPT to get answers. Don't be that person. It doesn't know. We must not hear her thoughts. It would take away from us discovering the misunderstandings and her wrong impression during her talk with Kazuya together with him. Correct. This is about us recognizing Kazuya is the one who's sending the wrong signals and impressions, not Chizuru. We're the ones misunderstanding the story. We're the ones not getting what's actually going on here. We're missing everything. We did not get Chizuru's because Reiji wants us to be in Kazuya's skin, I guess. We did not get... Yeah, I mean, that's a part of it. Yeah, that is a part of it. That's actually, yeah, that's totally the point. And then, yeah, we said Amoto-san is someone from... He's her manager from Frisia, who sends her gigs and stuff. And here he's calling her and wants to talk, which is rare. No, punching Kazuya would not really do anything here. See, all of you are misunderstanding my fucking point, and I keep and I need you to. I'm gonna edit that sequence from earlier and put it out so you guys can understand what the fuck I'm talking about. The problem is, Minnie does not challenge Kazuya; she creates a comfort space. Because immediately upon challenging him, she tells him, "Let's go drink more," and then dresses down, literally takes off her clothes and gets more comfy. So my point is simply this. Minnie does not challenge Kazuya. She's not being a good friend. She's being an irresponsible friend. She doesn't call him out on his bullshit. She's not being a good friend, which then reinforces the stupid crap. That's the issue. What you're misunderstanding here is that Kazuya does not need a punch to the face. Kazuya just needs to be called out on his bullshit, and Minnie's not doing that. It's also pretty late already, as Kazuya mentions, so the call is surely important. Yeah, that's another thing too. You're right. You're right. That's a good catch, Verkez. At this point in the story, it's near 10 o'clock. So Chizuru getting this call really late, and it's a call, not just a text. That's massive. Yeah, but like understand the reason Kazuya doubts himself so much now is because of Minnie. Minnie did this. Minnie doesn't see how she's doing this because Minnie constantly coddles him. Kazuya is literally trying to heal and recover, but all Minnie does is just constantly either fuel his fears or coddle him. She doesn't challenge him. The problem is Kazuya just needs to be challenged. And literally he'll start moving. But Minnie never does. Because what happens when Kazuya is challenged in chapter 380 and 381? What happens? When he sees Chizuru is hurt, when he faces an element of adversity, he actually moves. He takes complete charge. He gets his shit together. He's back to movie arc Kazuya. But whenever Minnie is with him, whenever Minnie coddles him, whenever Minnie plays these stupid games and does all these charades, what does Kazuya do? He wastes his time and he chickens out. No, he's coddled. He's definitely coddled. He's not completely smothered. I don't think Minnie smothers him. I think in the practice state, she kind of was. In the practice state, yeah. No, Chizuru is not part of the problem. Chizuru is the solution. He is supposed to make you mad here. You're right. He is supposed to make you mad here. Chizuru is not the problem. Chizuru is part of the solution. Chizuru has not actually changed. Chizuru has actually Chizuru has actually been consistent this entire time. She just looks like she's different, but she's actually been very consistent in almost every single thing she's said and shown. Every time. Nonstop. Chizuru is not part of the problem. Chizuru has been very consistent. Minnie is the one who's under the impression Chizuru is constantly changing, and Kazi keeps listening to Minnie. The problem is Minnie became a crutch. Yeah, Kazuya's being a kind of a dum-dum here, and that's the point. Tell me, Johan, do these things should have been resolved in the date or not? Yeah, kind of. Kazuya made a crucial mistake in the date. He never created comfort space. He never just talked to her like a normal person. He constantly hid himself and put up walls. The problem with that is when you realize Chizuru had a lot of shit going on in terms of like her career, in terms of like her mixed up feelings and her confusion. When you see Kazuya constantly putting up walls, suddenly chapter 380 makes a whole lot of sense because what she's saying in reality is that all these things that I'm going through are a burden to you. And you clearly won't open up and show yourself, and so I'm putting too much pressure on you. You're not happy. That's what she's saying. 380, Chizuru is literally saying, you're not happy. I'm causing you problems. That's why she rejects him. He needed to get rejected to wake the fuck up. I'm still very adamant about this. The rejection needed to happen. Because when he should have been leading, when he should have been guiding her through her feelings, when he should have been a partner who actually consistently supported her and been there for her, what does he do? He hides. He doesn't answer honestly. He doesn't open up. He doesn't tell her, he doesn't create a comfort space for her. He needed to get rejected. Kazuya needed to wake the fuck up and remember who he is. Yeah, the idea was that the date looked like it was going great. But whenever it was going great, Reiji would introduce an intentional conflict. Your feelings. What do you want? What do you want to do? Every time it goes great, There's an intentional conflict, and it happens consistently every time. Whenever remember when Kazi and Chizuru were taking pictures in front of that thing? You're happy, everything's going great. You got a call from mommy. What the fuck? Hangs up on mommy, moves on, everything's going great, and then Chizuru asks him, "Why can you say you love me?" He can't answer. Reread the date very carefully. You're consistently given signs the date isn't going nearly as well as you think it is. Every single time. Every time you overcome something, another obstacle shows up. And then they don't deal with it. Every time. And Chizuru tries to. And Chizuru is trying to find answers, but Kazuya isn't giving her space like he's supposed to. He's not listening to her. He's not talking to her. He's literally not doing what he used to. What that was showing you, what the date was showing you, the date is the reversal of Hawaiians. Very intentionally so, because people missed a very crucial detail. People missed a very crucial detail in Hawaiians that they weren't picking up on. That's very clear now, and that's why Reiji parallels the date with Hawaiians. In Hawaiians, Kazuya is trying to be a comfort space to Chizuru, but he's also trying to confess. In so doing, he actively corners her. Consistently. He's not creating a comfort space, he's creating a situation so he can confess, and he's not listening and seeing her because he's getting stuck with his own problems. He's not opening up to her, so she has to be a comfort space to him when she's going through fucking grief. See what's happening? So constantly, Kazuya is doing the wrong thing in Hawaiians, and it slowly starts to escalate until he feels so cornered that all he has to do is confess. Not realize, even though he keeps telling himself he wants to support her. And that was the big issue. This is showing that in its full capacity. Look at what Kazi's been doing this whole fucking time. He wants to support her. You see him trying to support her. But then he gets caught up in the confession and the love and needing to do all this bullshit that he thinks he has to do in order to have a relationship with her. And in so doing, he doesn't have a relationship at all. In fact, he's not even fucking here. Kazuya getting rejected in Odaiba, he's literally not there. He's not listening to her. He's not talking to her. He's not communicating to her. Chizuru being the problem and the solution aren't mutually exclusive. She did reject him and then kissed him. At face value, those are contradictory, but easily resolved with communication. Kazuya needs to take one last jump, and he usually makes the right decision or most needed time. Well, no. Chizuru rejecting him was in fact the solution. But when she kisses him, it raises a question. That's the point. It's not a problem. What you're misunderstanding is that she raises a question that she can answer. So she's literally the solution. The rejection was the solution. And even though she raised a question to Kazuya, she can answer it if he asks. Do you see what's happening? She is the solution. Literally. She literally is the solution. Okay. Well, Reiji is shifting Kazuya's character to hold things. He will seem to let go and get the moment pass by him like the chapter. Maybe this call was he missed his chance and he has to man up. Yeah, Kazuya is missing chances. That's what's happening here. Kazuya is literally missing chances. He's missing things. Not only is he missing chances, he's missing the things that are right in front of him, like Chizuru's blister. He's literally not seeing the shit that's happening around him. He's so busy getting caught up in this crap that he's not seeing her. Whereas before, he would actually consistently try to see. But Minnie actively reinforces these negative elements. The ring is the whole problem and the solution. Kind of. Yeah, kind of. Kazuya is really brave. I'm not saying Kazuya is not brave. I'm saying right now he's not being brave. Kazuya is, in fact, a very brave character, and he tries, and it's really fucking hard for him. But he's letting other people influence his feelings far too much, and he's losing track of his own life. Minnie, in a lot of ways, is it has shown herself to be the problem and the solution. I think that's a good way to put Minnie. Minnie is the problem and the solution, but kind of not really the solution either. She's kind of like more support. She can show him how to do things. She can't actually show him to do things. What I mean by that is that Minnie actively hinders them, but whenever Minnie is not trying to play Cupid or be support, and just do her own thing, it actually motivates Kazuya to do things. Case in point, when she took them to cosplay. When she took them to cosplay, uh, Kazuya felt motivated after, and he actually wanted to ask Chizuru out. What do you know? In short terms, Kazuya's actions never reflect his words. That's why she rejected him. Kazuya's old self returned, and so did his perseverance. Chizuru fell in love with him at that moment. Yeah, but this is the thing though. This is the thing though. This is the question this story is currently raising. Who are you? Is the real Kazuya the one who is constantly persevering and strong and guiding? Or is the real Kazuya also kind of a wimp and an idiot? I think it's both. Just as Chizuru's real self is both Mizuhara and Ichinose, so is Kazuya's real self literally both like a pathetic and a coward at times, but also a really brave person who can in fact lead. And I think the problem is Kazuya has seemingly put this other half aside as a mirror to how Chizuru put her rental persona aside. So she's afraid of this part of herself that can do these things, so she puts it aside. So in contrast, Kazuya does this, right? So whereas Chizuru starts trusting and being more honest to her rental half and starting to believe that half is part of her, in contrast, what does Kazuya do? Kazuya starts putting his leading half to the side and not trusting and being honest with him. In so doing, becoming a lot more passive and weak. And so what this is actually showing is that movie arc Kazuya isn't the complete Kazuya. He's just a part of Kazuya. And the problem is Kazuya is rejecting that half of himself. That's the issue. Kazuya is seemingly rejecting the half of himself who can do things. That's the point. Kazuya rejected that half of himself, but the other half is still part of him. Both are him. Just as Chizuru is both Mizuhara and Ichinose, so is Kazuya both a weak, pathetic idiot sometimes who literally cries and bitches, but also a leader. Literally someone who can do the craziest shit when he puts his mind to it. And he doesn't see that in himself. He's been conditioned that he's powerless. And he needs to start facing that and accepting both of his halves, not just one or the other. In the movie arc, Kazuya puts his other half aside for Chizuru. Kazuya puts his fears and insecurities to the side in favor of Chizuru. But he never actually addresses and overcomes that stuff. It never went away. It simply just caught up to him. And that's what the Hawaiian's arc is. That bad part of himself, the weak, pathetic part of himself, simply catching up to him. And the part he wants to deny and put to the side. It just caught up. It's not going to go the fuck away. And you have to embrace it and accept it. So in this, most of this arc is Chizuru seemingly accepting that part of herself. In contrast, Kazuya is denying a part of himself. So now it's literally him needing to accept his other half and needing to have faith in that other half. He shows up briefly when he asks Chizuru out. He shows up in his initiative and his planning and his motivation to why he wants to be with Chizuru. The other half is literally there constantly screaming at him nonstop, right? Kazuya literally says it when Chizuru asks him, "Why can you say you love me?" Even as I stand here, the real me inside of me is wanting to hold you so tightly. The real me. The real Chizuru. See what I'm saying? Think about mommy's call. Thinking about mommy's call, what does she want to say to Kazuya? Maybe she wants to apologize for the Hawaiians incident. Maybe all this will be solved in the problem Chizuru's absence. I don't know. The ring is a whole problem and the solution. Kind of, not really. Yeah, actually, wait, that's a good one. Yeah, Kazuya will man up next chapter for sure. What is manning up exactly? See, I don't like that phrase. What is manning up exactly? Who are you? Why do you do the things that you do? Right? It's more about having faith in yourself rather than manning up. Weird question. If Kazuya finds an internship during the summer, will he stop working at the karaoke place? Yeah, probably. It's totally possible. Depends if he gets paid, though. The chapter 344 was for me the peak Kazuya. I always liked so hyped man, like I'll be seeing peak Kazuya in the day, but he almost opposite happens and that did provide the rejection. Chapter 344. What happens in chapter 344? Oh, you mean this. Oh, you mean this. Yeah. I mean, that was the point. This Kazuya does show up at the end. This Kazuya does show up at the end, the heroic, the leader. Chizuru has already seen the Kazuya in chapter 1, chapter 393. She knows who Kazuya is, and the same with Kazuya, but both push each other but go back to their old self. No, I don't. That's a weird way to put it. Chizuru knows who the real Kazuya is, and he's lying and putting himself down, and he's not showing his real self, which only leaves Chizuru the element of rejection. Because if she can't if she accepts him as a lie, then she's not accepting his real self. So she has to reject him out of a sense of duty and responsibility because she believes she's a burden, and Kazuya deserves better than a burden. Chizuru rejects him out of responsibility. I think it's a too convenient explanation to say that Chizuru fell in love with Kazuya here. People have said it at other times before that Chizuru fell in love. They were always wrong. Yeah. I think Chizuru started falling in love as early as the beginning of the series. Like very, very early. But she just wasn't confident in that love. I think she fell in love way before the movie arc. The movie arc just started to solidify her love for him. That's it. She was in love with him for a very, very long time. Just at the end of the practice date, Kazuya shows his real self at the end of the actual date. Yeah, the practice date and the real date mirror each other. Just saying Kazuya will have faith in himself and do something better. People do evolve through their mistakes and will become the heroic leader again by accepting himself. Yeah, I mean, if you just accept that you're a fuck up and it's okay and you can still do things, that's fine. The problem is Kazuya refuses to accept mistakes. Kazuya's issue is he's afraid of mistakes. Mistakes are just a given. The problem isn't Kazuya needs to man up. He needs to just accept he's going to make mistakes and it's cool. And that's fine. He thinks he can't make any mistakes. He's been conditioned that he can't make any mistakes, but nobody's done this conditioning, not Chizuru, only Minnie. Chizuru's constantly told him, I don't need you to act. I don't need you to pretend. I don't want any of this stuff. Just be your honest self. But she unintentionally reinforces that by telling him she's doing research. What he misunderstands is the intent of the research. And that's the issue. Is Kazuya just needs to call her out on the research bullshit and just be honest with himself. Instead, he's the one who needs to be called out. Yeah, mommy definitely conditioned Kazuya. Mommy reinforces it a lot. Literally, Kazuya's feelings and emotions constantly evolve in the cohabitation, and you can't just point out a single reason as to why it happened. But it definitely started with Minnie. It definitely all started with Minnie, who told him what he should be doing. And she was right then, so maybe she's right now, even though she's very much wrong now in a lot of ways. She's right in that he should text her. She's wrong as to her reasoning. Some part of it is wrong. Some part of it is right, some part of it is wrong. I think this is right. I think this is right. But stuff like this is wrong. What else is wrong? Stuff like this is wrong too. If Chizuru didn't realize she was in love before, I seriously doubt that Chizuru will now have realized that she is in love. Yeah. During the Izakaya arc, she missed kiss when competition started, and she kissed him last moment when competition ended, but with Kazuya wanted to still blurry apart from Chizuru. Okay, I don't know what you're saying. I agree that she's been in love with him for a long time. All I'm saying is that she probably won't have realized she loves Kazuya just because he said something that made her kiss him. Yeah, yeah. No, what people don't realize is what Kazuya did in 383 is give her acceptance. That's what he did. He gave her acceptance. And through that acceptance, she felt seen and she felt like she doesn't have to meet any criteria. That's what Kazuya did. Kazuya gave her acceptance in chapter 383 and 385. He said he will always believe her and he will always have faith in her and he will always love her. That's what he told her, straight up. In so doing, because of this, it's not that she fell in love, it's that she felt like she could just be herself and be honest with what she wants and toss everything else aside and not worry if she meets the criteria of love and just let herself be in love. She's just letting herself be in love. She's not actually in love. You see what's happening here? She's figuring out her feelings by just letting them be. So the love is literally all around. Like Minnie is literally eating Chizuru's love, right? Chizuru just simply struggling. Chizuru just doesn't know how to articulate it, but she is in love, and she's accepted her feelings. That's what that's saying. That literally every aspect of it is conveying Chizuru's love, but she's just conveying it through her actions, not her words, because she can't articulate it. So she's just letting herself feel love. You see what's happening? She just let it happen. She just let it all go. I literally said this. I've been saying this nonstop on like Twitter and shit. Mommy is the original conditioner. Mommy is the original conditioner. She fucking conditioned his hair. Kazuya needs to talk to her in person. That's night, not text. Yeah. Sounds like he might not though. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Kazuya needs to make the step now in a more correct way by trying to chat to her directly and be completely honest. If he does that, then he will be immediately facing the fears in his head. Oh yeah, when Kazuya eventually goes job searching or when he gets an internship, he's gonna dye his hair black. That's just gonna happen. He literally has to. Like once he gets the job, he might dye it back again, but initially he's gonna dye it black when he needs to get the job. Okay. Yeah, the day of the reward. That's what the text reads. So I think we can get some answers as to what's going on with Chizuru in chapter 382. I used to think that books and movies were nothing but fiction and that the real world was full of harsh realities. Impossible dreams, her dream came true. Unrewarded efforts, her efforts are literally going to be rewarded next chapter. And unrequited feelings. In that order. That's literally the order we get them in. Impossible dreams. Her dream came true. Unrewarded efforts. Next chapter, literally her efforts are going to get rewarded. And unrequited feelings. Kazuya's going to requite her feelings. It's almost like Kazuya made all of this come true by just existing. How funny. Okay, so it sounds like that's the order we'll be getting this in. Sounds like that's literally the order we're going to be getting this in. So next chapter is unrewarded efforts. Okay. Ohan, do you think the call could potentially be a job opportunity in which she gives him tickets and they talk it out? Uh, it's it's such an important job opportunity that she's literally has to take it at night. We already okay. Fucking hell. We really got to find a better solution with this. Wait, sorry. Can you go back? What the fuck was that? What? What? What is wrong with everybody today? What? Yeah, what about chapter 382? It's both it's funny both Kazuya and Mami hair color is quite similar. No, it's not. She's blonde and his hair's bleached. It's two different things. Amata-san is from chapter 99 and the birthday chapter. He is her agent. She tried to get a job, or sorry, she auditioned in a play, and in chapter 99 he sent her a message telling her you didn't get it. He is her agent. So he's from Frisia, and he's calling her here at 10 o'clock at night because it's so fucking important that she needs to know about it. So she's getting a job. It has nothing to do with other actors. It has nothing to do with other actors. She's literally just getting a job. But how that job contrasts with Kazuya is what's going to be important. That's the element here. Okay. I kind of want to stop for now. I don't know. I've been streaming like 4 hours. I don't want to stream too long, and the episode's still not out. Yeah, still not out. What a waste of fucking time. Drew probably has to decide soon if she's going to accept the job. Yeah, probably. The element of deciding is very important here, for sure. That seems to be a reoccurring motif. So Chizuru being pushed into a choice is very, very important. Let's see. Huh. The topic came up in the Konakari OC about Umikun and overseas performance. Teacher Mijime, I believe in you. I'll wait 10 years and even 20 years. Yeah, this is a topic that has been brought up to Reiji a few times now. So, yeah, there's a very real chance Chizuru's there's going to be like an overseas trip or something. And it'd be cool if Kazuya goes too. Let's see. I really think I can see it being Kazuya wants to go with her. Right? I can see Chizuru using the ticket and asking him, "What do you want?" And Kazuya has to tell her, like, "I want to go with you." This all seems to every single element consistently comes back to, "What the fuck do you want, Kazuya? What do you want? What do you want? What do you want?" It's a reoccurring question. Yeah, Peter's sitting next to her. Yes, Peter. Wait, didn't Reiji bring up the Peter principle? He did. He literally did. He brought up the Peter principle. I vividly recall this. Let me find it. It's like chapter 260 or 258 or something. Yeah, it's right here. No, no, not that one. Where is it? Oh, chapter 283, I think. It's chapter 283. Let me find it. Okay. There it is. The Peter Principle. So if you guys don't know what the Peter Principle is, let's bring it up. Come on. The Peter Principle is a concept of management developed by Lawrence J. Peter, which observes that people in a hierarchy tend to rise to level of respective incompetence. Employees are promoted based on their success in previous jobs until they reach a level at which they are no longer competent, as skills in one job do not necessarily translate to another. This is important to this because a great athlete does not always make a great coach. These words represents what is called the Peter Principle. It is also a widely used term in management studies when discussing management positions. This is in reflection of Kazuya to Minnie, right? So Kazuya wakes up from a dream and Minnie calls him master. This is a reflection of their relationship, whereas Minnie is seemingly trying to guide Kazuya. Just because she did one great thing, it doesn't mean Minnie is a great coach. And this reflects that. This is a nod to Kazuya himself, who she calls master, right? This also is a nod to Chizuru herself, and how even though she's gotten to like that position where she seemingly is a great rental, it doesn't mean she's great at love or she's great at guiding through love. And this is a direct call out to Kazuya, straight up. Okay, so we were gonna read this. So this is from a Japanese fan. The return trip, recreating that scene, recreating the scene complete, as expected, teasing, awareness of guilt, drastic change, first contact, the trigger, from the other side, negative thinking, wall, gamble, Chizuru's Ichinose, association on the other hand, restless, and coming call, rebroadcast. But there are all kinds of mysterious descriptions. What are these guys doing? In the end, that's how it went. Why are they getting into a cardboard box? It seems that Kin's Shichai was rejected. Sorry, that was definitely lame. The way they casually talk about her breasts touching him makes me feel how close these two are. Well, it's definitely a suggestive action, and Chizuru ends up feeling restless because of it. Generally speaking, there are cases where feelings flip at that point, or where one becomes aware of them after taking action. However, I can't be sure if that applies to Chizuru. The motivation that has some persuasive power, but Chizuru has hard to find it into the mold. So I wonder if it's appropriate to apply a standard pattern or common tropes, right? Many apply standard patterns and common tropes, which are not applicable to Chizuru. Chizuru is just a girl, so it's not like it's absolutely impossible, and maybe that's exactly what resonates with her. In the end, the answer lies with Chizuru's heart, so until you can see that, it's all just speculation. That's pretty much well said. What Yamori is saying is that it's just what Yamori is saying is just her perspective, after all. Chizuru's heart is like a Schrodinger's cat. Schrodinger's cat, that's so funny. The kiss was too straightforward. Ha ha ha. She's already slurring her words. Oh, I guess Kazuya was. Yomori is overjoyed. It's clearly a different kind of kiss than before. What you say when you say naked, I can't help but think of Kazuya. Oh, this scene is on the other side. Chizuru is agonizing, smiling. It's been a while since we've seen Omata-san. Wait, does this last part mean there's more to come? The title preview is the day of reward. If it continues in this vein, maybe it's good news related to the actress, like someone reached out to her or something. In that sense, it feels like Chizuru is finally getting her reward. The subtitle of the episode is The Day of Destiny, and I was wondering if there was such a day, but it seems like her acting career is taking shape. Financial issues are being resolved. Will she quit rental? That could happen. Yeah, and that's the thing. What if it's just something completely positive? What if it's just something completely positive? There's a real chance it's nothing negative. Literally, her efforts are just rewarded, and it's all taking off, and she has a complete reason to quit rental. And it's literally all just working out. What if it's literally just completely positive? There's a real chance it's just completely positive, right? Like she gets a reason to quit rental. Her acting career literally takes off, and she can just quit rental now. It could just be completely positive, right? What if Reishi makes us so frustrated to just give us something good? What if that's what he's doing? Like it's a massive misdirect. You're like, oh no, it's gonna go bad, and it's just something completely positive. Wouldn't that be peak? Right? That would fans would be like, fuck yeah! Literally, she gets a reason to quit her job. Chizuru just gets a reason to quit her job. It's like, oh, fuck, hell yeah, let's do this, right? That would be so great, and I hope it doesn't come with some stupid caveat. I hope it doesn't come with some stupid caveat. I think it's totally possible, but I don't think so. It's almost Kazuya's birthday. I think Reiji, I think I'm gonna go, okay, you know what? Maybe let's get rid of the idea that Chizuru is leaving. Let's get rid of that. Let's just put that to the side until we get confirmation next week. Sounds good? Great. Okay. With that said, literally, what if it's just something positive? What if it's just something completely positive? Chizuru gets a reason to quit her rental. It never has to be an issue again. That would be peak. So we don't know. It could be negative. It could be positive. It could be a little bit of both. We don't know. And that's the best part. Because and I think it's going to be totally positive for a very simple reason. The one time we've seen this person in the past, what happened? Right? We were literally just talking about this. The one time we saw this fucking producer in the past, in chapter 99, absolute fucking pain, right? The one time we see this manager, is in chapter 99. This is chapter 389. And he tells her, you failed. So what if she just succeeds and it's just positive? There's no negative. Now it's just completely positive. Peak. Yeah, what if the gig starts local and it leads her overseas? Yeah. And Kazuya is the one who told her to keep going. What if it's just completely positive? There's no negatives. Suddenly it makes a whole lot of sense. Absolute cinema. Exactly. Absolute cinema. It's just straight up. Wouldn't that be peak? Literally, it's just positive. Yeah, he wouldn't have called so late if he just wanted to tell her she failed. That wouldn't require any more action from her. Yeah, right? He called her because there's something big. And she's about to get like a massive win. Like literally, Chizuru is literally about to get a massive fucking win. And that's the thing, right? So whereas she doesn't get a win from Kazuya, she gets a win from something else. So that's going to be the interesting part. It's like, okay, she's waiting, she's struggling to text him, and he doesn't text her, but this dude calls instead. Now, the only thing that could make this negative is the timing. Whereas Kazuya didn't call, didn't text, this person did. So it could be positive. Maybe this will. So two things can happen here. This could have multiple meanings. One new meaning I can introduce to this that I did not consider before is simply this. Whereas this could be a negative for Kazuya, it might actually be a positive for Chizuru. Literally, we're misunderstanding it as we're misunderstanding Kazuya. What do I mean by this? You see her struggling to text him, literally deleting and texting him. She's struggling to make a choice. And then she gets literally her path paved for her. Hey, what if this thing that's been bothering you the whole time isn't an issue anymore. Ooh. Why would he call her? No, it doesn't. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Why would he call her at 10 o'clock at night to tell her she failed? Where's the logic here? What's the logic here? It doesn't add up, right? If anything, it seems like it's a big success story. Another thing that can add to the fact that Chizuru is not moving that is very, very simple is simply this. Chizuru already has another gig planned. We know this. How do we know this? Chizuru already has another gig already. She's already currently working on another play. And we know this how? What are you staring at so intensely in your phone? I'm just checking my script. I have to finish reading it by tomorrow. No, it's another thing. I got a new role. Chizuru already has a role in a play. See what's happening here? Chizuru already has another role in a play. So there's no reason for her to leave anything. She's already busy. She already has stuff going on. So it's not about leaving. If anything, this is about helping her get rid of rental. She's having her big breakthrough, and it's all positive. Imagine if it's Kazuya's movie that helped her get this role. Bruh. Add more to it. Give me flavor. Fucking marinate my goddamn chicken. Let it sit overnight. Take it out. Cook it with some nice vegetables. Give me that rice. Ooh. Peak. What if Chizuru sends Kazuya a picture of the ticket, then asks him to come over? Kazuya asks her about the kiss. Chizuru tells him about the acting gig. Yep. That oh man. Ooh, we're kind of cooking. It could also be she was able to get a role possibly because of the producer of the new film was impressed by her independent film done with Kazuya. There you go. Yeah, I'm starting to like this. Woo. Let's not hype ourselves up too much. I am all the hype. Give me hype. Literally spear me to the wall with hype. Our idea is logical, but I don't want to get our hopes up. No. I'm gonna commit to the pain. Hurt me, Reiji. Hurt me. Why do these chapters of the kiss feel uneventful? That's kind of the point. They're supposed to kind of feel uneventful because Kazuya is literally not doing anything. Haven't seen someone use the word overzealous in a long time. A big what if here, but with a focus on Miho in the preparation date with Minnie, you think Miho could sabotage Chizuru in some ways? Oh, we already discussed this. Miho is probably going to use the photo Kazuya took with Umi. So, okay. Figured it out. Okay, here's my theory for next chapter. Okay, Kazuya is, the movie Chizuru and Kazuya made together is going to get her this massive fucking role. This role is going to be here. It's all going to be positive. There's absolutely no negatives to it. It's just going to be completely positive. It's going to be great and amazing. Do you want to know why? This is where Miho comes in. Why? Because Kazuya is going to be dating Chizuru now, and what's going to happen? Miho's going to be like, oh, you're dating this producer. That's how you got into this. What did Miho say when Miho was getting all upsetty fucking spaghetti at Chizuru? We already made this theory, by the way. We made this theory last week, but now it's coming full circle and connecting. Oh, I feel good, baby. Okay. It's chapter 334, I think. No, 36. 336. Yep. Okay, Miho. Flirting with those in power gets you more roles, and sleeping with the director can make you famous. Okay. We know Miho did this. That's pretty much what she's implying here. So, Chizuru will now meet this criteria because she is dating her producer who made her this film, who made her successful. And she has a picture to prove it, being the picture Umi posted with Kazuya during the producer event thing. And oh, wouldn't you know, she's dating the producer. It's all going to be positive. That's my prediction. She's going to get a positive, complete win, and she's going to get a reason to quit rental. And then afterwards, Kazuya's going to equate her feelings, and then they're going to talk it out, and then figure shit out. It's all positive. There we go. There, that's my theory. It's all positive. And then Miho's going to be reintroduced into the picture to use that element to go after Chizuru because, oh, hey, you did this terrible thing. You only used him, and then now you're dating him because you're getting roles because of him. There you go. What if the new movie helped her with a new role and want Kazuya back as a producer? Not sure if this was said already, lol. Yeah, that could be another thing. The movie helped her and they want Kazuya back as a producer. Just like the chapter title, The Girlfriend and the Fateful Day 1, it must have been something positive for them. Yep. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Woo. I'm making way too much noise. It's honestly just emotional masochism, but you support. Hey, I'll take the hit for you. I'll be happy for you. Not literally. Believe in the me that believes in you. Next chapter 390 lucky bad. Well, hey, counterpoint chapter 390 counterpoint. 1. The 9 is breaking another 8, which is the loop Mini created. The 0 is a reset, and 3 is a positive number. 390. Now, what's interesting about 290? What happens in chapter 290? 290 starts with Kazuya freaking the fuck out. But how does it end? Chizuru asks him out on a date. How does it end? Oh. It's a date. We're going on a date. I have faith. I trust this man with my fucking life. I may doubt him sometimes, but I trust this man. He gets it. He knows. I believe in him. No, I don't think Miho isn't the type to go after Kazuya. She would go after Chizuru. Miho is the type who wants to hurt Chizuru, so she wouldn't try to get them to break up. She would be like, hey, you're just like me, and she'll try to defame her. Chizuru is going to have a lot of success coming up. That's just going to happen. Chizuru is going to have a massive success streak here. And it's going to be because of the film. That's just a fact. We can say this right now. It's going to be because of the film. The film is going to be scouted by some dude who's going to be like, this shit's so fucking great. Holy crap. And because of it, Chizuru's going to get a lot of fame. It's going to be completely positive for the both of them. It's going to be huge. And because of it, Miho is going to be like, I hate this girl who's getting to so much success just for doing her own thing. And I know she's a liar. And so then she's going to find out about Chizuru. Like literally, she says it right here. She thinks that she's above everyone else. It's like she's giving a passing smile. Is enough to make excuses for not having to associate anyone. I can't stand her. You're just relying on looks too, you know. Without a face like yours, you'd have no choice but to stuck to everyone out there. Does she think everyone around her is stupid? It's like her very existence contradicts everything about me. She was acting strange today, though. She'd normally have no problem with the small talk in the dressing room, but she seemed kind of out of it today. Did she get a boyfriend? I guess you're no different. So she does get to, right? And it's gonna bug her that her boyfriend is someone who helped her through this movie thing. So she's gonna try to defame Chizuru. Be like, look, you're no different. You slept with a producer. You did all this. She's gonna try to go after Chizuru through Kazuya. Instead, this time, what's gonna be different is that Kazuya will be a support figure in Chizuru's life here, and she will talk to him. That's gonna be the difference. Chizuru will talk to him this time, unlike Mami. It's very intentional that Miho is a completely outside girl who's not Mami, who Kazuya is not emotionally attached to. It recreates the scene with Mami, but now it's just an outside figure that Kazuya can help her with, that Kazuya can be there for her with, right? And I think that's going to be important, and Kazuya will probably have to do something that's out of his comfort zone, like maybe reach out to Umi, right? I could see Kazuya reaching out to Umi, doing something out of his comfort zone, and to help Chizuru. It's literally what this is doing, this arc is doing to me, is putting Kazuya in a leader position. It's literally putting Kazuya in a leader position and challenging him to help Chizuru and to do the things that he wants to do and to not doubt his own choices. So this makes a lot of sense. Chizuru is not going on an overseas trip. Let's get that out of the way. She's getting a big role. She's going to finally catch a fucking break. Things are finally going to start working out for her, and it's all going good. And then, as they're going good, as Kazuya and her are doing great, then we introduce this conflict. But it's going to be positive. I'm confident in this. It's going to be positive. Miho's going to spread a rumor that Chizuru slept with the producer to get the role in the independent film. Yep, that just seems like it. Oh my god, Fake cooked again. I'm all in for this theory. Got him, baby! Woo! Woo! What are you willing to lose if you're wrong? Everything. Everything. I don't know. What would I do if I'm wrong? I don't know. I don't know. You still think Umi's gonna self-sacrifice to make the picture a big nothing burger? That pick like Umi? I mean, Umi has been a big nothing burger for a while, and that's kind of the point. Isn't it by that logic, isn't Ruka a big nothing burger? No? Isn't that literally Ruka? She's a big nothing burger. Stream died? Wait, stream died? Wait, what? Oh, no, it's good now, right? It's good now, right? Luckily for me, I'm not a stupid fuck. And I've been recording this entire stream. I ain't stupid, boy. Planned ahead. I've been planning ahead constantly lately, which is very good. K-drama ending, maybe Miho asks her on a rental date. Well, Chizuru will quit rental, so that makes no sense. Let's see. Johan, repeat yourself through the Steam Deck. Where did I stop? What did you guys miss? Okay, I don't know, this is sounding too positive. That's the best part. Be positive. Believe. Hope, motherfuckers. Hope. The power of hope. Be fucking Superman, motherfuckers. I gotta pull up the stupid Superman scene. Aw, damn it. Where is it? No, my favorite scene. The good luck with that scene. Curses. Oh, well. Where's my headset? Ah. Okay, come on. Work with me, headset. Ugh. And then the things are behind me are falling apart. Okay, how's it looking behind me? Okay. I need to get a bigger one. I need to get a bigger green screen and a better camera, but saving up for that stuff is not easy. Let's make sure I got sound. Literally this. Dude, just literally hope. Just fucking symbol of hope, bro. Straight up symbol of hope. Dude. I'm wearing the Rent a Girlfriend shirt. Dude. Drink the hopium, guys. I'm literally just drinking that opium, bro. Chugging it. Henry Cavill is not a good Superman. I'm sorry. Henry Cavill is not a good Superman. I'm sorry. Oh yeah. Well, there's a bunch of shit I'm watching. Oh shit, it's Gamescom. Fuck. Fuck. Gamescom is now. Damn it. Damn it. Okay, I'll turn off the audio and just watch it to the side. Fuck me. I'll just have that here. I'm watching both you and Gamescom. Damn it. No. So yeah, it sounds like next chapter is actually going to be very, very positive. No, there is a new episode of the Rent a Girlfriend anime, but I don't know why Crunchyroll's not putting it up. It already released. Yeah, but for some reason Crunchyroll doesn't have it. Like, I don't know what the deal is. Okay, I'll just close this. There we go. Yeah, so from what I saw for the opening, or sorry, for the anime seemingly here there was some stuff on Twitter. I can probably pull it up. I can probably pull it up. Some people posted images, so I can probably put up what was posted on Twitter. Oh, what? Oh, was she fucking crying? Oh my god. I didn't even think of that. That's why her nose is red. That's why her nose is red. She was crying. And it makes sense when you realize the chapter started with Minnie crying. Their nose is red because they're drunk. Her nose is red is because she cried. And we never saw her crying. Oh my god. And there's stupid fuckers who think she would pick her job over him. Nah, dude. Nah, dude. Oh, I'm so stupid. She was fucking crying. Oh, this is gutting me. This is actually she was fucking crying. Oh man, and she's finally gonna get rewarded for her pain, her struggles, and her waiting. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, Kazi is being complete fucking fuck. Kazi is being complete fucking fuck, and he needs to get his shit together and go back to her. Kazi needs to fucking literally come back to her right now, dude. What are you doing? And she's finally gonna get rewarded for all of her fucking efforts, how hard she's been fucking working. No, this is completely positive. She's going through hell right now, and she needs support, and she's finally gonna get something through this job. And Kazuya needs to come back now. Chizuru needs a hug. She doesn't just need a hug. She needs to like literally be put to bed. It's like, you're okay. You're a beautiful angel child. I fucking love you. I'm sorry for ever doubting you. You are literally the best. Literally, that's what she needs. Yeah. Yeah, man. Oh man. Oh man. That yeah, perfect excuse so she can contact him. Literally, right? Just let him know. Oh man. Oh man, dude, she should contact him. Kazuya, bro. No, she doesn't regret kissing him. She's sad because he's gone and he's not talking to her. She wants him to talk to her and he's not saying anything. That's why she's crying. That's literally why she was fucking crying, dude. Yeah, he ghosted her. No, next chapter is gonna be amazing, and it's gonna gut us when you realize she's been crying. While Kazuya is having this stupid charade with Minnie, Chizuru's at home crying. Dude, she just needs some love. She needs some positivity, dude. And this is gonna be a good win for once. This is gonna be good, dude. And When she gets her job, she'll have a reason to contact him. What did Kazuya do in the 3-month time skip? Do you guys remember what Kazuya did in the 3-month time skip? Oh my god. Oh my god. What did Kazuya do in the 3-month time skip? I don't have it in me, no matter how much it troubles you. This isn't a point where I can give up on you. Sending one message probably wouldn't be out of place. Hello there. I got some mail mistaken from a yoga parlor to my address. Can I go ahead and put it in your mail slot? Hey, what happens in chapter 243? What happens in chapter 243? Who remembers chapter 243? Chizuru leaves, comes back, and she's being fidgety. These are tickets to the stage play. Huh? It would be weird if I didn't give you these, wouldn't it? Tickets. She said she was the home stretch. I'll be there. You can count on it. I haven't cried since then. Foreshadowing much? Yeah, she did cry. She's gonna have a reason to call him. Hey, the movie was such a success. I got a big role. Gut me. Gut me, dude. Oh man. So she's gonna get a big role. It's gonna be positive, and she's gonna have a reason to text him. And then he's gonna talk to her. And I could see them getting into some sort of argument because she's not addressing the kiss. She's just asking him. Oh, I gotta plug this in. Right, she's not addressing the kiss. She's just talking to him. Bro. Next chapter is gonna be so positive for Chizuru, and she's just gonna need some support from him. Bro. Bro. Oh yeah, no, next chapter is gonna be insanely positive. And Chizuru's gonna finally have a reason to quit rental. Man. No, it was someone's phone in the background. It's not mine. It stopped. Oh, wow. Sad, happy, sad again. I mean, the chapter is kind of sad by design, and she needed a win. This is the win Chizuru needed. Right? Kazuya is so busy focusing on... What did Minnie say at the start of the chapter? You've definitely won. You definitely won. You definitely won. You finally got a win. That's what this is. Wow. I'm so glad I'm so glad I didn't stop streaming and we took the time to think about this, because now I just feel a lot more positive. Yeah, Chizuru needs a fucking win, dude. All she's had is L's. Chizuru needs that W. She's had too many L's. She needs a goddamn W. That was the teaser too. Yeah, the teaser was it's a certain victory, or it's a certain win. That's what it was. It begins with a win and it ends with a win. It begins with Minnie saying, "You definitely won," and it ends with Chizuru literally winning something. Yeah, they're drinking all day long. They're wasting their time. They're being fucking idiots. They're wasting their time. They're afraid. Whereas Chizuru persevered and she finally got a victory. Whereas Kazuya is sitting here afraid to take the helm, Chizuru's perseverance finally got her a win. Because of him, because of his own actions. Because he didn't give up. Literally, this reflects Kazuya never giving up. This is what this reflects. This scene right here, this is what this reflects. Kazuya never giving up. Because Kazuya never gave up and Chizuru never gave up, they succeeded in the film. Because Kazuya told her to not give up on this film, on being an actress, she finally got the break she needed, not just in life but in her career. In contrast, Kazuya, who needs to stop being afraid and to stop worrying if he won or not and just go to her, is sitting on his ass waiting. They contrast each other, right? Kazuya won, but he keeps doubting the win. Chizuru, who's had doubts this entire time but literally never gave up, finally got a win, right? Kazuya already had a victory, and he's just not taking it. Chizuru, in contrast, literally didn't know if she would ever win. All she's got is L's, and she won. It literally shows you Chizuru's the one who's actually been struggling this whole time, and Kazuya, in contrast to Kazuya, who literally has not been fighting this hard, even though the win is literally in his hand. Chizuru has only had loss. Literally, she's holding the loss in her hand right now, right? He's not texting her. She's literally looking at her phone, waiting to be texted, waiting to be told you won. In contrast, she gets a different kind of win. Doesn't this seem like she's waiting for the role to succeed in a film? Doesn't this seem like that? Literally, she's waiting for a role to succeed in a film. In contrast, she actually does succeed in the film because of his own actions. Whereas Kazuya has not texted her yet, and he's not seizing the day. And she feels like she needs to seize the day. This isn't for Chizuru to text him. This is for Kazuya to text her. He needs to step up, right? Why is he so afraid when victory is literally certain? In contrast to Chizuru, who's working her fucking ass off every single day with no guarantee she will ever fucking succeed because he cheered her on. And it's not just a job for Chizuru. She's pursuing her dream since she was a teenager. For her grandfather and grandmother, it's not just a job for her. Yeah. But why is Kazuya so fucking afraid? In contrast to her. Why isn't Snapchat a thing and Rag the story would be shorter? What the fuck kind of logic is that? It sounds stupid. I don't even use Snapchat. I think Snapchat's fucking stupid. Plus, that doesn't match with the characters at all. I don't even know if people in Japan use Snapchat. They use Line. I don't know. As someone who's adamantly hated Snapchat, yeah. He's so passive the past couple chapters, it pisses me off, not gonna lie. Understandable. As a Kazuya fan, understandable. I'm pissed too. I'm mad as fuck too. He's being way too passive. In contrast to Chizuru, who's worked so fucking hard, she finally got a win. Right? Snapchat is cringe. Thank you. Thank you. Anyways. Text is notified when you text too. That's not how it works. It's just in line it's not. Yeah, if you text on normal texting apps, it is. So no, it's just Line. And you can turn it off. It's something you can literally turn off. You know, Kazuya needs more liquid courage to send that text. Yeah, sure. When he's drunk, when he's shit-faced drunk, he needs more. Yeah, great idea, Dinky. Yeah, Kazuya needs more booze, more liquid courage, bro. Drink more of that venom. Need more, bro. And in contrast to Chizuru, who's worked her fucking ass off, finally getting a win. I think that's the point. That's literally the point. Kazuya has victory in his hand, and he's not taking it. Whereas Chizuru, who's only had L's the entire story for so fucking long, finally starts getting some wins. And she wants to share in that joy with him. That's the whole idea, dude. Literally, if she who's been struggling this entire time is still trying, why the hell aren't you? That's the question the story is posing. That's literally the question this story is posing. If she can work this hard, this long, and you can believe in her dream, why can't you believe in your own? Kazuya is not believing in his dream. He needs to start believing in his dream more. He needs to start trusting himself more. He needs to start having faith in himself. Yeah, what if Chizuru goes to him? It's possible Chizuru could go to him after this meet. She really wants to see him so bad that she doesn't care, and she just goes to him. The win is so good, she really wants to go to him, and she just doesn't care. She just goes. She just texts Minnie, hey, where are you? Chizuru texts Minnie, hey, where are you? Chizuru texts them, hey, where are you? I want to go. I want to meet you right now. I don't care if you're drunk. Kazuya's had enough liquid courage. He's not even using it. He needs to sober up. Well said. Stop drinking, dipshits. Minnie needs to litter him in front of Chizuru's house. No, I think Chizuru's going to go to him now. She's going to get such a massive win here that she just wants to share it with him. It'll be if they do fight, it'll be a positive fight. Maybe Kazuya will kick Minnie out. Maybe he'll be like, why the fuck is he drunk? But Chizuru doesn't know where he is. So she would need to ask Minnie. That's not a thing. Kazuru, that's not a thing. No, actresses can date. That's not a thing. That's stupid. Don't believe me? Bunny Girl Senpai is currently airing. Chapter 179, Chizuru literally tells Kazuya, hey, no, actresses date. It's totally normal. No, that's not a thing. There's no contract where you can't date. The only thing that does that is, I think, like the idol industry, which has been notoriously fucked. And people have said that it's fucked up. And even then, a lot of idols quit and they don't align with this shit anyway. That's not a thing. No, she can date. She goes and lets him have it. Hell yeah. I want Chizuru to fucking cook him. Cook his ass. Why are you cooking for him? Cook him. Alcohol prolongs the processing of emotions. True. Yeah, it makes it worse. I want Chizuru to go and fucking cook his ass. I need it. What the fuck are you doing, dude? He's drunk and can't even message her online. Nah, bro, is cooked. No, I need Chizuru to call both of them the fuck out. What the hell are you two doing? What are you two doing? I need her to just be like, I want her to get mad and be like, I wanted to celebrate today with you two. I wanted to share my time with you two, and you're over here getting drunk being fucking stupid. I want her to call them out. I want Chizuru to be like, I wanted to share my time with you two. You two mean the fucking world to me. And you're over here getting shit-faced drunk on your own and not inviting me and not hanging out with me. You guys fucking suck. And I want her to tell them how much they suck. I want them to realize how shitty these two have been to her. Yeah, and Chizuru has made it clear she doesn't like it when he drinks. Yeah. Yeah, she's told him before, stop drinking so much. Because every time Kazuya gets drunk, he turns into a fucking mess. And also, they're getting drunk with each other and not hanging out with her. Also, getting drunk is just bad for you in general. Like, health issues. I don't think that's just what Chizuru's worried about, but like, if Chizuru finds out, so while she's been sitting at home fucking crying, these two idiots are getting drunk, wondering what the fuck she's thinking instead of talking to her. Imagine how pissed she would be. I would be livid. I want her to get mad at them. I want Chizuru to get fucking mad. I want her to yell at these two idiots. What the fuck are you doing? Right? I think that's going to be what it is. I genuinely think that's going to be what's going to happen. She's going to get a big win. She's going to want to share that with them. They're not here. I don't see how they've been treating her wrong. Okay. Chizuru tells Kazuya that the home is hard for her alone. That she couldn't stay in this home alone. And he leaves. Minnie knows Chizuru is lonely and alone. And she leaves and doesn't even say goodbye. Then she goes and drinks with Kazuya, doesn't invite Chizuru, doesn't ask her, never talks to her, even though Chizuru is supposed to be her friend. She never checks up on Chizuru. How are you doing? Are you okay? Instead, she goes to Kazuya, gets drunk with him, finds out he kissed her, keeps hanging out with Kazuya, and doesn't send Kazuya to her. I'm sorry, what the fuck is the issue? You don't see how they're doing wrong? Chizuru kissed Kazuya, told him she pretty much told him she's ready to have a relationship with him. Minnie realizes this and gets mad at him for not going to her, and then gets more drinks, gets mad at her, reenacts Chizuru's feelings as a fucking game. And then it tells them, oh, you won. You should text her now. He doesn't text her. She doesn't care. And they keep drinking. And they keep not doing anything. And they keep never reaching out to her while she's sitting there waiting for him. And now Minnie knows. So Minnie's just as much of an asshole as Kazuya is. Both of them are ignoring her. When she explicitly told Kazuya how she felt, and he told Minnie how he felt, and how Chizuru felt. They're being absolute dicks. Kazuya and Minnie are being total dicks here. Not only are they being inconsiderate, they're being irresponsible. Kazuya is not answering Chizuru's feelings when she told him how she felt. They're being dicks. They're literally reenacting the 3-month time skip. And I want Chizuru to cook their fucking asses. I want Chizuru to tell them how fucking stupid they are. And I want that to happen today. Like right next chapter when she gets the win and she wants to talk to them and she finds out where they are, I want her to be fucking pissed. Last time they invited her and she asked, can I come? Now I want her to invite herself. Get fucking pissed at these fuckers. I want Kazuya to have it. Dude, you're being a silly little bitch. And I say this as Kazuya is my favorite character. He's being a silly little bitch. And I need him to get the fuck called out. I need them to have a fight. I need Chizuru to get mad. Get fucking livid, girl. You deserve it. You have every right to be mad here. Let it loose. Lose your shit. Both of them will get mad at each other and start yelling and realizing how fucking stupid this has all been. In Kazuya's defense, he's drunk and not too coherent. Hopefully when she reaches out, like he'll have sobered up a little. Maybe he'll sober up once he stops, when he's, like she starts talking to him and he knows she's coming. But yeah, no. Kazuya doesn't get a defense. He could have stopped drinking and sobered up. He chose not to. Actually, no. Yeah, Kazuya doesn't get a defense. He could have sobered up and chose not to. He chose to be afraid. I want Chizuru to fucking cook him. I'm sure it's even going to be a fight because there's nothing Kazuya should be mad at Chizuru. There's nothing Kazuya should be mad at Chizuru. What? I'm not sure wait, what? Donkey Kang, Dong Kong, whatever. Just rewrite that, please. I'm not sure what you're saying. Watch them calmly talk it out. I hope not. Get mad. Get livid. Reiji has been foreshadowing anger and a fight for a while. We've constantly gotten hints of a fight. It just it makes too much sense. We need a fight. I'm not sure if it's going to be a fight. I think it should be. For a very simple reason. Kazuya doesn't understand Chizuru, and Chizuru doesn't understand Kazuya. Even though Kazuya told her he loves her, he's seemingly fucking off drinking with Minnie. Even though Chizuru kissed him, she didn't explain how she was feeling to him, and he doesn't understand what she's thinking. And neither of them talks to each other. So I can see Chizuru being mad for completely justifiable reasons, and I can see Kazuya being mad because of his own skewed POV. That Chizuru is being wishy-washy and unclear with him, and he doesn't know what she's thinking. And they just both start yelling and getting upset at each other. It just makes too much sense. They don't get each other. He wouldn't be mad. I think she wants to understand what things mean. I'm just frustrated. No, I think Kazuya will eventually get mad because she's mad. It'll start with Chizuru. She's gonna be mad, and it's gonna lead to Kazuya getting mad. And the easiest example I can give you that perfectly highlights my point is this. Chizuru asks them, cool if I come. Wow. This time she doesn't ask for permission. She just goes to him. Tell me where you are. I want to be there. Or she finds out where they are and she goes to them. Notice how Chizuru is already dressed nice, right? Notice how Chizuru is already dressed up like she was either doing something or she dressed up for them. Kazuya says something really insensitive. Doesn't it make you sad or something? In a prior chapter, Kazuya literally saw Chizuru being upset and sad at losing her family. Stream is dying a bit. It's okay. It's recorded. Okay? So he saw Chizuru being sad that her family is gone. And here he is. Literally a few chapters later. Aren't you sad or something? Like she's an emotionless monster. She drinks, gets upset. Yeah, it really does. I am upset. So? Pissed. She's ready to pick a fight. Bring it, motherfucker. So? He chickens out. What if, this time, Kazuya chickens out again? Chizuru's like, stop fucking doing that. Stop chickening the fuck out. You goddamn coward. You do this every time. You get scared and run away every fucking time. I want her to say that. I want Chizuru to call him out. You're a fucking coward. You run away every time. Every single time we're about to get into a fight, something's going to turn up, you run away. What happened to that? What happened to Kazuya from the movie arc who wouldn't fucking take no for an answer? What happened to that, huh? You fucking coward? I need this. I need this fight. Yeah, instead of asking, can I come? Where are you? Straight up, where are you? I want her to get mad. Kazuya chickened out here. What did Kazuya do in the current chapter? Does this seem familiar? Does this seem familiar? I hope things are clicking. We're already seeing it. We're already seeing it. Literally, we're already seeing the bullshit. Kazuya keeps chickening out. I want Chizuru to get pissed. Bitch, why do you constantly keep chickening out? Get your shit together. I want her to get mad at Kazuya. Just straight up fucking livid at him. You fucking bitch. You keep saying one thing and doing another. You keep not being honest. And then he's going to get mad at her for saying that because he's going to be like, well, that's what you're doing. It's like, no, it's because I'm confused and you're supposed to fucking understand me, but you won't. You won't fucking listen to anything I say, in fact. I'm so confident in my fight theory. Kazuya needs to lead in love. Chizuru leads in life. No, the Hawaiians. No, Hawaiians is not Chizuru's fault. It is not Chizuru's fault. We already talked about this earlier in the stream. It is not Chizuru's fault. It is Mommy's fault. It is also partially Kazuya's fault. Do you want to know why? Kazuya wanted to confess and kept cornering her instead of creating a safe space where she can talk to him about Mommy. And then he pulls her in one direction while Mommy pulls her from another. And then she gets a text from Mommy telling her, hey, I'm going to go tell the grandma right now. I'm already there. I'm literally in front of your room. I'm going to go tell her right now if you don't show up. And instead of Kazuya listening to her, he keeps trying to confess. Not paying attention to what Chizuru already highlighted, she's not fucking okay. Here, I'll show it to you. Hawaiians is not Chizuru's fault. It is partially Chizuru's fault. It is partially Kazuya's fault, and it is partially Mommy's fault. But that's literally two things Kazuya fucked up on. Here's Kazuya in the room with Chizuru. We're all alone. He turns to Chizuru. Look at her. She literally looks crestfallen. What? Huh? What's wrong? He tries to confess again. Look at her. She opens up. Hey, about Mommy-san, what do you think of her? Huh? Mommy-chan. I talked to her a little bit. And she hears some bullshit. She hears some bullshit. Things might have changed. Whoa. What's going on? Hey, talk to me. Chizuru's about to? Doorbell rings. Grandma Nagomi shows up. He could have talked to Chizuru. He didn't. Instead, he goes to talk to Nagomi. He doesn't listen to Chizuru. He could have just said, hey, Grandma, I just need a little time to talk to Chizuru. Everything's not perfect and okay. Just give me a little bit, please. He doesn't take control. He lets his grandma take control again. Consistently, throughout the entire arc, everyone takes control away from Kazuya. Every single person consistently takes control away from Kazuya, and he lets them. Because these people have always taken control. Grandma got in the way again. Just remove them out of the way. You have choices. You have control. Stop letting people decide. And literally, this becomes a reoccurring pattern. This is in part Chizuru's fault because initially she ran away. But then it keeps happening and Kazuya keeps letting them. And this is reflective of what his family and everybody else does to Kazuya. They always get in the way because of what they want, because of their expectations, because of their own personal desires. But that's the thing. These people will never go the fuck away. You have to make a choice and make them go away. You don't want these people in your way? Tell them to fuck off. Grandma, I need some time alone with Chizuru. Please give me some time. We need to talk. He doesn't do this. He just lets her. He lets her take him. Chizuru says that. Kazuya could have said, no, wait. I want to talk with Chizuru. Chizuru, after doing this, after telling him something is wrong, leaves. I never got to hear what talked about with Mami-chan. Damn it, what the hell is going on here? Kazuya talks to Grandma Sayuri, talks to his grandma, who then makes him feel unbearable guilt. And that's why he goes to confess. Because Kazuya feels so powerless as a byproduct of his grandmother that he thinks the only thing he can do to confess. He completely ignores the problem that was there because of Mami the entire time, and in so doing makes Chizuru feel cornered. Chizuru tried to reach out. Chizuru literally tried to talk to him, and instead he goes to confess again. Again and again and again, and he's missing what's in front of him because he really needs this confession to work. Not because he actually wants to confess. He lost the meaning of why he was confessing in the first place. This is very much akin to the things Minnie references. One, Minnie references Code Geass very commonly. The whole point of Code Geass is simply this. Lelouch initially starts Code Geass because, oh shit, Resident Evil 9. Oh, fuck me. Oh my god, damn it. Damn it. Damn it! I like Resident Evil so much. Okay. Damn it. Damn it. Can you guys just remind me what I was saying? I lost track of what I was saying. Can you please remind me of what I was saying? Yes, Kazuya's shirt is the fireworks on the moon. You're right. Could someone remind me of what I was saying? Sure. I'll put. Oh, Code Geass and Lelouch. Thank you. I'll remember that. I'm watching Maximilian Dude because I like him. Oh. Damn, I liked her. February 27th, 2026. Next year.
That was very little.
That game is insane. I got to see that sequence in Osaka about a month ago.
Okay.
There's a lot more to share, and there is a reason it was the most.
Okay. That's all I want to watch. Let's get back to Code Geass. Okay. So Minnie references Code Geass. In Code Geass, one thing that happens in the story is that Lelouch initially starts his revolution because he wants to create a better world for his sister. Eventually, Lelouch does it for so long, he loses the meaning of why he's doing this in the first place. Does that sound familiar? Minnie, also, when Kazuya asks Chizuru out, references Attack on Titan, telling Chizuru, you're going out to fight the Titan of Love. You're going outside of the walls. You're getting outside of your comfort zone to fight the Titan of Love. Kazuya is the Titan of Love, if you will. Now, Kazuya represents the Attack Titan. But most of the story, he's literally being... Like, it doesn't necessarily represent... You can just say he's Eren. You can just say he's like Eren. Eren starts his seemingly revenge quest, and then he wants to do all this stuff, and then by the end of the story, what happens with Eren? He loses the meaning of why he's doing this in the first place. In reality, it was all for Mikasa. By the way, the anime doesn't represent Eren's feelings super well for Mikasa, but they were always there. The manga shows it a little better. He always liked Mikasa. Anyways, another one that Reiji references with Minnie is there was 4 of them. Code Geass. Ah, that's right. Evangelion. What happens with Eva? Shinji's dad wants to transform the world and create a better world for his son. And of course, he loses the meaning of that and gets so caught up in his grief that he just kind of ends up trying to destroy everything. All because he's afraid he can't connect with his son. Finally, Minnie regularly likes to reference Endless 8, where the characters have to satisfy a thing they forgot, which is to do their summer homework. So what happens is Haruhi Suzumiya continues to loop the events of Endless 8, and you have the same episode play for like eight weeks or something. It's literally the same episode with minor differences. And the point is that the only way to break out of the loop is to recognize what Haruhi wanted, so that way you could fulfill it and break the loop. And the way they do it is by remembering the thing they forgot to do, which was their summer homework. Are you seeing a pattern here? It's about remembering and seeing the person. And Kazuya lost track of why he was doing this in the first place. Just as in Hawaiians, he lost track of why he was doing this in the first place. You have these contrasting elements that occur after this point. After Hawaiians, he literally gets shown why he's doing this, constantly reminded of his feelings, getting more clarity as to why he's doing this, getting more understanding. But there's something he doesn't ever look at, and it's the thing that contradicts his own self-awareness: himself. He keeps thinking he is powerless. So even though Kazuya is remembering why he does things, he himself is doing nothing, whereas Chizuru is doing everything. There is where the crux of the issue lies. Kazuya loses why he's doing what he's doing. He remembers why he does what he does, but he stops acting on it. He thinks after he confessed, that's it. You don't need to do anything else. But that's not how love works. You don't just confess in an anime and whoop-de-doo, you either get an answer or you don't. That's not how it works. It's not what love is. That's not what connection is. It's a constant building thing. It's a constant choice. It's a constant action. You have to constantly go through it. You have to constantly interact and talk to this person, and Kazuya doesn't. He doesn't keep showing his love. He just simply says he's in love. That's it. He says he doesn't do. Chizuru, in contrast, does do. Gamescom opening night is done. Sweet. Okay. Are we seeing the issue now? Are we seeing what the problem is with Kazuya? He's not actually doing things. He just keeps saying things. He's not actually saying what he feels now that he remembers and understands it. Instead, he just says stuff. And in so doing, he loses the meaning of why he's doing it. He's literally seeing how he lost the meaning in the first place, in a safer environment. He's given a safer environment to realize how all these people around him took away the meaning. And it's presented through the safest space you could possibly find, and that is Minnie. Minnie is literally just a girl hanging out with him and talking to him. She's not dangerous. She's not trying to take anything away from Kazuya, but she literally still is. He gave up his autonomy to Minnie and lost full control of his own actions and choices because he let her. It reflects what happened in the Hawaiians arc perfectly. It wasn't Chizuru who did this. He did it to himself. In a lot of ways, part of it was Chizuru, part of it was Mommy, something he chose not to see, and part of it was his own actions. And the 3-month time skip reflects that perfectly. All Kazuya did in the 3-month time skip was this. Knocked on her door once, thought he heard a sound, knocked on her door a second time. Then he thinks nobody's there. Chizuru didn't answer. He doesn't say anything. He goes back to his room. He texts her that he found a yoga card that belongs to her. Cool, whatever. Chizuru sees it and does not respond. He never pushes again. That's it. He never pushes again. He doesn't get blocked, or anything, in fact. But then he tries to use rental. That's all he did after that. Kazuya just constantly tries to use rental. He never goes to knock on her door again. He never texts her again. He just uses rental. What's the problem? What is the one thing Chizuru did not want to use? Rental. She refused to meet him through rental again because she fucking hated that. She didn't want him to spend any more money. She felt guilty about that. She didn't want to use rental. Do you see what the problem is? The 3-month time skip is just as much as Kazuya's fault as it is Chizuru's. On one hand, she didn't text him when she could have. But she felt cornered because he made her feel cornered. He didn't tell her, hey, just talk to me, I'm here, there's nothing wrong. Instead, he doubles down on what he did in Hawaiians. In so doing, Chizuru in turn also doubles down on what she did in Hawaiians. She's reacting to him. And he is not acting. So Chizuru has to take action because he is simply reacting to her reactions. Chizuru becomes an active character in the arc that comes forward. This slowly helps Kazuya become active, and then he interacts with Minnie, who reinforces his reactionary position. Whenever something bad happens, his reactionary position is reinforced, because Kazuya has a trauma from the people around him. Chizuru constantly tries to help him, tries to push him to be active, but it's just not working. Minnie keeps getting in the way. He keeps staying reactive. He stays reactive. And that helps him find his answers and his feelings more clearly because he's not in an active position. However, he still remains inactive. You cannot stay inactive forever. You have to act. Eventually, when he sees Minnie take action in the cosplay arc, he feels like he can take action because Minnie just did her own thing and she didn't try to force anything. When she tried to force it, it didn't work. When she didn't, it just did. Okay? This helps Kazuya feel more powerful, so he tries to take action. Then, after he takes action, asks Chizuru out and feels confident and breaks down to tears because he finally overcame some of this conflict, something happens. He goes to Minnie again. He becomes reliant on Minnie again. And he lets Minnie tell him what to do, even though none of that shit matters. And then he starts being overly sensitive about this shit. And it's because Kazuya never actually overcame that trauma. That's why he's constantly worried about what Chizuru is thinking, because Chizuru can hurt him as his family hurt him. It's not actually about Chizuru, it's about everybody else. It's literally about every other person. It's not about Chizuru. In fact, that's the whole reason why him and Minnie don't see her at all. It's not about her, it's about every other person. And that is the point. Stop looking at other people and start seeing her. Get rejected. Get past your trauma. Face the fact that you will be nobody. And then choose to be somebody. Lose the entirety of your character and then choose to be who you want to be. That is why Kazuya's face in chapter 381 disappears. His identity is gone. He is part of a larger collective. And then, when he sees Chizuru, he remembers who he is, why he does what he does. He has to take back his life. He has to take back his identity. This intentionally mirrors Mami. Mami's character has no choices, no identity, no decisions of her own. It is very intentional that Minnie and Mami parallel each other because Minnie represents the audience, not even who she actually is. In so doing, Minnie representing the audience represents what we want. And so Kazuya listening to what we want and not what he wants is the problem. So Kazuya and Mami have a paralleling arc, whereas Mami does not change and continues to loop in this endless thing, constantly being taunted by fate Hey, Kazuya's right there. Do something. Kazuya, in contrast, is being shown he can move, and he chooses not to. That's the point. Kazuya is choosing not to move just as Mami is choosing not to move. They're both literally being taunted with what they want, and they choose not to seize it. Repeatedly. That's the point. But that brings back the core issue of Minnie. Minnie is a problem, but she's also not, for a very simple reason. Minnie just represents the issue Kazuya faces, but he can't always listen to her. She's not going to go away. He has to make a choice to not listen to her. It is his choices, it is his actions. Minnie is immature. Yes, okay. Minnie is not a bad friend. She's simply immature and uninformed. She ended the ghosting after Paradise, but she has fallen off. She's not helping now. Minnie represents the Peter principle. Just because she's a good athlete, it does not mean she is a good coach. It's literally that. Right? With that said, that applies to Chizuru too. Just because Chizuru is a great rental girlfriend, it does not mean she's a good coach. Chizuru is a good coach when it comes to life. The problem is, Kazuya chooses to listen to Minnie. It is ultimately a choice. He is choosing to do this knowing Minnie does not know as much as him. He is making this choice. So Minnie is not completely to blame here. Minnie is just trying to help, but she's an idiot. And he knows she's an idiot. And Kazuya in the movie arc sees she's a complete girl failure. Retake. Kazuya in the movie arc literally sees Minnie is a complete girl failure. And he listens to her anyway. Simply because she ended the 3-month time skip. She got him to live with her. But those didn't happen because of Minnie. They happened because of who he is. Minnie did not do this. He did. And he can't see it. He refuses to see anything good about himself. And that is the crux of Kazuya's issue. And that dislike of who he is directs back and flips it to Chizuru. Chizuru not making sense? It's actually about Kazuya not making sense. Chizuru being confusing and weird? It's about Kazuya being confusing and weird. He's highlighting what the actual issue is, which is Kazuya. Kazuya is the issue, and he doesn't see it. Because he's so busy looking at what he thinks is wrong. And eventually, you start directing that at yourself, and you start directing it at the world around you. That's what he's doing. Kazuya is directing these fears and these worries at the world around him instead of recognizing it is himself. It is his choices. It is what he himself is doing. And he needs to take control back. That's why chapter 218 happens. Chapter 218 is literally about Kazuya losing control over himself. He loses control and autonomy over himself, and his mind, body, and heart turn on him. That is the point of that chapter. It is a chapter that perfectly represents Kazuya's pain. It is a very sad chapter. It is a chapter about a character feeling so powerless that he literally erases himself from his own mind, from his own story. Every time Kazuya imagines these cute moments in his mind, they're between him and Chizuru. Instead, he literally erases himself with a nobody character that does the things he wants to do. Kazuya needs to stop erasing himself. He needs to recognize he matters. He is important. He needs to value and love himself as Chizuru values and loves him. He refuses to see that, and that is the problem. He has to start accepting himself. He has to stop listening to other people, and he has to do what he himself wants to do. And the only way that's going to happen at this point is if Chizuru calls him the fuck out on his bullshit, and he takes a hard look in the mirror and sees what the fuck he has been doing. And Chizuru is the perfect person to do this because she was literally in his exact position in the 3 months. Kazuya was never going to act. She was going to need to. Chizuru, here, shouldn't need to act. He should. And yet, what is he doing? Not acting again. Chizuru made a choice. Chizuru acted. He's the one sitting on his stupid ass doing nothing. Chizuru already made a choice. Chizuru already acted. She doesn't need to do anything else. So why the fuck are you yet again sitting on your ass doing nothing? Why? Why are you being such a bum? Kazuya is being a bum. He's being an idiot. He's wasting his time. His love is seemingly meaningless because he's never taking real decisive actions for his feelings. Love without meaningless action is simply an indulgence. And this is all I'm seeing here from Kazuya. He's simply indulging these thoughts and doing nothing. And he needs to start taking action. He needs to get his fucking shit together. And Chizuru's gonna call him the fuck out on this. I can see them getting into a fight and Chizuru being upset and calling Minnie out for being such an irresponsible friend too. Minnie is such an irresponsible friend. She is literally sitting down, drinking with him, knowing what the fuck was going on, and she just lets it go. No responsibility at all. There's no element of responsibility with Minnie at all. She literally gets changed, chills out at his place, does fucking nothing meaningful with her time. Instead, talk about whatever the fuck is going on with Chizuru. You need a confirmation for something you already confirmed. The point of this chapter, the reason it literally recreates the panel structure identically, is because you already fucking know this. You don't need to know this again. This is Reiji nodding to the readers. Hey, you know how you love to complain about how things seem like they're looping in the story? Yeah, I fucking know. Yeah, I fucking know. Here's another loop you're all too familiar with. And it's going to look like it isn't a loop. I'm going to look like I'm actually presenting you something new, just to point out how fucking stupid you are. Because literally, things are not looping. But to you, anything is different. If I just change how I present it. And suddenly, oh look, it's not looping anymore. It's interesting. You're a fucking idiot and you're sitting down your ass and you're doing nothing. Get up and move. You fool. And that's the point. That's literally the point. That's what I love about what the Hawaiians arc shows. In the Hawaiians arc, last episode, we saw Kazuya being a horny pervert, checking out Chizuru's ass underwater while wearing his goggles. In the next episode, what happens? Chizuru, that very same pervertedness, it's a strength for Kazuya too. Because when Chizuru loses her bra, what does Kazuya do? He puts on the same goggles, dives into the water again, and what happens? He dives into the water, he gets her swimsuit, he comes back, and he gives it to her. When she couldn't tie it herself, he ties it. He doesn't peek. He doesn't try to look anymore. Instead, he uses his sight to help her. Right? It's good to see. It's good to be true to yourself because while something can be negative, it can also be positive. It's the truth of who you are. Yes, Kazuya is perverted. Yes, Kazuya is horny. And yes, he would put on his goggles, sink underwater, and check out his girl's ass in a really weird way just because check out that girl he likes ass in a really weird way because he likes her that much. That doesn't mean you're a terrible person. You're doing something kind of weird and gross, but you're not a terrible person because at least you were given consent. You're not looking under her skirt. You're looking at something she's already wearing. And you're just checking that out. And it's hot for you. But when push comes to shove, what does Kazuya do? He actually steps up. Literally matching how that chapter in chapter 196, I believe, when he puts the bra back on, right? He's actually helping her. Right? He uses that same horniness as a positive. It's not simply just, oh, I'm horny and stupid. No, I'll actually protect the person that I love. Right? So when we get to this chapter, and Chizuru loses her bra, White Knight activated. He does this sometimes. She's not feeling well. Are you okay? My bikini top. Freaks out, says gibberish. So right now she's in her birthday suit. Does this seem familiar? Mm-hmm. Okay. He sees people come in. Look at him. Horny, freaked out, immediate protection mode. God, he looks so hot. That's, dude, guys being protective and actually supportive of women, so hot. So hot. Puts his goggles in, swimsuit, grabs it, gives it to her. Looks at her breasts, turns away immediately. Stop. You can't look at them right now. You can't look at right them. Okay? You're not allowed to. You're not being given permission. Don't look. There's no consent here. Be better. Turns away. She can't tie it. If that happens, I would never live with myself. Other guys checking her out, I'd kill somebody. I might kill some dude. I could do it. Eyes closed. I can feel her eyes on my back. Okay. She trusts him. And God, it's so adorable. It's so fucking adorable. She's so fucking cute. Stay cool. Stay cool. Don't worry. I'll keep my eyes closed. It's fine. Just don't get any funny ideas. Maybe like, and then when he's doing it, he's thinking horny shit. Her hands are shaking so much. My hands are shaking so much. Mizuhara's back, her neck, they're so close. Maybe it's just my imagination, but when I feel the string, I can feel the firmness of her breast coming right through it. Is this all right? Am I really allowed to do this? But if she wasn't okay with it, she'd never have let me, right? What happened here? He asked permission. And she said okay. Consent. It's almost like you can ask, Kazuya, and she might say okay. And it would be cool. But what is he afraid to do now? Ask. Ask for consent. Ask for things he wants. And see if she's okay with it. This is a good thing. Are you feeling good about this? God, but still. If I confess right now, she's going to think I'm getting off on this. Yeah, the thing is definitely hard to tie, but you're all good. Nice and tight. Thanks. No big. Steps away. As he's walking away, what does Chizuru do? She asks him, I want to hear it. I want you to tell me what you think of the swimsuit. Right after he ties the swimsuit. She feels confident to ask when he feels confident to ask. It's almost like you empower your partner. It's almost like when you take action and empower your partner, they feel powerful enough to do their own thing too. Shocking concept. Kazuya. And then you have Mommy doing the doom eyes. Never feels nearly this scary in the anime. Literally never. Is the fucking episode out yet? I swear to God. I think it is. What a fucking joke. Crunchyroll is such a fucking joke. Mommy is the hater's avatar in the series. Haha. Yeah, she is. Mommy is, so here, I wrote a few interesting things. I'm going to read you guys some of this stuff. I wrote a few interesting stuff, so I'll pull it up so I can read it. So I was working, I was working on the script for the hate video. And I wrote some interesting stuff. What each of the characters in the story seemingly represent. Mommy isn't simply the ex-girlfriend, but the representation of the negative aspects of relationships. Lies, betrayal, jealousy, vanity, gaslighting, toxic relationships, no commitment, no atonement, no forgiveness, no sacrifice, shallowness, loneliness, isolation, anger, resentment, hatred, trauma, pain, and grief in relationships. Both for her and those around her. She breaks Kazuya's heart in the cruelest way possible. She leads him on constantly and then changes her mind when she assumes he's faking, despite him constantly showing her otherwise. Who constantly changes her mind and isn't consistent in her feelings? Huh. Interesting. She seemingly loves him but never trusts or talks to him. Yes, Mommy does love Kazuya. In fact, there was signs there as early. There were signs she was in love with him from the start and just never acknowledged it in herself. It wasn't because he suddenly got with Chizuru right after. This actually reflects back in her face what she did to him. and she got jealous and upset because he said he liked her yet got with another girl. In its vain and stems from her own frustration that she actually wants to be with him. She talks about breaking Kazuya and Chizuru up, and it's presented like that's her only goal. But then, when she actually sees them break up, she goes to an isolated place and then still calls Kazuya to meet her, like she actually did want to date him. She then gets petty and jealous when Kazuya risks his life to save Chizuru. Again, changes her mind. Mommy is inconsistent. What does Kazuya say about Chizuru in this chapter? What does Kazuya say about Chizuru in this chapter? What does Kazuya keep looking at and not seeing in this chapter? Kazuya looks at Chizuru and wonders. If she's made up her mind, couldn't she at least send me a text? It just makes me think maybe she's changed her mind again. Did Chizuru ever actually change her mind, or was it you looking at Mommy? Were you the one who looked like he was constantly changing his mind? Or were you just simply looking at Mommy the entire time? Okay. Mommy tells Chizuru that she doesn't judge her job, then proceeds to act like Chizuru is faking everything. Tries to force money on her to prove to herself that all Chizuru cares about is money, even though Chizuru refuses the payment. She then proceeds to make her sing a song for her just to satisfy her own ego. And then once she's... God, I need some water. Oh, water's great. Water's peak. Drink water, kids. Drink water, kiddos. Okay. Let's see. And then, once she's satisfied, she wants to leave and doesn't want to make any change herself, but demands that Chizuru makes change. She goes to Kazuya and tells him his relationship with Chizuru is fake, and he's just wasting his time on her while not knowing anything about their relationship, purely viewing it like Kazuya is wasting his money on a woman who will gladly take it. She doesn't look into their history and love because she doesn't want to. That would run counter to everything she believes. She literally represents the people who despise sex workers out of their own stigma, trauma, and insecurities. Something you can literally see when she sees Chizuru's big boobs and zips up her hoodie. Yes, if you side with Mommy in this story, you're literally telling us you're a closed-minded idiot because you would side with someone who willingly chooses to be ignorant in favor of their own bias and stigma. Because they're jealous, because they would rather blame the world and look inward, because they would rather blame the world rather than look inward and take control of their own life. Instead, claiming that people like Chizuru are taking control away from others. That's just Mommy. I have stuff for Minnie, I have stuff for Ruka, and I have stuff for Chizuru as well as Kazuya. And this is just the representation of the early parts of the series. This video, when I get this shit out, ooh, I'm gonna be fucking proud, dude. Ooh. I'm gonna be real fucking proud when I get this fucking video out. Yeah. And I think Umi is kind of the reverse of Ruka. So I wrote here, I won't read the whole thing, I'll just read what I think Ruka represents. Ruka represents the naivety and maturity of dating. So Ruka herself is really naive and immature. And then she has to slowly learn to be mature in a relationship because she's literally not mature herself. Right? She represents the naivety a lot of young people have when it comes to dating. In contrast to Kazuya, who kind of understands like the big important stuff is something you should really do because you want to and it's meaningful. And the whole point of Ruka dating Kazuya is that it's a fundamental contradiction. Ruka actually serves a bigger purpose than Mommy. Initially, she just looks like she's just a copycat clone of Mommy who is like in a safer way to do it. In reality, what Ruka represents is literal dating, and the actual conflicts of dating and why you should date someone. And in a lot of ways, Ruka and Kazuya are putting the cart before the horse in different ways. Ruka knows that trial dating literally is just dating, and she's correct. But in a lot of ways, she's also kind of wrong. What I mean by that is that Ruka, once she starts dating Kazuya, she literally starts putting all of the stuff he should do if he would date her first.
So like if you're gonna date a girl, you should constantly text her, you should like everything she says, you should follow her all along and stuff like that. But Kazuya doesn't know Ruka at that point. So what she's demanding is senseless because he doesn't actually love her. He doesn't have feelings for her, but she's acting like he's already in love. She's putting the cart before the horse. In contrast, Ruka is correct in that dating is literally just trial dating because dating is just a trial. When you commit to the relationship, that's a different story. Like when you're dating, you're just figuring it out and you're seeing how you feel about each other. You're not going to be like with this person forever. And I think too many anime just skip that, where they're like, they don't acknowledge what dating actually is. Where like when you're dating someone, you're literally feeling it out and seeing if what you have together works. And that's what dating is supposed to be. And then you see if you like this person, you get to know this person, all that stuff. So in reality, most of the story is literally about dating. And now it's literally about commitment. Most of the story, the characters are literally dating. They are. It's just presented as rental dating, when in reality it's actual dating. And that is a mirror to Ruka, where with Ruka and Kazuya, they're seemingly dating, but it's a trial relationship, even though dating literally is a trial. This is what makes Kazuya the opposite of Ruka. Kazuya represents the maturity in the relationship, and he's supposed to be the mature one to guide her. Because Kazuya looks at it in a different way. He thinks if you date someone, it should be you should already be in love with them, which is again putting the cart before the horse, but in a more meaningful way. Whereas for Kazuya, like he's kind of looking at this the wrong way. He's already dating Ruka. It's not just a trial relationship, but that's the whole point. It is that it is a trial. He's missing the point of what dating of the fact that like because he doesn't love her, he should use this time to get to know her. And he does, and he knows it doesn't work. So Kazuya and Ruka are dating, and they date, and they figure out it doesn't work. But whereas Kazuya figures out it doesn't work and wants to end it, Ruka refuses to accept that it doesn't work and doesn't want to end it. Literally like how dating actually is. It's preparation for actual dating while you're actually dating. But that's the thing. It's like that's kind of what dating is. Dating is preparing for actually dating while preparing for actually dating. While you're literally dating. And that's what Ruka represents. In that sense, I could view Umi as the kind of reverse of that with maybe Chizuru. They're not dating. So with Umi, it's the complete reverse. With Umi, it's the complete reverse. They're not dating at all, but he doesn't tell her they're not dating. He never tells her. Like when they hang out together, Umi never tells her this is a date. He lies about that. He keeps that a secret. In that sense, Umi represents the dark side of maturity when it comes to dating, whereas Chizuru represents the proper maturity. And in so doing, Umi is actually naive, just like Ruka. He appears mature, but he's actually naive. So it's actually the reverse of Ruka, but intentionally so, because he's an adult. But when Chizuru figures out, despite Chizuru being naive about love, she's actually more mature about it. Literally the inverse. They are literally a mirror reversal of it. But the difference is, whereas Kazuya is dating Ruka in a trial relationship, Chizuru doesn't date Umi at all. Because she doesn't actually like him. That never actually happens. It's literally the reverse by design. And it's brilliant. So that kind of stuff, Reiji cooks. And so I think that's what's going on with Ruka's character here, is that Ruka is essentially the embodiment of Kazuya's choices and what he needs to do. And in a way, like Ruka is about Kazuya in a lot of ways. It's not for Chizuru to handle, it's for both of them to handle. And they need to talk to her and like clear that shit up. It's not just one or the other, and Kazuya needs to set a tone, you know? So yeah, I kind of lost track of what I was gonna say. But yeah, Kazuya in this time is essentially seeing Mami. He's not seeing Chizuru. And Minnie reinforces that. Minnie actively reinforces, hey, Chizuru might be like this. Like literally, what does Minnie say here? Sometimes girls are just like that. Maybe they realize how important you are after leaving. Who does that sound like? Doesn't that sound like a certain mop head with yellow hair? Or maybe they want to wait. Maybe they wait to hear you say you still love them. What does Mommy do? Interesting. They say a woman's heart changes like the seasons, but it really just means she's an unaware attention seeker. Huh. Hi, Mommy. Hi, Minnie. What does Minnie say here? Well, you're right. This will be a serious conversation if you decide to to meet up or talk on the phone. You still need to be able to articulate your words. Chizuru doesn't care about that. She just wants to see him. Chizuru doesn't fucking give a shit, dude. She just wants to see him. She doesn't care. And you have a girl in your room. Chizuru doesn't care. She literally just wants to see him. She let go of everything. She just trusts him, and she just wants to see him. Literally all Chizuru, and you literally see her crying in the end. That's the reason Chizuru has that on her nose. She was literally crying. You didn't see her cry. You literally got hints of this last chapter. You literally got hints of this last chapter. What is the opening page of this chapter? Chizuru is sitting down in front of the altar, looking at her dead grandparents. You don't see her face. When you see her face in this chapter, she looks like she was crying. Are you fucking shitting me? What are you doing, dude? What are you doing, dude? Like, bro. My wife rejected me 2 times before we got along. Only after she saw me talking to another girl, she realized that she likes me. I mean, everybody's different, but that's not Chizuru. So, you know, I don't know what to tell you, buddy. I don't know what to tell you, buddy. Maybe your wife was just figuring her shit out, but that's not like Chizuru, you know? That literally is not like Chizuru at all. And Chizuru literally chose to change from that, and maybe your wife did too. But Mommy is different. Mommy is a lot more vain and a lot less committal, and she doesn't recognize or face that in herself. He's literally seeing Mommy. That's the issue. Okay. 5 hours 43 minutes. Jesus Christ, that's a long stream. I'm getting kind of hungry and thirsty, and I need a small break, I think. Musical people. Nom, 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 nom. What's wrong? No. What? Yep. What's What are you doing? Silly ass cat. I'm guessing there's still nothing on Crunchyroll because screw you, I guess. I want to fucking slap whoever works there. Waste up my fucking time. My work day is almost done. Jesus, I'm sorry. Oh, I've been streaming for that goddamn long. Yeah. I'm, again, doubling down on my stance. We are the fucking bad guys. We are the fucking bad guys. We are the villains of this goddamn story. Oh, we are the absolute buffoons. We're the goddamn villains of this story. Oh yeah, I ended up writing a whole lot for the opening. That's why I never released that video. I sat down and wrote so much for the opening, and I think one of the craziest realizations I came to with the opening is that it's all fake. And that, like, when I realized that, I'm like, oh, they're crazy. They're fucking crazy. That's one of the cool things the anime did that I really love, is that the opening is all a dream. It's all fiction. The fans are the villains of Rent-A-Girlfriend? Yes. We are the villains of this story. And that is by design. Because the reason the fans are the villains isn't simply just because you're a fan. It's literally because we as the audience don't understand everything. So we can literally both be the villains and the heroes of this story. In the sense that, like, when we try to understand and empathize, we can be the heroes. When we choose to be ignorant and choose to not understand, we become the villains. And that's literally a reflection, reflected to us in a few different ways. Minnie's character, whenever she's truly understanding, she actually kind of gets what's going on, But all the time, Minnie doesn't have enough information because she, like the readers, is ultimately an outsider. Mommy, in contrast, represents the haters in the story. She represents all the negativity. And so when Mommy uses socially acceptable arguments, especially in Hawaiians, people started siding with Mommy. Oh, suddenly she makes a whole lot of sense. Hmm. Even though it doesn't make any sense. It's completely senseless. If you actually look with empathy and actually try to understand the characters, what Mommy is saying doesn't make sense. It's just cruel for the sake of cruelty. But it sounds socially acceptable. It sounds right from a social perspective, but it's not. It's not. It's all vain. It's all about jealousy. That's what Mommy's actually doing. And that's why in the opening, Chizuru and Mommy are reverses of each other. Whereas Chizuru wears a crown, Mommy wears slippers, right? Chizuru is a destined princess. Mommy believes her destiny was stripped away from her. She literally sits atop a broken carriage. People didn't notice that. The point of the opening is that it's both an objective look at the characters as well as a completely subjective one because it is Kazuya's dream. And so the ending of the opening asks you a very simple question. If everything you just experienced is a lie, does that mean it wasn't worth it? Does that mean the experience does not matter? That's what the opening asks. That's why the ending is Kazuya waking up from a dream. Chizuru closes her eyes and Kazuya wakes up from a dream. Does the dream not matter? See what Reishi's cooking? Or sorry, see what the opening is cooking, because it literally reflects that idea. And that aligns well with the lyrics of the opening, which I've read. They're literally about Kazuya's feelings and how they persevere and change with the reflection of the moon onto the sea. And that's why Kazuya is the sea and Chizuru is the moon. He's literally looking up at her. That's what we showed in let me find it. For the love of just work, please. Why is everything being so slow? Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Work. Everything is so slow. I hate it. Okay. That's the whole point of this cover. Kazuya is literally the ocean looking up at the moon. And they're literally both looking at each other. That's the whole point. They empower each other. She looks down and smiles at him. He looks up at her longingly. I love how she's touching him too. Her foot is literally touching him. God. Kana cooked. Kana cooked. Kana's art for this is so goddamn peak. She cooked so unbelievably hard. And that, my friends, is the point. The point is that the moon empowers her. Also, that's why the sun rises in the opening. Kazuya represents the sun, Chizuru represents the moon. And where that is reflected onto the ocean reflects them. So what else got announced? Oh yeah, we never finished reading this. Let's finish reading this for now. So let's see. Let's see. In a where were we here? It seems like her acting career is taking shape. Financial issues are being resolved. Will she quit rental? This could happen. In that sense, this might be the day of destiny of whether or not to quit rental. They are starting to move. So, the recreation of that night for the victory verification. The timid Kazuya and the encouraging Iamori. Chizuru is struggling to create an opportunity when the call comes in. Right? Chizuru is struggling to create an opportunity. The call comes in to create an opportunity for her, to give her an opportunity. Literally. Will this change Chizuru's destiny, and will it affect Kazuya and others? With all these questions in mind, let's keep pushing through another week. Peak. I wish Kazuya looked half this fucking cool in the opening. I wish Kazuya looked half this fucking cool in the opening. Or in the anime, sorry, in the opening. I wish Kazuya looked half this fucking cool in the anime. Unfortunately, we don't get that privilege, my friends. Kazuya unfortunately does not look nearly this cool. That's why I think Kana's design evolved well, but it didn't start out great. I like her design in certain aspects, and I don't like it in other aspects. What do we add? 5 minutes 53, so it's almost 6 hours. We'll stop at 6. I think that's a good time to stop. Sekiro's getting an anime? What the shit? Dude, what is even going on? Oh, that's cute. Trying to find things to talk about for the next 7 minutes before I fucking crash out. Shonen Gamescom. Oh, okay, that's cool. Yeah, I might hold off on rating my thing on Twitter for now. I'm just tired. I'm feeling tired, dude. I've been streaming for a little bit. I'm kind of beat. So I might hold off on that. I think I'll just edit for today. I think I'll just spend my time editing for today once I relax a little bit. And then I'll put out my reaction and some of my analysis that we had, that it's going to be positive, right? Whereas I want people to think the video is positive. It doesn't look that great in my opinion, but what I do know is that it just emotionally destroyed me, men that watches too many rom-com anime. Wait, what? Honestly, good ass analysis today. Thank you. I appreciate it. It doesn't look that great in my opinion, the anime or the design. But what I do know, I'm just an emotionally destroyed man that watches too much rom-com anime. Okay, I read it correctly. I've been trying to do some rereads of things I've read just because sometimes I like burn out and I'm just like, what the fuck are people saying? Oh woo, oh woo. People are too afraid to be themselves, so they manipulate and play games instead. Mommy. Oh, this is okay, so this is interesting. Dating nowadays is a joke. We have to act like you don't care, wait hours to reply, pretend you're not interested just to say they don't think you're too available. God forbid you actually like someone and show it. It's not love anymore. It's all mind games. I mean, they said it pretty well. A lot of people, a lot of it is kind of like mind games. And there are genuine people, right? But I think a lot of people think it's just fucking mind games. And that's sad. It's sad that this is what love has seemingly become for a lot of people. Dating should never be pretending to be someone you're not. Be yourself until you find the right person who likes you for who you are. If you have to act like a different person to attract someone, then they aren't attracted to the real you, only what you manipulated yourself to be. Isn't that literally what Kazuya was doing? Kazuya was literally manipulating himself to be someone else, and Chizuru rejects that version of Kazuya because she knows who the real him is. She doesn't want a fake Kazuya, and if she accepted that fake Kazuya, she wouldn't accept who he really is. And she had to take that responsibility. She can't just get her own selfish desires. She has to be responsible to the person that she loves, not anything else. That's the unfortunate truth of what happened in the rejection and why the rejection needed to occur. Have anyone seen Citrus? I think I watched it. I don't remember much about Citrus actually. I watched it a long time ago. It felt like really horny and stupid, but I don't remember much about it. Citrus is gay, literally. Yeah. Isn't that yeah, that's the one yeah, that one. I do recall seeing that one. It was fucking weird. Yeah, cuz they're like aren't they like related or something? What is the plot of Citrus? I don't remember. Uh a fashionable outgoing girl who transfers to a conservative all-girls school after her mother remarries. There she clashes with the stern council president Miyaharu, who unexpectedly turns out to be her new stepsister. Ah, classic. Classic. Hey, you want some good fucking Yuri? Go read How to Eat Relationship. Absolute peak Yuri. Literally nothing has come close. It is genuinely absolute fucking peak. I heard Bloom Into You is good too. I've heard good things about Bloom Into You. What is this? NTR Natsuzuo trap. I'm sorry. It's so funny. It just got my attention. NTR just straight up. It's so funny. Oh man. Yeah, Bloom Into You I heard is really, really good. I could be wrong. What do you think about Grand Blue? I don't know anything about it. I don't know anything about it. I have no idea what it's about. I don't know what the deal is with that story. I've seen a lot on Twitter. It's literally constantly on my feed, but I have no idea if it's good or bad. I literally do not know. I also get confused because when people say Grand Blue, I think of Grand Blue Fantasy, which is a completely different thing. So there's like Grand Blue. There's this. And then there's this, which is a completely different thing. anyways. Yeah, this chapter is happy, bittersweet, and I think the next chapter is going to be very, very positive. And I'm excited to see what's going to end up happening with these characters. I can't wait. Honestly. I think I'll write what I have to say later. Again, like I said for Twitter, I'll write what I have to say later. But for now, I just want to take it easy. I'm tired. I just kind of want to take it easy. I'm a little toasted, you know. I gotta eat something. I gotta lay down a little bit. Tomorrow I won't be streaming until much later, because I had to take a shift for someone, unfortunately. So tomorrow I do have work, and it's like a mid shift. It's 8 hours. I'm gonna see if I can like stop at 7 hours because I don't want to work the full fucking 8-hour shift. That would piss me the fuck off, especially since it's supposed to be my day off. So tomorrow I might stream at around 5 or 6, which would be late. It's a little late for me, but it's going to be around that time. And I'll have to see. I'm not going to schedule it. I'll have to just wing it and know when I'm going to stream. And if not, I'll stream at another time. We'll probably end up watching the anime episode tomorrow because it's not fucking out, and I'm getting kind of pissed. I'm not going to keep waiting for it. Even if it comes out now, I'm not going to watch it. I'm too tired. So yeah, we'll have to do that another time. But yeah, I'm kind of doubling down on all my theories now, right? Like when we kind of piece it together, we can kind of double down on all our theories, and suddenly everything starts to fucking click together. And I'm like, damn, bro, damn, what's going on? Everything's clicking together. Oh yeah, worst anime ever, Brothers Conflicts. Cringes. What the fuck is that? Is a Japanese novel series, but also known as Brocon, is a Japanese novel series created by written by Takashi blah 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 blah. It has been adapted into 2 PlayStation portable. Okay, just tell me the fucking synopsis of the plot. A reverse harem anime. Okay. Is there a better romance than Brothers Conflict? Okay, this is a great spot to stop. Peak writing. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna stop here. I'll see you guys another time. I might stream tomorrow. I might stream Thursday. We'll see. For now, I need a break. I am zooming to me. So without further ado, I've been Fade. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please subscribe, like button, hit the bell icon, keep up with the uploads, all the fun stuff. Consider supporting me on Patreon because it would help me make videos much easier. And consider joining the Discord where you can talk to me normally and all that fun stuff. Just try to be respectful and don't do any weird shit. I would appreciate it. And last but not least, check out my Twitter where I do a whole bunch of posts for the chapters and talk about stuff. And of course, consider checking out my streams. I stream every Tuesday and every Wednesday if I can. The Wednesday is it if I can. The Tuesdays I always stream. And I start at 8 o'clock when the chapters begin. With that said, I've been Fate, and remember, let's mosey. I'll see you guys next time. That was hard. I'm tired. Bye. Take care, fellas. I'll see you another time. Woo.